Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
It was dangerous. He said there's nothing that black folks have done that we could be proud of. I said, nah, I can't just let that slide. Charleston White's rant is the exact kind of self-hate that our young brothers don't need to be absorbing into their minds. It's poison. Here goes my response. Watch this.
They not building? Why wouldn't you go against these niggas today? They're not building nothing. They destroying every woman they lay with.
She's literally raging about black men not taking care of black women when what he mostly does is diss black women in his content.
They disrespect every woman they sleep with, homie.
Who is they? Who he talking about? I know a lot of black guys who love black women and don't disrespect black women at all. What type of black people do he hang out with? There aren't white men that disrespect white women. There aren't Latinos that disrespect Latino women. There aren't Asians. There aren't Indians from India or from, I don't know, anywhere in the, world that disrespect. I think they do. They got Sharia law.
Why you want to be on their side?
What side is he on if he's not on black people's side?
Why? I don't love nothing about black culture. I'm 46 years old.
Charleston White was a broke-ass dude on the internet. Couldn't make any money doing anything that was positive because that's what he was doing originally. He figured out what the Hodge twins figured out, which is the same thing Tommy Sotomayor figured out, which is if you shit on black people, cheat code. It's nothing like, it's not a mystery. White people have been doing this since the beginning of time. He discovered it like he find, Ozempic. No, my fool, it's just don't eat Big Macs. Stop eating. That's how simple it is to figure out the cheat code. You dump on black people, you get viewers. If you do it a certain way, if you black, you even get black viewers. That's what he stumbled into. That's what makes him a little different.
I can't think of nothing in life that black people can be proud of in 46 years.
Being here. That's very simple. So if you talk to anybody with any intelligence who can also be comedic and have good timing, not to, toot my own horn, but I do have that. I could tell you, just being alive, just being the most financially advanced of all black people on the planet, like as a group. You go to Nigeria, you'll see some rich Nigerians, but 90% of Nigerians are broke as hell. I did a breakdown about all the other African countries and how those people in those countries can't touch our GDP in America for black Americans. You would know that if you looked up stuff, Charleston. So yeah, I can push back on you, fam. But why? I mean, in this video I am, only because you caught me on the right day. You know what I'm saying? You rage baiting, and you're doing the cheapest, laziest way to make money for a black man.
We ain't done one goddamn thing that we can be proud of and say.
We've done a lot of things to be proud of. Many things. Many things to be proud of. But I'm gonna ask you this: what have white people done that you would compare us to say that we don't have anything to be proud of? We over incarcerated. Everybody in America is over medicated. A lot of us live in food deserts, and our schools get shut down indiscriminately. Because of discrimination, we don't have the tax base to have the best schools in our neighborhoods. We got all these things against us, but yet still, we're very entrepreneurial. Black people are more entrepreneurial than white people. Black women start more business than any other group of people in the country. These are things that's off the top of the head I know. You don't know any of this stuff, and you're going to yell and spit and drop the N-word like every other sentence, spitting and cussing and being hyper pissed off, and don't know anything, and you're almost 50, Johnson? You are almost 50, and you just put out misinformation upon misinformation because, guys, it's the cheat code. And some black people were in the comments like, he really meant that. Look how angry he was. He was about to cry. You make me want to cry because you are that gullible. And you do no research. You don't look up anything. You just, come on, man. Let's keep going.
I'm black and I'm proud. Not one thing.
He doesn't even count his very own existence as surviving in the environment. And if you're a black person, you don't understand the miraculous wonder.
Good morning, everybody. I don't usually stop these opening videos, but I want to make a point here. I have said a few times that these anti-black blacks like Charleston White are describing themselves. Okay, Charleston White makes a lot of money literally being what he describes as the Chitlin circuit. Essentially, you know, the Chitlin circuit was the black vaudeville back in the early 20th century. And here we are in 2025, and this dude is literally on what he describes as the Chitlin circuit. He's not Dave Chappelle. He's not Chris Rock. This dude is like a fourth-rate comedian, and other than drug dealers, you know, being a professional clown is nothing to be proud of. So if black people have done nothing to be proud of, that would include Charleston White doing nothing that a black person need be proud of. So the one thing the anti-black blacks are not is self-aware. They continue to stun me. Now, you know, granted, Charleston White makes more money than I do, but goddamn, at what price?
That black people are even a thing. Like the fact we're even a thing.
That's pretty funny, DiCaprio.
In this country, man, then you done missed the boat totally. You like don't know anything about
What's up, Dave?
About Black America, about America. You know nothing. If you don't ever sit back and go, damn, how the hell did we survive this? If you don't do that, if you looking over at white people who run this mofo with all the resources, and you think, why are we doing like that? What's wrong with that? If that's all, if you 50 and that's all you know how to do, then you missed the boat. And I know I got the Jason Whitlock conservatives. You know, we got the Officer Tatum, who was a cop for 3 years. And he been more of a cop on YouTube than he's been in his real life, and just used that his whole career. Not charismatic, not funny, not interesting, nothing. But just dump on black people every other video. Maybe some of Charleston White's fans will come here and think about it. That they're being used and they're being, you know, gullible.
For the longest, I was Mexican on the inside.
Yeah, he hates himself. He said he wished he was Mexican. We just heard Mexicans say,
A lot of people don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people. It's been passed down to us by the Spaniards, by our colonizers, by the people that conquered us, taught us that dark skin is inferior, light skin is superior, and things of that nature. We were taught that. It was passed down to us, meaning it's part of our culture. We are culturally racist in this aspect. That doesn't mean I go out in the streets and want to hurt black people because they're black.
Right, right.
It means that our teachings, the way we're raised, is that we are raised to subconsciously believe that dark skin is inferior and light skin is. Another element in our Mexican culture is Univision News, or the Univision channel. That channel is run by white Latinos. The ideologies and subliminal teachings that they teach is very similar to Fox News. White supremacist-ish. They make efforts to depict dark-skinned people as criminals, meaning that whenever they even bother depicting or sharing news about dark-skinned people, black people, is when they do something wrong, when they commit a crime, a murder, etc. But yet, when they want to mention anything that has to do with light-skinned people, specifically white people, is to depict them as them doing good deeds around the world, feeding the homeless, etc. You get it.
Yeah.
Univision News is part of our culture. It's in our everyday lives. Not mine, but culturally as a whole.
Mexicans don't like black people. They were taught by their media. Their Fox News and MSNBC is Univision. And if you watch Univision, it's going to teach you black people are inferior. They're dangerous. That they are less than. And he says he wish he was them. That should be it. We should just be able to be like, you should just be like, hey, nothing, you should never take anything he says seriously about black people. Laugh at him, he a clown. Laugh at him if you want to. Very funny, Charleston. Good joke. But for anything serious, no. Because he's not serious about anything. He's not a serious person. He cannot be, just because they put music behind him doesn't make him serious. You just heard a Mexican say on this show how they are raised and feel about black people. And he wants to be them. He said it.
Not one thing. For the longest, I was Mexican on the inside. I eat Mexican food. I ain't date black women for 15 years.
He just said that black people don't do nothing but disrespect black women. You talking about yourself. That's who you were talking. Now I figured it out. You are talking about you. Right? Right? I get it now. Self-hate. It's a mother.
I hung with Mexicans. I watch how Mexicans bury one another. I watch how Mexicans trust me to come to their house because they know I ain't gonna try to sleep with their woman.
You know, because they would kill your ass. That's why they would cut you up and put you in little pieces and plant you in the garden, MS-13 style. That's why you wouldn't do it. But you would do it to a black person who did that to you, open their door like that. You would try to get at this girl, right? Because you hate black people, which is what you're demonstrating in this video. You'll hate for yourself and you hate for other black people. And what's bothers me is that there's a younger black man here in this video who looks like he's taking in what Charleston is saying. He doesn't have the experience to know that Charleston is full of shit. And if he's not full of shit, that's even worse because that makes him dumb.
You know, Tim Black brings up a good point. I think that age and experience has a lot to do with being able to counteract or just ignore the Charleston Whites of the world. This is why I don't get real flustered by people like a John Galt, because I know he's full of shit. And, you know, basically, you need to, at close to 50, be taking a lot more of a 30,000 foot view of life in general and, you know, culture in particular. And if you are thinking that Black culture is more toxic than, well, American Black culture, if you think that American Black culture sprang up from seed, you literally don't understand American history and you just don't have a brain at all. When a lot of these white shades go, well, hey, you should thank us, and Be Brave is one of them. You should thank us for not being in Africa in some mud hut. My first response is you can't miss what you never had. And I don't have a problem with living in a mud hut. If you have never experienced the West, then you don't know what you're missing, literally. Black people existed before the Portuguese ever hit West Africa. So I generally don't get that kind of retarded argument. It's America doesn't teach people to think. I think for a reason. You know, that's my Be Brave level conspiracy theory. Is American elites, the global corporate machine, to borrow a fantasy, it doesn't want you to know how to think, because if you start thinking, you will start parsing the Charleston Whites of the world and their arguments. Anyone who's shaking their head in agreement with Charleston White is Charleston White. And I kind of feel sorry. And this is why I think parents are so important. Charleston White should not be shown in any American home with kids in it, because kids won't know any better. Kids won't be able to view Charleston White as entertainment versus thought or deep thinking. The dude is literally an entertainer, and it's like mind porn. So anyway, I don't want to. Tim Black does it better than I do.
Dumb. Like a blind man with a gun. That's Charleston White. He's a blind man with a gun. And he heard a noise in the dark. You don't want that guy.
Okay, well, Dave, my point is Charleston White isn't thinking, he's performing.
The loyalty and respect that I got amongst Mexicans, homie. Nigga, I used to be jealous, man. My people can't do this.
They didn't respect you. They didn't respect you, Charleston. They didn't. How could you respect somebody who doesn't? Only because you probably shitted on Black people around them. Yeah, that's probably what it was. If you felt they respected you, it was because you perpetrated the same animosity towards Black people as they did. And you made it even more acceptable for them to be that way. And when you co-signed their racial bias against Black people, they was like, oh, we like him. He's our Negro. He may be Black. He's our, he may be a ninja, but he our ninja. It's sort of like how white people see, Candace Owens and Officer Tatum and, John Whitlock. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, but if you ever say, "Oh, no, I don't rock with that anymore," and if they ever were able, when they said
Now,
the N
let
word
me,
around you, which I'm sure
God
they
damn it.
did,
I guess Dave is just going to be provocative this morning. Literally, Deacon Dave, he might be thinking, but you know how you can have, let's say, a shotgun. You can shoot rock salt in a shell, or you can shoot birdshot. One is going to be more lethal than the other. Okay, if you have a rifle, you can shoot like rubber pellets, rubber bullets, or you can shoot actual bullets. One is more effective at killing a point. We're going to use this horrible metaphor that I'm making up on the fly. You have to have the raw material to form good thoughts. Not all thoughts are equal. Knowing history, American history, and just more stuff gives you the ability to form better and original thoughts. Okay. Not thinking like me is literal because I'm fucking thinking with with an F-18, and this motherfucker's thinking with a slingshot. One weapon is a tad more effective than the other. So making comparisons really doesn't do it for me.
if you ever check them on it, if you ever stood up for black people in their presence, they drop you like a cold tamale. You know what I'm saying? They drop you like a flat El Negro. You know what I'm saying? Dos Equis. I don't know. Whatever beer, I forget. You know what I'm saying? All right. Cerverche. Yeah.
No, homie, I don't like this shit. I'm ashamed to be a black man.
There it is. And we got black people watching this. We got black people watching this, young black men watching this, who need a counter to this. And I don't mean that. What's that young dude that be riding the Democrats? I don't mean those. I don't mean that them dudes that be just preaching the Democrat gospel and doing that because that's their lane and that's where they want to get their money. No, I don't mean that. But I mean, you got to counter this because look at this young man at the bottom here. It's like he's seeing the light. It's us. There's something wrong with us. You know, it's a problem. We have young black men who don't know about life, who are learned from Charleston White. They'll think what's wrong with black people is black people. Not what was done to black people, not what is done to black people, but black people themselves. And to think that is to be anti-black.
Proud man. When we go to grouping together, I'm ashamed.
You should be ashamed of putting that video out. You should be ashamed of misleading black people. The fact that you would even say that says you don't need an audience. And I know the algorithm gives you one because, like I said, man, to dump on black people is a cheat code. But the only thing is you got to give your soul up to use it. Perfect. You made it to the end. Have you ever heard the phrase black?
All right, well, everybody, that is that. Please make sure you're hitting the like button. Good morning. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I had to come in hot with that one, and I will be on a crusade for probably the next who knows how long. Just combating black ignorance. I hate to sound so negative here, but the Charleston Whites of the world are the problem with the black community. It is a crime to basically propagate this self-hatred narrative. Why on earth would a close to 50-year-old man start talking about how bad black culture is and how he doesn't want to be black. And I guarantee you, Charleston White has kids and probably a bunch of baby mamas. How is spreading that kind of toxicity a positive thing if you believe in, the traditional black community? The dude's not bright. The anti-black blacks are not doing what they think they're doing. They are not improving anything. They are the bad luck schlep rocks of the black community. And I may be dating myself with the bad rock, the bad, what is it? The bad news schlep rock. I think that was the character's name from Fred Flintstone. And he used to just really make me laugh. Let's see here. And we will be getting into news stories. Not as many news stories as usual, but I will be concentrating mostly on Trump as a gift that keeps on giving. And look, what does Solid Snake have to say here? Red Supreme TV1 had a live today about Cali. No idea what you're talking about. What is Red Supreme TV1? Never heard of it. So everybody, welcome aboard. Make sure that you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're subscribing to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel, the home of the anti-black black. It is fertile ground to grow your anti-black fruits and vegetables. There is no food desert in the John Gall Urban Landlord thought space. Also, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I did debut a new video, which is basically a clip of a show we did a few nights ago. So make sure you look at that video. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you like the show. And please subscribe. Make sure you support your host who, as he covers the anti-black worldview throughout the week, tends to need a 6-pack of Bud Light by the end of the week just to wash the toxicity from his soul. So let's move on to our first news item. Everybody heard about that attack on a very peaceful protest / remembrance walk of the hostages held in Gaza, and the attack by an Egyptian who had overstayed his visa, his tourist visa, but had applied for asylum. So he actually had a legal status. And funny thing is, he lived across the street from a Jewish family. I'm not exactly sure what the motivation is here, but I do know that he's going to be charged with a hate crime. And his family, who I assume was, here on that tourist visa, and then, here past the student visa, but probably had a legal status. They've detained the whole family. And Kristi Noem is proud to announce that.
ICE detains family of suspect in Colorado attack. This article is by Hamed Ali Aziz and read by an automated voice. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials on Tuesday arrested and detained the family of Mohammed Sibri Soliman, the Egyptian man who allegedly led a terror attack Sunday in Colorado, officials said. Today, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE are taking the family of suspected Boulder, Colorado terrorist and illegal alien Mohammed Solomon into ICE custody, the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said in a video message on social media on Tuesday. Ms. Noem said that the agency would also be investigating what his family knew about the attack, which injured 12 people during an event in Boulder in support of the Israeli hostages being held in Gaza. The suspect allegedly threw homemade Molotov cocktails into the crowd. The State Department revoked the visas of Mr. Solomon's wife and 5 children after the attack, said Tricia McLaughlin, a DHS spokeswoman. ICE officials arrested them on Tuesday, she said. The White House trumpeted the arrest on social media, saying on Tuesday afternoon that the family, quote, be deported by tonight. Mr. Solomon entered the United States in August 2022 on a tourist visa, which he later overstayed, DHS officials said Monday. He applied for asylum in the fall of 2022 with U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, but his case was still pending, officials said. During his time waiting for his case to be processed, he was able to obtain a work permit, they said. Trump administration officials have pointed to the attack as proof of what they say were lax immigration policies during the Biden administration. Suicidal migration must be fully reversed, Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, said on social media Sunday. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that his agency would be targeting other foreign nationals for potential revocation of visas. In light of yesterday's horrific attack, all terrorists, their family members, and terrorist sympathizers here on a visa should know that under the Trump administration we will find you, revoke your visa, and deport you, he wrote on social media on Monday.
Deacon Dave asked me about why I'm not, I assume he means me, why I'm not condemning slut rap. I have no fucking idea what slut rap is. I don't listen to a lot of rap music these days. So I leave it to people who listen to slut rock, like you, to, to deal with it. So this is interesting. The U.S. proposes interim step in Iran nuclear talks, allowing some enrichment. Yeah, that that Trump administration is just clamping down on those Iranians. It says here the Trump administration is proposing an arrangement that would allow Iran to continue enriching uranium at low levels, while the United States and other countries work out a more detailed plan intended to block Iran's path to nuclear weapons, but give it access to fuel for new nuclear power plants. The proposal amounts to a bridge between the current situation in which Iran is rapidly producing near bomb-grade uranium and the U.S. goal of Iran enriching no uranium at all on its soil. Under the proposal, the United States would facilitate the building of nuclear power reactors for Iran and negotiate the construction of enrichment facilities managed by a consortium of regional countries. Now, I'm going to stop there, and I'm basically going to say that was already happening under the old deal. Trump is not breaking any new ground here. Y'all got fooled. The dude broke. The only reason, in my opinion, that Trump basically, broke the original Iran deal was because Obama did it. It wasn't done by Trump, therefore it's not good. Let me do the same thing, but it needs to say Trump as the signatory. This is literally disappointing, and probably most Trump voters, Black MAGA in particular, will be too ignorant to even realize to realize that Trump isn't reinventing the wheel here. And Charleston White has annoyed me, so I'm going to be going after Black MAGA with a vengeance today. Yes, Deacon Dave, I don't pollute my soul or my house with slut rap, so sue me. You know what slut rap is, therefore you must be an aficionado, or you have had enough of it, or you even know what it is. Black people don't have to know about rap, Deacon Dave. All black people don't know the latest version of rap. Stop being white. Charleston White.
Higher tariffs on steel and aluminum imports go into effect. This article is by Anna Swanson and...
Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself here. More foreign policy stuff, I guess. Trump is looking to enforce 50% tariffs on foreign produced steel. That is mostly, I think, coming from China. So that will help supposedly the U.S. steel industry. I'm just not sure it's going to do what Trump thinks it's going to do. The steel industry's been fairly down on its luck. I do know they resurrected a steel mill. Maybe it was U.S. Steel or something. I think it was going to be sold to China, and Biden basically said it couldn't be sold. So I think the tariffs will help steel, but I don't think it's going to reinvigorate it or grow the industry.
And Ian Austin, and read by an automated voice. U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum imports doubled on Wednesday as President Trump continued to ratchet up levies on foreign metals that he claims will help revitalize American steel mills and aluminum smelters. The White House called the increased tariffs, which rose to 50% from 25% just after midnight Eastern Time, a matter of addressing, quote, trade practices that undermine national security. They were announced during Mr. Trump's visit to a U.S. steel mill last week and appear to be aimed at currying favor with steelworkers and the steel industry, including those in swing states like Pennsylvania, where U.S. Steel is based. The higher levies have already rankled close allies that sell metal to the United States, including Canada and Europe. They have also sent alarms to automakers, plane manufacturers, home builders, oil drillers, and other companies that rely on buying metals. In an executive order, Mr. Trump said the higher tariffs would more effectively counter foreign countries that continue to offload low-priced, excess steel and aluminum in the United States market and thereby undercut the competitiveness of the United States steel and aluminum industries. Kevin Dempsey, the president of the American Iron and Steel Institute, an industry group, praised the move. He said China and other countries oversupplied the international market, making it harder for U.S. producers to compete. Given these challenging international conditions that show no signs of improvement, this tariff action will help prevent new surges in imports that would injure American steel producers and their workers, Mr. Dempsey said. But companies that use steel and aluminum to make their products criticized the tariffs, saying they would add costs for American consumers. Robert Budway, the president of the Can Manufacturers Institute, said doubling the steel tariff would further increase the cost of canned goods at the grocery store. This cost is levied upon millions of American families relying on canned foods picked and packed by U.S. farmers and can makers, he said. Wednesday's increase is the latest in a mounting array of import taxes that Mr. Trump has announced
Stanley,
since returning to
can I
the Oval
interrupt
Office
a
in
bit or no?
January, including the 25% tariff on steel and aluminum in March. Taken together, the president's trade tactics have increased concerns of a global downturn and heightened corporate America's worries about the cost of doing business. Economists have pointed out that tariffs on factory inputs
Stanley,
such as
how
metals
long
risk
this
slowing
clip
U.S.
going on
manufacturing
for?
since they raise prices for factories. By
I'm
adding to
sorry,
the
what?
cost of making cars, drilling for oil, and building data centers,
chat once this
higher
story's
steel
done.
tariffs could slow other goals
Okay.
of the Trump administration. An economic analysis published by the U.S. International Trade Commission, an independent, bipartisan government agency, suggested that while the steel and aluminum tariffs levied in Mr. Trump's first term helped American steel and aluminum producers, they hurt the broader economy by raising prices for many other industries, including automaking. U.S. unions and major companies like Cleveland-Cliffs and U.S. Steel, which have significant lobbying networks, have argued that tariffs are necessary to keep them in business. After struggling financially for years, U.S. Steel agreed in late 2023 to be acquired by Nippon Steel of Japan, though Mr. Trump will make the final call on whether the merger can go through. Foreign governments have bristled at the idea that their steel exports are a national security threat to the United States.
What is
in part
better,
because
Stanley?
American demand for the metals far exceeds the country's current ability to
What
produce
are
them.
you,
The United States imports very little steel
hold on.
directly from China.
Let me
because of the tariffs
stop
that were
this
previously in
mid-story
place.
to treat lasagna special. What's your question?
Why does the modern person care if a multi-billion-dollar corporation is going to levy electricity through the government?
Okay, I have no idea what that means. Are you talking about tariffs?
How does this affect the modern person?
You mean the tariffs, steel tariffs?
Everything, yes.
Okay, well, this article isn't about everything. This article is about Trump wanting to raise tariffs on foreign-made steel and steel products to 50%. So basically, if something costs $1, you're going to be paying $1.50, and 50 cents of that $1.50 is going to be a tariff. It affects everyone because a lot of steel is imported and made into, whatever, manufacturers are going to make. So it adds cost to the average American consumer. So that's why it's important. And the other thing I want to add is we are in this predicament because of corporate America. So, basically, American consumers are being made to pay for decisions that were made 30 years ago, to basically things like NAFTA and other free trade agreements were basically going to save consumers money because it was cheaper to manufacture a lot of stuff overseas. And now, what made corporations, have better bottom lines, and what benefited America 30 years ago, Americans are going to wind up paying for now through tariffs. And people don't seem to understand that we're paying for some corporate mistakes from decades ago. And let me deal with Mr. Dave here. Dave, nothing new under the sun is invented by things like slut rap. Okay, if you want to call it soft porn, which you could probably put it under from what it sounds like. I'm assuming you mean things like WAP, songs like that. It's soft porn. It's nothing new under the sun. Blacks didn't invent it. Rappers didn't invent it. Don't get your thong, too tight up your ass on this. I don't have a blind spot. Just it can all be categorized. Wow. So I don't know where Lasagna got off to, but come back if you want. Not sure. Maybe your phone died. So let's move on. I think we pretty much get the idea of what the steel tariffs are going to do. It's a mixed blessing. It's going to help a Bethlehem Steel or U.S. Steel, actually, I think is the company that almost got sold. But the American taxpayer is basically going to pay for it. And I guarantee you, these tariffs are not going to reinvigorate the U.S. steel industry. I'm sure it may save a job or two. I don't know that it's going to create a whole lot of, foundry jobs. But we'll see. I could be wrong. So next story, and it's on that tariff track. Trump says extremely hard to make a deal with China's President Xi Jinping as trade talks stall. I've said it several times. China is probably the only country on earth that can, basically stand toe to toe with the U.S. on trade deals. Trump made it sound like he and Xi were great friends, but apparently they're not. And why the hell, even if you're great friends, friendship and business shouldn't mix. So once again, Trump is actually having to admit reality that he's not going to be able to do shit in the first 100 days, let alone day one. So the headlines, and we're looking at the right-wing press headlines here. FTSE 100 index rose 0.2 to what is that? 8,804.71 as markets worldwide recovered following the best monthly performance of the S&P 500 since November 2023, which increased by 6.2%. Donald Trump stated that making a deal with Xi Jinping is extremely hard and described Xi as very tough in a post on Truth Social. Barclays raised its price target for the S&P 500 to 6,050 by the end of 2025 due to easing trade uncertainty, while also projecting 6,700 by the end of 2026. The U.S. government doubled tariffs on steel and aluminum imports from other nations to 50%, but excluded the U.K. from this increase, according to the government statement on Tuesday night. Trump is really not very effective. I'm sure there must be a reason for the UK, because the UK pretty much bent the knee and came to some sort of agreement a while ago. So far, the UK is the only country I know of, and the UK is definitely they're definitely in a position that they need to bend a knee. They got a lot going on there in their domestic politics, post-Brexit, etc. So China's not Britain. And let's see what Dave says. Dave is mad at me. Motherfucker, Stanley Cross, don't you ever talk to me and suggest queer behavior. No idea how I suggested that. I'm sorry you were offended. I have no idea how I suggested that. You guys on the left are too comfortable with that kind of stuff. No idea what that means either. If you mean, well, what stuff are you talking about? How did I offend you, Dave? Apparently, I offended some effete sensibility. Feel free to come up and cluck like the hen you seem to be this morning in that chat. Pick a little, pack a little, whatever you're doing. You can come out and express yourself up on this panel if you must. Let's see. Solid Snake says President Trump has done more work in 2 months of his second administration than Biden has done in 49. That's patently false, Solid Snake. Apparently you are drunk. The thong comment. I'm flying too close to the sun, Kid Icarus. I have to say that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever there. Men wear thongs too, don't they? Uh, I don't know this for sure, but I think they do. So let's move on to the next story. This is actually I don't know what to think of this other than to just chuckle. Um, Pete Hegseth apparently has the Deacon Dave complex. U.S. may strip Harvey Milk's name from a Navy vessel. Apparently, there's a new oiler. And if people who don't know who Harvey Milk is, shit, I barely know who Harvey Milk is because it was, back in the 70s, he was some like gay rights activist, like one of the originators. And he was a city councilman or something on the San Francisco City Council. And I know he was gay and I know he was kind of an activist. That's all I really know about him. There was a movie made about him. I think Sean Penn played the character of Harvey Milk, but I never saw the movie. So anyway, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered a review of ship names honoring Mr. Milk, a gay rights pioneer, and other leaders. In Mr. Milk's case, the move is intended as a rebuke of Pride Month. Let me put it to you this way. Harvey Milk has been dead for decades. And you know what? If it makes you feel better, this is an oiler. It's not a combatant. I don't get this naked dude. You may not have liked his cause, but what's wrong with naming an auxiliary ship after a guy? He was a pioneer of some sort. He was a great American for his cause. Pete Hegseth hopefully will be gone by the end of the year. He is not inspiring shock, awe, or exuding confidence.
U.S. may strip Harvey Milk's name from Navy vessel. This article is by Karun Demirjian and John Ismay and read by an automated voice. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered the Navy to review the names of vessels honoring prominent civil rights leaders, including Harvey Milk, who is one of the country's first openly gay elected officials and a Navy veteran. News of Mr. Hegseth.
Oh shit, he was a Navy veteran?
Earlier by military.
Talk about dishonoring
just days
vets.
Into Pride Month, which celebrates the contributions of luminaries in the LGBTQ community. Instead, Mr. Hegseth's order was intended as a rebuke of Pride Month, keeping with the Trump administration's drive to expunge diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across the federal government, according to a senior defense official familiar with the decision. Mr. Milk is one of several trailblazers whose name has been identified for possible removal from naval vessels. According to a senior official familiar with a memo from John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy, they include Thurgood Marshall, the first Black Supreme Court Justice, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, another Supreme Court Justice who became a feminist icon, Harriet Tubman, who after being born into slavery, became an abolitionist instrumental in the Underground Railroad, Lucy Stone, a prominent abolitionist and suffragist, Medgar Evers, a civil rights leader who was assassinated by a member of the Ku Klux Klan, Cesar Chavez, a labor. The names of the additional ships under review were previously reported by CBS News. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak publicly about unannounced policy decisions. Secretary Hegseth is committed to ensuring that the names attached to all DoD installations and assets are reflective of the Commander-in-Chief's priorities, our nation's history, and the warrior ethos, the Pentagon said in a statement issued on Tuesday. Any potential ship renaming, the statement said, will be announced after internal reviews are complete. In January, Mr. Hegseth issued an order stating that the military would not expend resources to recognize cultural awareness months, including Pride. Representative Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, condemned the move. our military is the most powerful in the world. But this spiteful move does not strengthen our national security or the warrior ethos, Ms. Pelosi, a California Democrat, wrote on social media. It is a shameful, vindictive erasure of those who fought to break down barriers for all to chase the American dream. The vessels in question are mostly John Lewis-class fleet replenishment ships, named for Representative John Lewis of Georgia, a prominent figure in the civil rights movement who died in 2020. Congress began funding the construction of those ships in late 2015, and the first of them was launched in 2021. Not all of the vessels that might be subject to renaming have yet been put into service. The USNS Cesar Chavez and USNS Medgar Evers belong to a separate class of supply ships, but serve a similar purpose of supporting warships at sea with fuel, ammunition, and other supplies. Several of the military's official web pages, noting the introduction of some of those vessels, were non-functional Tuesday afternoon.
That's actually a good-looking oiler. Some of the old auxiliary ships just literally look like floating bricks. These are not combatant ships. They are auxiliary ships. You know what? This is a USNS ship. The crew is mostly going to be civilian, believe it or not, and they'll have a Navy detachment on board just for, coordination, and, there's top secret stuff that you need to be cleared for. These USNS ships, mostly like civilian crew. So this is a tempest in a teapot, and I think the boomerang effect is people are going to start wondering, well, who the hell was Harvey Milk? Probably your average person under like 50 or maybe even 60 has no clue who Harvey Milk is. So thanks for actually supporting Pride Month. Now more people will know who Harvey Milk is. Those Trump administration and his cabinet, they are 4D chess players. Oh man, what a fucking knucklehead. So next story, Newark mayor sues New Jersey's top federal prosecutor after arrest at immigration detention site. If you'll remember, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Newark's mayor and I forget the female congressperson's name got into a little kerfuffle, and were charged with trespassing. And by the way, the charges were dropped against the Newark mayor. He was charged with trespassing by Alina Habba, who is New Jersey's attorney general and former Trump lawyer, who lost the case, by the way. She lost that fraud case, the one where Trump has 34 felonies. She was part of the losing team, but her reward is, attorney general, U.S. attorney for New Jersey. And now she's being sued because Newark's mayor Baraka, can't remember his first name, Raz Baraka, something like that, is basically suing, I guess, for harassment or something like that. It says Baraka's lawsuit targets interim U.S. attorney Alina Habba and Homeland Security agent Ricky Patel, accusing Habba of defamation for stating Baraka committed trespass and authorizing his wrongful arrest despite evidence against the claim. And it was basically a congressional fact-finding trip. They were going to basically investigate some claims against that facility, and Haba and ICE and all these people just, could have just let these people go in and escort them, make sure they're not causing any huge problems, and then just it could have passed. But that wouldn't be good sense. Good morning, Kimmy. Let's see. In New York City, Harvey Milk is a charter school for queer youth. Really? There's like a charter school? Wow. Who knew that? Who knew? But I mean, I guess that's nice if you want that kind of charter. I mean, charter schools, there must be parents and, like businesses or something involved. Pride Month. Apparently, this is the first time Solid Snake has heard of Pride Month. So check it out. If you hit the panel, we can explore Pride Month and the history of Pride Month and anything else that curious people like Solid Snake could want to know about Pride Month. I was going to say gay curious, but I don't want to piss Deacon Dave off. I don't want to be Icarus to Deacon Dave's son. Oh man, I think Moth to a Flame would actually be funnier. So the next story, Elon fucking Musk rails against the Trump tax bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. Looks like looks like trouble in the Broligarchy. So let's hear what Mr. Musk has to say.
You're listening to Musk rails against Trump tax bill, calling it a disgusting abomination. A news story written by Jacob Bogage and Theodoric Meyer and read by an AI-generated voice. Billionaire Elon Musk blasted the massive tax and immigration bill at the heart of President Donald Trump's agenda on Tuesday, calling the measure a disgusting abomination that would burden the country with crushingly unsustainable debt. Though Musk, who on Friday left his post as head of the U.S. DOJ service, Trump's cost-cutting effort, had previously criticized the bill in gentler terms, his posts on X, the social media platform he owns, represented his sharpest attack yet on the Trump White House. For months, Musk had played the role of the president's first buddy, joining Trump frequently in the Oval Office and exhorting the administration to cut government spending. The posts appeared to complicate the path to passage for the legislation, which barely passed the House late last month after conservatives revolted over its enormous price tag. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says the bill would increase the national debt by $2.4 trillion over the next decade. The Senate began consideration of the measure this week, and GOP leaders hope to have it to Trump's desk by July 4th. Trump has encouraged lawmakers to pass the measure, but some Republican Senate budget hawks applauded Musk's attack Tuesday, a potential sign of trouble. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination, Musk posted on X. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. He wrote minutes later, it will massively increase the already gigantic budget deficit to $2.5 trillion and burden America's citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. That post appeared to confuse the annual deficit with the overall increase to the debt over 10 years. Shortly after that, he wrote, in November next year, we fire all politicians who betrayed the American people. The bill would extend tax cuts enacted during Trump's first term and make good on new campaign promises, including no taxes on tips or overtime wages, while devoting hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending to defense and immigration enforcement. Musk's attack landed while Senate Republicans huddled for a lunch with National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, who predicted robust economic growth if the legislation passes, lawmakers said. Many economists outside the White House disagree with that projection, arguing that rising national debt will crowd out private sector investment. In the Senate, lawmakers are haggling over whether to make additional budget cuts in the legislation, which would already slice more than $1 trillion from social safety net and anti-poverty programs, and to preserve some Biden-era clean energy initiatives, which would add to the bill's cost. Mainstream Republicans in the lunch meeting with Hassett greeted Musk's posts with an eyeball roll. Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican North Dakota, said, "We have a difference of opinion. He's entitled to that opinion. We're going to proceed full speed ahead." Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican South Dakota, told reporters. But for budget hawks and Democrats, Musk provided a shot in the arm. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican Wisconsin, called for splitting up Trump's legislation into multiple smaller bills, saying one sweeping measure with such a large deficit hit couldn't get the votes to pass the upper chamber. "I think Elon is exactly right that we need to cut more spending, and I hope and believe that the Senate will make the bill substantially better," said Senator Ted Cruz, Republican Texas, who interviewed Musk on his podcast in March and has described him as a friend. Asked how much more spending he would like to cut from the bill, Cruz said, "As much as humanly possible." Democrats enjoyed watching the GOP infighting. "I hear something happened while we were at lunch," Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer, Democrat New York, joked while holding up a poster board of Musk's tweets, "which led me to make some news here today and say something I didn't think was imaginable. I agree with Elon Musk." White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt brushed off Musk's posts. "The president already knows where Elon Musk stood on this bill," she said. "It doesn't change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it." The legislation would undo most of the Biden-era Inflation Reduction Act, which poured federal tax incentives into production of electric vehicles, batteries, and solar energy, cornerstones of Musk's businesses. Tesla, in particular, suffered as Musk's Doge efforts became less popular. The EV maker reported a 71% plunge in profits in the first quarter. One person who has interacted with Musk over the years and closely followed his journey from Tesla to the White House said the bill could prompt frustrations with Republicans similar to Musk's irritation with Democrats under the Biden administration. It increases the deficit by trillions of dollars, kills solar and battery credits, sunsets battery production credits in 2028, kills the EV tax credit, the person said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive subject. Elon and the Republicans were united in not liking the previous administration. As they get into governance, they are finding that is where the similarities end. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, pushed back on Musk's criticism. "With all due respect, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the one big beautiful bill," Johnson told reporters. The speaker said that he and Musk talked about the legislation and other topics for 20 minutes Monday, and that the two appeared to end the phone conversation on common ground. "Elon is missing it, okay?" Johnson added. "And it's not personal. I know that the EV mandate is very important to him. That is
Yeah, I'm going to stop this abomination right here that Elon Musk is discussing budget matters is really indicative of my point about MAGA being oligarchs dressed in populist clothes. They put on a flannel shirt and some work boots, and they think they are doing good stuff for everybody, and they simply are not. And here is one of my internet girlfriends here commenting on the Musk and Donald Trump big beautiful bill spat.
Well. What do we have here? I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen this soon. Yeah, Elon Musk and Donald Trump seems to be breaking up. Elon Musk posted this over there on Twitter. "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it." So now that he has done all that he wanted to do with Doge, He went into Doge, he fired thousands of people, he closed agencies, he shut down contracts, he shut down departments. All of those agencies and departments had open investigations into him. So him shutting them down, ripping them up from the inside out benefited him. No more investigations into him. Increased his contracts. Now that he was able to get all of that done, on top of getting private information on the American citizens, now that he was able to get all of that done, Elon Musk said, I'm going to try to get back in with the left, the Democrats, the ones that buy electric vehicles.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
Who would support my business. I'm going to try to get back in with them and come out and publicly go against Donald Trump and MAGA Nation. That's the way I look at this. His brand is done. Tesla is done. Tesla was the money maker, right?
Was it?
And so I believe he saw this as a prime opportunity. Him coming out against Donald Trump, he viewed as a prime opportunity to get back in with the large demographic of people who truly supported Tesla. The group of people who supported purchasing electric vehicles. Now that he has gotten what he wanted from Donald Trump. While he was in Doge, at the beginning of Doge, he was threatening those Republican congressmen and women. If you go against what it is that we were doing, I will finance a challenger for you. Remember he did that? Now he's chastising them. If you voted for this, you know you're wrong. I see you, Elon Musk, and I hope everybody else sees you too. You are a low down, dirty, rotten scoundrel, and I hope people don't fall for what it is that you are doing.
I thought you was going to call him a skunk.
But I'm here for the fallout. I'm here for the civil war to take place amongst MAGA. I'm here for it all.
No, that's not going to happen. No, MAGA has to hold firm. You know, kind of like Steve Bannon. You don't hear from Steve Bannon, but you know he and Roger Stone, you know they're in the back somewhere, you know, giving offline advice. Musk might be a little more, you know what? I'm going to be brave. It's just rubbing off on me. I actually think this is just like a little performance between broligarchs. I don't think Trump is going to be selling those Teslas he supposedly bought. So this is going to be a medical story next. Kind of inspirational. And after I do this story, we'll go look at some headlines to see if anything's popped up. If nothing interesting has popped up, I've got some videos and editorials. And doesn't look like this is going to be a very long show. So once I get this story done, if anybody wants to hit the link, feel free to do so. And I'll drop the link in my chat. Let's see here. So I started putting a poll up in my chat, mainly just to prompt people to hit the like button. Y'all make sure you're hitting those like buttons. Because I get, believe it or not, pretty decent numbers, coming and viewing the show, but the likes are never reflective of the viewers. Now that could mean that it could mean that people are coming here and not liking the show. So I fully realize, but those who do like the show, please make sure you hit the like. And you know what? Hit the thumbs down too. I think I see those. So if you don't like the show, feel free to comment, in the comments, the actual comment section of the show. Tell me why you don't so I can ignore it. Because if it's like, hey, you're bad mouthing Trump, that's why I don't like the show. I won't even bother responding to those. I feel it is my duty as an American citizen to be oppositional to politicians that don't meet my high standards. Let's see here. And for the John Galt folks, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. No, Kimmy, I'm not the only one. I'm the only one who's doing one regularly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm retired. I have more time to do shows. Everyone else has a life. So I know John did a show yesterday. I didn't watch all of it, but no. There are people doing shows, and life does happen. Young folks happen to y'all young folks. I'm sorry, life happens to y'all young folks. You should kind of be sad that I'm the only one doing a show. You should be happy for the young folks like John Galt and Portia and HB and Universal who have, other things to do besides being irascible and cranky on a YouTube show. It's very sad, Kimmy. It's very sad. Oh man. So you know what? I don't know why I'm laughing. That shit is actually sad. So this is stories I like to see, from no hope to a potential cure for a deadly blood cancer. We always want to hear stories like this.
From no hope to a potential cure for a deadly blood cancer. This article is by Gina Colada and read by an automated voice. A group of 97 patients had long-standing multiple myeloma, a common blood cancer that doctors consider incurable, and faced a certain and extremely painful death within about a year. They had gone through a series of treatments, each of which controlled their disease for a while. But then it came back, as it always does. They reached the stage where they had no more options and were facing hospice. They all got immunotherapy, in a study that was a last-ditch effort. A third responded so well that they got what seems to be an astonishing reprieve. The immunotherapy, developed by Legend Biotech, a company founded in China, seems to have made their cancer disappear. And after 5 years, it still has not returned in those patients, a result never before seen in this disease. These results, in patients whose situation had seemed hopeless, has led some battle-worn American oncologists to dare to say the words potential cure. In my 30 years in oncology, we haven't talked about curing myeloma, said Dr. Norman Sharpless, a former director of the National Cancer Institute, who is now a professor of cancer policy and innovation at the University of North Carolina School of Medicine. This is the first time we are really talking seriously about cure in one of the worst malignancies imaginable. The new study, reported Tuesday at the annual conference of the American Society of Clinical Oncology and published in the Journal of Clinical Oncology, was funded by Johnson & Johnson, which has an exclusive licensing agreement with Legend Biotech. The 36,000 Americans who develop multiple myeloma each year face an illness that eats away at bones, so it looks as though holes have been punched out in them, said Dr. Carl June of the University of Pennsylvania. Bones collapse. Dr. June has seen patients who lost 6 inches in height. It's a horrible, horrible death, Dr. June said. Right now, advanced myeloma is a death sentence. Dr. June has immunotherapy patents that are owned by his university. There have been treatment advances that increased median survival from 2 years to 10 over the past 2 decades. But no cures. Dr. Peter Voorhees of the Atrium Health Levine Cancer Institute in North Carolina and the Wake Forest University School of Medicine, who is lead researcher for the newly published study, said patients usually go through treatment after treatment until, ultimately, the cancer prevails, developing resistance to every class of drug. They end up with nothing left to try. The legend immunotherapy is a type known as CAR-T. It is delivered as an infusion of the patient's own white blood cells that have been removed and engineered to attack the cancer. The treatment has revolutionized prospects for patients with other types of blood cancer, like leukemia. Making CAR-T cells, though, is an art, with so many possible variables that it can be hard to hit on one that works. And it can have severe side effects, including a high fever, trouble breathing, and infections. Patients can be hospitalized for weeks after receiving it. But Legend managed to develop one that works in multiple myeloma, defying skeptics. The Chinese company gained attention for its CAR-T 8 years ago when it made extravagant claims, which were met by snickers from American researchers. Johnson & Johnson, though, was looking for a CAR-T to call its own. So, said Mark Wildgust, an executive in the oncology section of the American drug giant, the company sent scientists and physicians to China to see if the claims were true. We went site by site to look at the results, he said. The company was convinced. It initiated a collaboration with Legend and began testing the treatment in patients whose myeloma had overcome at least one standard treatment. Compared with patients who had standard treatment, those who had the immunotherapy lived longer without their disease progressing. The immunotherapy received regulatory approval in that limited setting and is sold under the brand name Carvykti. The study did not determine whether this difficult treatment saved lives. The new study took on a different challenge, helping patients at the end of the line after years of treatments. Their immune systems were worn down. They were, as oncologists said, heavily pre-treated. So even though CAR-T is designed to spur their immune systems to fight their cancer, it was not clear their immune systems were up to it. Oncologists say that even though most patients did not clear their cancer, having a third who did was remarkable. To see what the expected lifespan would be for these patients without the immunotherapy, Johnson & Johnson looked at data from patients in a registry who were like the ones in its study. They had failed every treatment. They lived about a year. For Ann Stovall of New York, one of the study patients whose cancer disappeared, the result is almost too good to be true. She says she went through 9 drugs to control her cancer after it was diagnosed in 2010, some of which had horrendous side effects. Each eventually failed. Taking the Legend CAR-T was difficult. She said she had spent nearly 3 weeks in the hospital, but since that treatment 6 years ago, she has no sign of cancer. She said it was still difficult for her to believe her myeloma is gone. A new ache or an old one can bring on the fear. There's that little seed of doubt, she said, but in test after test the cancer has not reappeared. It's a relief for me every year to get a bone marrow biopsy, she said. Myeloma experts applauded the results. Like treatments for many other cancers, treatments for multiple myeloma come with a high price. The drugs are hideously expensive, Dr. June said, costing more than $100,000 a year. The total cost over the years can be millions of dollars, Dr. June said, usually paid by insurers, and it doesn't even cure you. CAR-T is expensive too. Carvykti's list price is $555,310, but it is a one-time treatment. And, more important, the hope is that perhaps by giving it earlier in the course of the disease, it could cure patients early on. Johnson & Johnson is now testing that idea. Dr. Kenneth Anderson, a myeloma expert at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute who was not involved with the study, said that if the treatment is used as a first-line treatment, cure is now our realistic expectation. That, at least, is the hope, Dr. Sharpless said. And for those like the patients in the new study who are living at least 5 years, so far, without disease, the outcome really is eye-popping, Dr. Sharpless said. That's getting to a point where you wonder if it will ever come back, he added.
All right. Well, that's a pretty positive story, which we do in this Stanley versus the World broadcast every now and again. So I went into the New York Times, picked out some stories that might be of interest, and I'm going to do something I rarely do, which is a sports story. I've always been a tennis fan, and I don't keep up with it like I used to, as a teenager. Kind of lost track of sports in general back in the early and mid 90s. But occasionally, I keep up, with the finals, the big stuff. So apparently this 2025 French Open has Madison Keys versus Coco Gauff. So that's a good thing. Not too often we get American versus American in a French Open. So now you know. And it looks like Madison Keys won the first set 7-6. So that was a close one. And so far, Gauff looks like she's up in the second set and on serve. So if anybody likes tennis, looks like it's live. So have a look at it. I don't particularly have a favorite. I'd like to see Coco Gauff win, I guess. So next story in the New York Times, some regrets that Republicans are having in the House. House Republicans are having at, quote, muscling their bill through. So let's hear their regrets. I love Republican tears, MAGA tears, and if they're a white woman plus MAGA tears, like hopefully Marjorie Taylor Greene is crying, that's even better. They're sweeter. I sweeten my coffee with MAGA and white woman's tears.
After muscling their bill through the House, some Republicans have regrets. This article is by Michael Gold and read by an automated voice. When Republicans muscled their sweeping domestic policy bill through the House by a single vote after an overnight debate, they breathed a sigh of relief, enjoyed a celebratory moment at sunrise, and then retreated to their districts for a week-long recess. Not even 2 weeks later, the victory has, for some, given way to regret. It turns out that the sprawling legislation to advance tax and spending cuts and to cement much of President Trump's domestic agenda included a raft of provisions that drew little notice or debate on the House floor. And now, Republicans who rallied behind the bill are claiming buyer's remorse about measures they swear they did not know were included. Last week, Representative Mike Flood of Nebraska admitted during a town hall meeting in his district that he did not know that the bill would limit judges' power to hold people in contempt for violating court orders. He would not have voted for the measure, he said, if he had realized. And as lawmakers returned to Washington on Tuesday after their week-long break, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia said that she had been unaware that the mega bill she voted for would block states from regulating artificial intelligence for a decade. Full transparency, I did not know about this section, Ms. Greene posted on social media, calling it a violation of states' rights and adding that she would have voted NO if I had known this was in there. The remorseful statements highlighted the realities of legislating in the modern age. Members of Congress, divided bitterly along partisan lines and often working against self-imposed political deadlines, have become accustomed to having their leaders throw together huge pieces of legislation at the very last moment, and often do not read the entirety of the bill they are voting on if they read any of it at all. At the same time, the polarization of Congress means that few pieces of legislation make it to the floor or to enactment, and the few must-pass bills that do are almost always stuffed full of unrelated policy measures that would otherwise have little hope of passing on their own. In the case of the 1,037-page bill the GOP is calling the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Republicans barely cobbled together the votes to pass it after a protracted fight within their ranks and significant pressure from Mr. Trump to advance some of his top domestic priorities. As a number of disparate factions threatened to withhold their support, the focus remained on Mr. Trump's key agenda items: extending tax cuts, boosting defense and immigration spending, and rolling back Biden-era climate initiatives. The effort ended with a sprint to the finish line, as Speaker Mike Johnson tried to meet a self-imposed Memorial Day deadline for passing the bill. The final version was not completed and moved to the floor until 10:40 p.m. the evening before it passed, giving lawmakers 8 hours overnight to read it and decide how they would vote. By then, it was clear that nearly every Republican was going to toe the party line and vote yes. With the legislative battle in the rearview mirror and the measure in the hands of the Senate, House Republicans can now turn to a politically expedient excuse that they often use to defend their votes on giant spending bills with small objectionable provisions: that the bill was simply too big. Ms. Green said she was not sure whether other colleagues had similar concerns about provisions in the bill that they might not have been aware of. You know, it's hard to read over 1,000 pages when things keep changing up to the last minute before we voted on it, she said. Their criticism was echoed in part by Elon Musk, a staunch Trump supporter who just last week left his role leading the Department of Government Efficiency. On Tuesday, he unloaded on the sprawling measure, which he described as massive, outrageous, pork-filled, and a disgusting abomination. "Shame on those who voted for it," Mr. Musk wrote. "You know you did wrong, you know it." Both Ms. Green and Mr. Flood have urged Republican senators to strike the provisions that they are concerned about. That may well happen, since both could run afoul of the special rules that Republicans are using to push the legislation through the Senate on a simple majority vote, shielding it from a filibuster and Democratic opposition. Such bills must comply with strict rules that require that all of their components have a direct effect on federal revenues. Still, Democrats swiftly criticized Ms. Green and Mr. Flood for failing to properly examine legislation that both of them had backed and at various points championed. Pro tip: it's helpful to read stuff before voting on it. Representative Ted Lieu of California said, responding to Ms. Green's post, and throughout the debate on the bill, Democrats repeatedly voiced their objections to the language that would bar states from setting their own regulations on artificial intelligence. I even brought this provision up during the debate, Representative Brendan Boyle, a Pennsylvania Democrat, wrote on social media. I welcome those on the other side to join me in opposition to it. The language that Mr. Flood said he opposed, which could potentially shield Mr. Trump and members of his administration from being held in contempt for disobeying court orders, was part of a larger push by Republicans to address injunctions that have blocked the president's executive actions. The measure was advanced out of committee 3 weeks before the policy bill passed the House. Still, at a town hall last week, Mr. Flood told constituents in Nebraska that it was unknown to me when I voted for the bill. Met with boos from the crowd, he added, "I am not going to hide the truth."
Let me go right back to this French Open story, which wanted to kind of talk about a comment that Deacon Dave made. Once again, talking out of turn. Madison Keys is, I think she's at least mixed race. So preferring one over the other, I just happen to be a bigger fan of Coco Gauff. And I also don't think that a lot of people, Deacon Dave is the poster boy for this, don't know what what a racist is or what racism is. And I'm always willing to teach. to teach. If you look at the if you look at the highlighted part, it says to Americans, and congratulate the New York Times for not stating the obvious. To Black Americans, or making a big deal out of the history. You know, it might be the first time two Black players are in a French Open, but possibly not. We've had Black players. You know, when I was a kid, and I was a huge tennis fan, by the way, Black players, like good Black players back in the day, were fairly rare. Yannick Noah was one. He's North African, Moroccan, I think. Arthur Ashe was the other. And then you get the occasional Black player, but really until the Williams sisters, you did not see top level, like top 10 Black players that much. Now we got two in a French Open. And you know what? Doesn't really matter. It's good to see progress, and being for the Black player or voting for the Black president, if you're Black, is not racist. You have been programmed by who knows what. Maybe America is so racist, it has convinced people that if you are Black, to be a good American, you have to be anti-Black. That's the weird toxicity of a country that is culturally racist, and basically the warp and weft of the American fabric is woven with race. So being pro-Black is racist in a pre-programmed mind. And there are books written about this. Avail yourselves of them. And Beef and Brock is the next comment. Yep, warm milk content. Oh well, warm milk is good for you, son. And I'm sorry I'm not anti-Black enough for folks like yourself. There is John Galt. There is Be Brave. There are, CT. They can slake your racist thirst. You're not going to get it here. And let's see, pro-Black. So no, actually, DJ MFB, you're as stupid as Be Brave or Deacon Dave on that topic. I know what I'm talking about. You do not. Do better, sir. I don't think being pro-white is any worse or better than being pro-Black. You know what? There is such a thing as the Great White Hope. Rocky was that Great White Hope. If you know anything about movies, nothing wrong with that. So go on with your ignorant self and do some reading, sir. I'm not going to be teaching adults the basics of American culture. You'll have to autodidact it. So let's see what we got here. Trump wants America to make things again, but doesn't have what it takes. I say it doesn't have the desire. Might have what it takes, but they don't want to. So let's listen to this.
Trump wants America to make things again. Does it have what it takes? This article is by Alexandra Stevenson and read by an automated voice. President Trump ignited a global trade war on a gamble that taxing other countries would bring jobs and factories roaring back to the United States. Many business leaders are skeptical, some are incredulous. Sanjeev Bal is optimistic. From his factory in Los Angeles, Mr. Bal oversees around 250 people who sew, cut, and distress jeans for brands like Everlane, J. Crew, and Ralph Lauren. They stitch together 70,000 pairs of jeans a month. America, he insisted, can make stuff again. But there is a catch. The operation works only because his company, Cytex, runs a much bigger factory and fabric mill in southern Vietnam, where thousands of workers churn out 500,000 pairs of jeans a month. Mr. Trump's tariffs have upended supply chains, walloped businesses, and focused the minds of corporate leaders on one question: does America have what it takes to bring jobs back? In many industries, the undertaking would take years, if not decades. The United States lacks nearly every part of the manufacturing ecosystem: the workers, the training, the technology, and the government support. There are some harsh realities, said Matt Priest, chief executive of the Footwear Distributors and Retailers of America, a trade group. And Mr. Trump's strategy is shrouded in uncertainty. Last month, he said, "We're not looking to make sneakers and t-shirts in the United States." But his steepest tariffs, set to take effect in July, were directed at countries that make clothes and shoes for sale to Americans. Vietnam, at 46%, was one of the hardest hit. Those tariffs, intended to push companies to bring factory work home, were deemed illegal by a ruling last week by the U.S. Court of International Trade. That decision was temporarily paused by a different court, giving judges time to evaluate an appeal by the Trump administration. Amid all the legal wrangling, Mr. Trump has promised to find other ways to disrupt the rules of trade. Mr. Trump has exposed the difficulties in closing the vast distances, geographical and logistical, between where many products are made and where they are consumed. The gulf was laid bare during the COVID-19 pandemic, when strict health policies in Asian countries led to the shutdown of factories. When they reopened, orders had piled up and snarled shipping routes trying to ferry goods across thousands of miles. For executives like Mr. Bal of Cytex, the turmoil caused by Mr. Trump's trade policies has brought fresh urgency to the challenges of managing global supply chains. The extended fear and uncertainty that COVID brought was unforeseen, Mr. Bal said. There was nothing that could help us except survival instinct. In response, Cytex opened a factory in Los Angeles in 2021. Since Mr. Trump announced his intention to impose steep tariffs on Vietnam, Mr. Bal has been thinking about how much more he can make in the United States. He could probably bring about 20% of production to the States, up from 10% today, he said. He believes Cytex could be a blueprint for other apparel companies. We could be the catalyst of the hypothesis that manufacturing can be brought back to the United States, he said. But his experience highlights how hard it would be. There are no mills in America on the scale of what the industry needs, nor major zipper and button suppliers. The cost of running a factory is high. Then there is the labor problem. There just aren't enough workers. American factories are already struggling to fill around 500,000 manufacturing jobs, according to estimates by Wells Fargo economists. They calculate that to get manufacturing as a share of employment back to the 1970s peak that Mr. Trump has sometimes called for, new factories would have to open and hire 22 million people. There are currently 7.2 million unemployed people. Mr. Trump's crackdown on immigration has made things worse. Factory jobs moved overseas to countries, like Vietnam, that had growing populations and young people looking for jobs to pull themselves out of poverty. The future that Mr. Trump envisions, with millions of factory jobs, would have to include immigrants seeking that same opportunity in the United States. Steve Lamar, the chief executive of the American Apparel and Footwear Association, an industry lobby group, said there was a gap between a, quote, romantic notion about manufacturing and the availability of American workers. A lot of people say we should be making more clothing in the U.S., but when you ask them, they don't want to sit in the factory. Nor do they want their kids to sit in the factory, he said. The problem is that there aren't any other people around, he added. At Saytex's Los Angeles factory, most of the workers come from countries like Mexico, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Some 97% of the clothes and shoes that Americans buy are imported for cost reasons. Companies that make everything in the United States include firms like Federal Prison Industries, also known as Unicor, which employs convicts to make military uniforms for less than minimum wage, Mr. Lamar said. Other companies make some of their fashion lines in the United States, like New Balance and Ralph Lauren. Others are playing around with a model where they make small batches of clothes in the United States to test designs and determine their popularity before commissioning big orders, usually from factories in other countries. It is hard to make things in great volume in America. For Mr. Ball, it boils down to the cost of a sewing machine operator. In Los Angeles, that person gets paid around $4,000 a month. In Vietnam, it is $500. In Saytex's factory there, which Mr. Ball set up in 2012 in Dong Nai province, an hour's drive from Ho Chi Minh City, more than a dozen sewing lines are neatly laid out and humming 6 days a week. On a recent day, hundreds of workers pushed panels of jeans through sewing machines so quickly that the fabrics, briefly suspended in the air, looked as though they were flying. The work was augmented by sophisticated machines that can stitch labels onto a dozen shirts at a time, or laser a distressed pattern onto multiple jeans. Nearby, at a spray carousel, a robot mimicked the precise movements of a worker spraying denim. The speed is much higher in Vietnam, said Gilles Cousin, a plant manager overseeing the sewing section. If Mr. Trump really wants to bring jobs back, Mr. Ball said, he should give some tariff exemptions to companies like Saytex that are doing more in the United States. American factories like his can't expand without importing many of the things that go into their finished products. For its part, Saytex ships bales of American cotton to Vietnam, where its 2-story mill turns fluffy cotton lint into thread and, eventually, rolls of fabric. That fabric is then dyed and shipped back to the United States for his Los Angeles factory. Until there is enough momentum from companies making things in the United States, the fabric, zippers, and buttons will have to be brought into the country. Moving production from overseas would require huge investments too. Saytex has plowed around $150 million in Vietnam, where its factory recycles 98% of its water, air dries its denim, and uses technology to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and cut down on labor-intensive practices. In the United States, Saytex has spent around $25 million. These are long-term commitments that take at least 7 years to recover, according to Mr. Ball. Ultimately, if Mr. Trump decided to stick to his original 46% tariff on Vietnam and Saytex could not soften the financial blow, it would have to look to other markets to sell the products it made in Vietnam, like Europe, where it sends about half of what it currently makes. But then, Mr. Ball said from Los Angeles, "What happens to our factory here?"
Yeah, I have some doubts about. I mean, given A for effort for Trump, wanting to do the right thing, the problem is he has no plan to do it. Tariffs are a very excuse me, a very 19th century solution, and I'm unimpressed. America will change its mind. Business will change its mind before, a lot of manufacturing winds up back in the United States, because it takes time to put the infrastructure back in place. So there we go. And look at those jeans being distressed. Back in the old days, if you wanted your jeans to be distressed, you would actually go out and do work in your jeans. Apparently, we have gotten away from that. And bluntly, half the motherfuckers who are voting for Trump are lazy as well. I tend to be unimpressed by some of these goals, and definitely unimpressed by the methods to achieve those goals. So let's see what is in the Washington Post this morning. Donald Trump and the art of the Oval Office confrontation. Let's see. Family of Boulder suspect taken into custody. We've already done that story. Looks like we might be out of interesting newspaper stories here. We've had a string of slow news days. I'm actually kind of impressed, to be honest. Let's see what is in ground news. Trump says extremely hard. We did that story. Donald Trump Jr. distances himself from the Trump meme coin. I wasn't involved. I would probably, review that story, but it's, the Trump crime family. They're so good at the grift. They don't even have to be gangsters. They just put out a meme coin, and the little MAGA piggies run to the trough or run to the club. Oh, you know what? Yeah, Joni Ernst. Let's look at this because I've got actually an editorial on this Joni Ernst thing. Let's turn up the volume on this.
I think Joni Ernst.
Here's your boy or your girl. Damn it. Hold on one sec here.
People are not, well, we all are going to die.
I think Joni Ernst is having this apology that feels very Trumpian. I think she knows that plays with his base in Iowa. And remember, Trump won Iowa handedly this last election and the last 2 times that he ran. So I think she is trying to speak to the group that just won't care if she makes fun of the way that, she had a bit of a tone deaf moment. I also look at it as she's making a calculation because of that. She knows that the base is there. She's making a calculation that this will be okay. It'll probably be forgotten about by the time she has a serious Democratic opponent. But I wonder, too, the biggest issue when you see things like this from lawmakers is you realize that they are a little bit out of touch, maybe a lot out of touch. I don't know. I think lawmakers, because they do not have a lot of encounters with average people that they are representing, that they can kind of poke fun at these moments when people took that really seriously at the town hall, and that outrage was real for some people that she did appear tone deaf. I don't know if it will tank her reelection bid.
Well, let's hope.
Off from that.
But she'll only be
think she is doing
replaced by
something
another
in
Republican in
the
Iowa.
image of Trump that, I'm not apologizing for this. I'm just going, all in on what I said.
Yeah, I think she's calculating those people aren't going to vote for her anyway, and that the Trump coalition doesn't want you to show weakness. They don't want you to actually apologize. And
you guys both make such a great point on that front. Totally.
In Joni Ernst's case, I think she sees this as faux outrage.
Yeah, I think Joni Ernst will. She's been in office long enough, and actually, she was she grew up on a hog farm or something like that. She's got at least faux earthy roots. A lot of farmers, are fairly rich. Believe that or not. Land ownership is very lucrative, even if it's farmland. And then Beef and Brock, I wanted to come back to your comment about the warm milk uh, content. If you look at the title of the show, it literally says, "Your truth will set me free." I recognize that a lot of people in this John Galt, CT, Ock Nation, um, Be Brave space are pretty much there for the edge lord, racist style stuff. And I'm much more interested in news and culture and politics, stuff that's actually serious and not so, prone to being viral or making you chuckle, because life is actually real. And I'm your moment of real life in your little racist utopia that CT and John Galt and Knock Nation architect. Um, Shiloh Hendricks is not real life. Stanley Cross is real life, and as a parent, uh, with this childlike racist bullshit that these guys want to foster and pretend that is real life. Real life is cooking your kid breakfast, not watching some old self-professed bottom feeder make jokes. That's entertainment. What I offer is warm milk, which, if you've ever had a child, can be rather useful in settling those kids down, so you get some time with your wife or your husband or whatever. You warm milk is boring, but it is useful. So get a life, motherfucker. You'll know what I'm talking about. So this is the Joni Ernst thing, and this is 11 minutes. I haven't watched this, but somebody named Dr. Stacy Patton, who I know is some form of PhD. I don't know. I want to say she's a journalism PhD, but I don't know. But let's play this and see what she's got to say about Senator Ernst. And it might just be audio.
Welcome back to Under the Skin with Dr. P. It's time for segment 3. And baby, I'm gonna need y'all to buckle up because this one is just whoo. Let's get into it. So let me tell y'all what Iowa's own. This is what happens when you give Republicans
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry. Thanks, Solid Snake. I was going to say that, yeah, I realize it was a joke. And even if it wasn't a joke, even if it was a snide comment, it is true that it's warm milk content. But I actually think that, actually knowing stuff or, kind of a more serious take on culture, politics, stuff like that, I think it's necessary to ground people. And I don't see that being done in this anti-black haven. And it needs to be done. I do not think doing a whole week of P. Diddy shows or a whole week of Carmelo Anthony shows or a whole week of Shiloh Hendrix shows serves a greater good. They're not actually important stories. I think what the president of the United States is doing is exponentially more important than what Carmelo is doing. And folks who don't realize that are really the true toxicity to black advancement. And there are a lot of problems with folks thinking that there is black advancement as a group dynamic. There are huge problems with that. And it's funny how the most anti-black blacks are the ones that are at the same time most pro-black. They actually think that blacks will advance as a group. And I think that's really historically been proven just not the case. So people need to do some more critical thinking, especially black people, especially the anti-black blacks. They're not getting it right. They are literally wrong. So let's move on to more fun things. Here is Deacon Dave's favorite, Lady Boulay, talking about Deacon Dave's favorite topic.
To say.
So there's a whole bunch of black men getting on the app talking about, oh, the reason we don't date black women no more is the way that they're raised. You know, an example would be a guy named I Am Truths 357 or something like that. He goes into, oh, it's the way y'all raised, stuff like this. Let me tell you something. Black men weren't raised to be providers nor leaders. And as a collective group, they're not providers nor leaders. Now, I just find that quite hilarious that we want to talk about the way black women are raised, but you don't want to talk about the way black men are raised when y'all come from these exact same broken households that your father ruined majority of the time. And y'all be trying to preach to women about what they should do and what they need to do. This is coming from a group of men who can't even provide the...
And that touches on my point. Half the people, and I was going after someone yesterday in Drip Nation's chat, where it's like, well, you expect, I think it was his, it could have been another chat where the point was made. Oh, actually, it was yesterday's show in the Stanley versus the World chat, where Danielle Allen, who's a professor at Harvard, they kept going, well, is she a lesbian? She looks really masculine. And to me, yeah, I mean, it's not, she obviously, pink fingernails and, Southern Belle, all frilly is not her style. However, she is actually married to a man and has kids, by the way. And I am firmly of the idea that all these people in the chat talking about black women being so hyper masculine are not very masculine themselves. If you are attracted to a woman and she's a little bit masculine in your opinion, which I'm not even sure some of these anti-black red pill guys even know what masculinity or femininity is. I'm not convinced. They, They believe the Eurocentric Barbie doll, ooh, I broke a fingernail, I'm going to cry some white tears sort of feminism. It's literally something, feminism to them is like a perfume commercial, not really deeply thought about. I'm saying that if some of these women that you're calling very masculine are actually just more masculine than you are. If you're attracted to a woman and you want that woman, be more masculine than she is, if indeed she's masculine at all. So much. Just God, people. I swear, I get disappointed sometimes in how people just cannot do the basics of critical thinking. Be more masculine than a woman. Saying a woman is more masculine than you are, that is not an insult to the woman. It's literally admitting weakness. And there are people, black males, who don't seem to understand their own arguments. So, good luck with all that. If young black men are not getting married, there are women out there for you. You might just have to be a man to do it. And that's what this young man in this TikTok video is pointing out.
Climate for a woman to be submissive and rest in her femininity. You don't provide that. You don't know how to love. You don't have any compassion. You don't have any empathy, sympathy, nor grace for your group of women. But yet, they're supposed to submit to a group of men who can't lead nor provide and complain about providing. Complain about everything. Always blaming them for all the problems. Hey, it's just, and all the reason that the community messed up is because the black woman ruined it. This is what black women are supposed to get with, bro. And let me tell you something. Men who get women, men who are married, men who know how to love and treat a woman right, do not get on the internet and complain about what black women, certain black women, that we have no business messing with are doing. If she's not a good woman, you don't get with that woman. What am I going to talk about the bad woman for?
Yeah, this is actually kind of reminds me of a point Deacon Dave made earlier about what was it, slut rap? Who gives a fuck about slut rap? If your woman is into slut rap, then maybe she's not the woman for you. Honestly, I don't get what this big deal is about slut rap and gangster rap. This is Tipper Gore started this shit back in the 80s, I think it was. Or no, it was maybe it was late 80s, early 90s. There was a big kerfuffle about rock music and Tipper Gore. And, this was, damn it. It was back in the Mothers Against Drunk Driving. There were Mothers Against Rock. There was all kinds of white females, mostly like Tipper Gore types, who were kind of like pre-soccer moms. This was before soccer moms was a term. These people talking about how evil rock music was and all this stuff. That's when America started losing the parenting bubble. Okay, these people wanted to blame the results of bad parenting on the music their kids were listening to. Who the fuck gives the kids the money to buy records? Who the fuck allows the kids? Motherfucker, do not interrupt right now. I'll get to you. Parenting. Okay, what you allow in your house, your kids do not determine the media that comes into your house. Parents do. And blaming rock music for bad parenting way back in the late 80s and early 90s was the seed that Deacon Dave is harvesting now with this slut rap argument. Who cares about slut rap? If you don't want to play it in your house, don't play it. And kids are going to do shit, behind their parents' back. But you know what? As long as it's behind the back of the parents, that's fine too. Kids have to have their private life. But let me tell you something. A good parent, in my opinion, will know when their kids are just doing something that they shouldn't be doing because their behavior changes. I tell the story about, if I saw like a C on a test or something, I knew my son was fucking cutting the fool in class because he was very consistent. He would take school seriously until a teacher wouldn't like hold him up to a standard that the teacher and I talked about at the beginning of the year. I used to meet with my with my kids' teachers at the beginning of the school year. I used to meet with the guidance counselor at the beginning of the school year, and I used to talk specifically about him. These are my goals. Here is my phone number. Here is my email address. If you aren't the first one calling me when my son starts not doing what I expect and what you expect him to do, I don't want to hear about detentions. I don't want to hear about notes or any of that shit. The minute you become dissatisfied with his performance, you need to be calling me so I can correct it. And there have been a couple occasions. My son, his senior year of high school, took AP economics, and it was kind of something I wanted him to take. He didn't particularly want to take it, but he needed to know that there's more that you can do with math and computers besides computer science, or, I just wanted him to know what economics was about, because some people like economics. And it can be very math oriented, building models and stuff. So his AP economics teacher emailed me. Well, Trevor has a C in AP economics. What's up with that? So you know what I did? I pulled my son aside, and he was missing some work assignments and shit. I told him, dude, don't fuck it up your senior year. You didn't have to take AP economics. It was just highly recommended. Too late to drop it now. Do you really want to fuck up, your grade point average? Dude went from a C to an A in a quarter. He had a C. Motherfucker, do not interrupt. He had a C at midterm. He had an A by the end of the term, made an A in AP economics.
But did you break his Xbox?
Because the teacher called me before it was too late, and I could correct my son's course.
You know what? That's a life lesson.
Okay, hold on. That's, in my opinion, what a good parent does. They don't blame the teacher. Okay, I do not understand why you can't wait, Solid Snake. I think parents should be paying attention to their kids, even if they're working. I used to commute to work when my son was in elementary and middle school. So I was working. Not only was I working, I was commuting to work in the DC area, which can be a bit of a stressor as a single father. So this bullshit about pussy rap or whatever the hell it is being toxic to youth or being bad for Black culture, I think it's all bullshit. It is an excuse. It is a cop-out. If you want successful kids, you build successful kids. You create the environment and the culture within your own four walls. And then once that's done, pray, because your kids, it may not take, it may take, it may not, but chances are it will. Again, my proof is in my pudding. I know I'm probably lucky. Things kind of worked out. This is not, something that everybody can do or even wants to do, but at least it worked in my case. I think it's sage advice. So what do you have to say, Solid Snake?
I thought I talked and run on sentences. Ain't no way.
I don't give a fuck.
You got that many hours out of a goddamn. Now, what you said was important. I told the teacher to call me if it's anything that you don't expect or I expect of myself. See that right there? That should have been a tagline of your show. Or better yet, you need to put a show up and make that one theory. I tell the teacher, call me before somebody else got to call me.
Okay, well, I
like that idea, Stanley. That was the smartest thing you said all night. But you fucked it up when you said rap music, hip hop, and the entertainment industry is just an excuse.
It is.
You fucked it up right there, dog.
No, I'm afraid not.
You expect all that from a teacher. Wait a minute, Stanley. Wait a minute. I ain't mean to talk about y'all.
Okay,
I'm a live person.
You need to be able to separate the two different arguments. Teachers.
No, it's not separating two different arguments. Rap music is rap music. Rap music is life. Just like school is life. School is a part of his reality. So is music a part of his reality?
That is bullshit.
Wait now.
No,
we don't teach our children to build nuclear bombs under the precipice because they pissed off with somebody.
In the back. You will wait in the back. I didn't grow up with rap music. So
you didn't
rap
have
music.
to.
Okay, dude. You need to learn how to think. Rap music is not life. Rap music is part of life. It is not life. How many people grew up before rap music became a thing and were perfectly fine? It is a cop-out.
It's a cop-out.
Yes. No, Beef and Brock, I worked out, I lived in Warren County, Virginia, and commuted into Fairfax County, Virginia.
Hey, why don't you come join the
every now and again, I would have to go into DC, but it was like maybe once a year.
I would love for Beef and Brock to come
join
the
but basically I commuted up 66, which is one of the worst
fucking vultures.
One of the worst experiences in the United States when it comes to traffic. So it was 75 miles one way into work. So I was doing 150 miles during weekdays. Now, luckily it was IT and I could work from home sometimes, but no, it was a pretty rugged commute. So not DMV. It was just the V.
But yeah, Stanley, you killed me right there, though, dog. You can say all that to a teacher, but you can't call the radio station and say, "Hey, I find this music inadmissible for the public listening experience." I mean, the worst thing that ever happened.
Obviously, you're not able to think your way through the differences between.
Everybody ain't able to think their way through. Hey, as a matter of fact, Stanley, I believe,
dude,
70% of
stupidity
Democratic
is like a
fucking
fucking tidal wave. Talking to a teacher is not the same thing as calling a radio station.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The teacher provide a product just like the music station provide a product. What are you talking about? You are a consumer. You can either call it education or whatever you want to call it. But you're still a consumer. They market it. They sell it to you. Only thing about the difference between the teacher and the radio station, well, no, that's not even a difference because both of them taxpayer funded. a lot of the time. So what do you mean you don't have the opportunity as a parent to say, hey, I don't like this music being played on my motherfucking radio station. These aren't the values we want for our community.
Motherfucker, you can turn.
Yeah, we
You
made
can
millions
turn.
of degenerate blacks
Okay.
money.
Okay, you know what? You can turn a radio off. You can't turn a teacher off. Dude, please do better.
Your child. That's how you change your teacher.
Again, please.
You got more control over that teacher than you do your radio station.
This is why you and I are always at loggerheads.
Beef and Brock, join the panel.
Why?
Since you want to say drop snake. Mr. Beef and Brock. I like that name, Beef and Brock. Like a little bitch sitting in the chat. This ain't even my show. I'm talking to you like that. Fuck you, Beef and Brock.
Let's go ahead and play this video.
Join the panel and get some smoke, man. Give me some smoke, motherfucker. So Stanley can drop me in the back.
Wait, hold on.
Like the little pussies y'all is.
Hey, he's working. Please. Don't be doing that. Beef and Brock may piss me off, but generally he's actually pretty well reasoned.
Oh shit, beef and don't. Well, I'm from Louisiana, nigga. I like that beef.
All right, so let's go ahead and watch this video.
Man focus on what he wants and he go gets what he wants. We don't sit here making excuses and talk about the bad apples. But that's all they want to talk about. Oh, the bad black with the problem with the majority of the black. That's not the case. The majority of black women are not bad. But the majority of y'all men, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, you don't qualify for a good woman because if you did, you would have one. You would be talking about how much you love your wife, but you don't have one. And every day you go to bed, you cuddle with a pillow. That's all you have is that pillow. And then you'll hop on TikTok or YouTube to make a video about black. That's all you have is your bitter audience and your pillow. And when you get to them retirement homes, you ain't gonna have no support system around you as well. And that's what you get. Trying to tell black women that they need to learn how to be submissive and respect the man. Ain't nothing to respect about a lot of y'all. Your content that you dropping don't even deserve respect. You think you deserve a good black one? You don't qualify for one, homeboy. You never even uplifted. Your whole page is dedicated to tearing down the womb that gives birth to you. Come on now. You disqualified yourself the moment you opened your mouth. The majority of y'all men done speaking. And then, dog, when y'all be talking about y'all got these passports and we going over here and because we being treated like kings, we see the way that those women talk bad about BLK men as well. And we know that you are a walking lick. They know that you are a walking lick. You ain't getting no, it ain't all gravy on that side. It's not. The grass ain't green on that side. Let's stop the cap. And majority of y'all that do that, you really wanted a black woman. But black women didn't want you. Because you have issues.
Nah.
Some of y'all be making all the problems about what women did and women did. But you never look in the mirror and realize that you just don't qualify. You just don't qualify for a good black woman. And that's what you get, bro. Because a man, see, I got mine. A man who loves his wife, a man who has dealt with nothing but black women, who loves black women, who appreciate black women, will have no problem finding a good black woman because he knows what to look for. And maybe instead of telling women to choose better, maybe it's actually you men who should choose better.
What the fuck?
I can't even say that though, because a lot of y'all be having a good black woman and then you ruin her.
Well, that young man said a mouthful. He said a mouthful, and I don't think that I should try.
Yeah, this dude is on target with this. And then
hold on, Stanley. Wait a minute. How you gonna be a single black man and say he on target with that?
Wait, hold it. Did you just say I'm a single black man?
Oh, you got somebody? Oh shit.
Okay, well
Update the community,
let me help you out here. Was I ever
Okay.
married? Was I ever married?
No.
Okay, no.
No.
Yes. You don't
Okay.
get you need to answer the question because
I understand. Yes.
I'm gonna was I
Yes,
ever
you were
married?
married, Stanley.
Okay, so whoa, let's stop there. Now what happened?
Stanley,
What
we're not
happened?
talking about the bad news. We're
No,
talking about the future.
No, we're gonna talk about it because
I don't want to
the
talk about
point
that, Stanley.
okay, the point I'm trying to make is I'm not single by choice. A lot of these motherfuckers out here are single by choice. I
Yeah,
did
I'm
not
single
choose.
by
Okay,
choice,
well,
Stanley.
motherfucker, then you better learn how to think.
Stanley.
A lot of these young single guys are single by choice. I am not
Because it's
young.
a war
And
zone out here, Stanley.
motherfucker, do not interrupt. Let me finish. I am not young and I am not single by choice. Therefore, if you engaged your brain to figure out the difference and not make the comparison, you would be better off.
Oh, so wait a minute. You want to be in a relationship, but you can't be in a relationship.
Pretty much.
Okay. I choose not to be in a relationship.
Well, I don't give a fuck about your relationship.
But wait a minute.
I'm not theorizing on your relationship. I never would
No,
have
it's
done
not
that.
that. I'm talking about my value as a man. I'm not finna
I
date no
don't care.
woman
I don't
that
care
ain't
about your
worthy of
value
me.
as a man. Okay, dude, it's just a video. We
The
weren't
government
talking
own
about
my
you.
money anyway, Stanley.
Stop personalizing it. We were not making any critique of Solid Snake. We
No.
are looking at a video and we are talking about a broad spectrum of black men criticizing black women, not Solid Snake in particular, not Stanley in particular. Please engage your brain.
I'm engaged, Stanley. Listen,
I
what
don't
I'm trying
think
to
you
say.
are. I think you got an automatic shift instead of a manual shift.
It's 2025. Listen, I'm not finna sit back and try to wait on no woman to find a value in me. Okay? I'm serious, Stanley.
Oh, I know you are.
I'm not finna wait on a woman to see value in me. I'm not.
Okay, well, what's the alternative? You find value in her? What the hell are you talking about?
How about I just live my life?
Okay.
And whoever wake up on the side of me in the morning, hopefully it's for 20 straight years.
This
I don't have to
video.
worry about her being my wife because she's my life partner. You ever thought of that?
Nope. Why would I live with a woman if I wasn't married to her?
Who told you you had to?
Listen to what I'm saying. Why would I live with a woman without a commitment? Dude, before my wife was, I have had two, well, maybe three roommates. Okay, no, you don't have to start where you started.
That's not the same thing. A roommate.
You don't have to start where you don't have to start where you're starting. I've had two roommates in my life, and I'm not kidding. Back in the Navy, right after I got out of OCS, I had a roommate, and he was such a motherfucking slob. I swore I'd never live with anyone again unless I was married to him. The next roommate I had, I was married to her. Yeah, we'd spend a few days, at each other's places, but it wasn't permanent until we got married. And then we wound up just, living together. I do not see the reason to live with a woman. A few days, a weekend is great, but like sharing a domicile and the bills and, shared responsibility for a house. No, unless I'm married to you, we're not doing that because I'm a selfish motherfucker and I want shit my way. And unless you have a real good reason for challenging how I want shit, Only a wife could do that. And I pay attention and kind of don't do what I want to do without thinking it through. This shacking up, to use an old Laura. And you know what? If that is your thing and you want to live with a woman, I'm not going to judge.
Man,
I
most
think
of the
that's
good women around
okay.
here.
I don't care about most of the women who live around you.
Stanley,
I am telling you my truth. I'm not
okay, I'm
saying
gonna
you
tell you
should
a
do it.
reality point. Okay,
Well, you will wait your turn.
let me
Is what
reset
you'll
it.
do. What
Okay.
you're gonna do is wait to reset until I'm done. If I was giving advice to my son, it would be don't fucking live in a joint, don't get your joint bank account until you're married. Don't do it before you're married. Don't buy a house with anyone else. You need to buy your own house, and maybe you'll have to wait a little longer. Do not commit to this sort of stuff until you're ready to do it. Play or playing house is for pussies.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Stanley. Here we are in 2025.
I don't motherfucking give. This is timeless. Don't tell me the year. I know what the year is.
Okay,
I would still give the same.
Stanley.
I would
In about
still
3
give the
months,
same
most
advice.
African American college educated females gonna be living in a van by the river.
You have no motherfucking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, listen. They're gonna be
No,
living
I'm
in a
not going to.
van by
I'm
the
not
river.
going to listen because you have no clue
Or
what
in
you're
their little
talking about.
Honda Accord, Nissan Optimus, whatever they like to
You
buy.
have no motherfucker. You've been listening
And
to it.
what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley.
You've been listening to idiots like Ock Nation.
Okay, but Stanley,
you need to motherfucking. You need to motherfucking start. You need to start thinking for yourself. Stop listening to these
Stanley,
fools.
who owns most of the business in these black neighborhoods?
Motherfucker, I don't know. I don't live in those
They
black
damn
neighborhoods.
sure ain't pro women racist.
Okay, again, I don't give a fuck. I think for myself.
They damn sure don't let their women come to the store.
I don't look to other black neighborhoods.
And that's in any black community.
Okay, you must be. You must think. You must. You must
But
think.
they in their community.
You
They
must.
know they finna take that bitch over. Come on, Stanley.
Motherfucker. You must not. You must not understand whose panel you're on.
Stanley.
Because I honestly don't think you do.
They're gonna be living in a van by the river.
I don't care what they are going to do.
Winter coming. Winter is coming.
So what?
Winter is coming. It's gonna be a lot of shacking up going on, Stanley. Watch the trend. Watch it. See, I tell you, you don't watch no stock market.
What you're motherfucking, what you're not understanding, what you're not understanding, Solid Snake, is I don't do trends. I do what I want to do.
Because the thing about it, you listen to these fraudulent ass grifters.
I recommend.
All you talk about is these fraudulent ass grifters.
No, I don't listen.
I bet you $20 if you go and look into that.
Okay. He's not hearing what I'm saying. No, I'm not watching the grifters. I'm not even listening to Solid Snake. I'm not listening to John Galt. I'm not listening to Be Brave. I hear what they say. I weigh what they say. But motherfucker, they are not influencers on my life. If you want to be influenced by what people in black neighborhoods are doing, more power to you. But don't come like this is some universal truth. It is your fuck up. Not everybody fucks up like Solid Snake fucks up. You need to understand this. You are an exception, not a rule.
I'm a trend.
No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, I think I am. But anyway.
Well, you know what? You everyone, there's nothing wrong with loving yourself.
It's not that. Oh, dog, dude, I want to talk to you about that personality test last night too.
I don't give a fuck about it. Why would I do that? Look, let me tell you something. Okay, let me tell you. I'm not inclined to take personality tests. I'm 60. I know who I am. I don't need a motherfucking test to tell me my personality. I know who I am. Second off, motherfucker, that you want to get up there with all those fucking racists and pretend that they like you. That's
Wait
a
a minute, wait a
you.
minute, wait a minute,
Oh,
wait a minute,
motherfucker,
wait a minute.
you're gonna let me finish. I was about to say Joe Cool.
I don't call them racist.
Okay, motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you call them. I didn't ask you what I should call them. I'm telling you what I think they are.
See, that's what you say. What you
Okay,
think they
motherfucker,
are.
see, I know I hurt your feelings. Joe Cool, I didn't see you up there because I did tune in to Orthodox Guy's show. I didn't see you up there, but I did see Joe Cool, who's another motherfucking Uncle Tom. That y'all want to go up and be cool and take personality tests with fucking racists. Those motherfuckers aren't even smart. I don't even know why y'all go up there. Clue is another one. Y'all will get up there with Orthodox Guy and Bumpkin and all these motherfuckers who are literally third rate smart. And y'all want to act like you're asking me why the fuck I'm not taking a personality test on Orthodox's show? Motherfucker, who the fuck do you think I am? I'm not Joe Cool and I'm not you. I don't fucking consort with racists.
Stop. Who you hate? You know you're an Orthodox. All y'all be having some damn good conversation and y'all keep the channel entertained.
Okay, well,
Come
good
on,
good conversation does not change who they are.
It don't matter what you put on them. You say what you think they are, Stanley. That's what makes it even worse.
I did.
Because regardless of what they show you, you would just think they racist. And I don't believe that no more.
Whoa. I don't think they're racist. I'm pointing out that they're racist.
Well, damn, Stanley, I'm racist too. I hate niggas too. What
You
hate
are.
me now?
Hey, anti-black blacks.
Blacks and
are
racist
worse.
niggas ain't the same, Stanley. Niggas and blacks.
Anti-black
You
black.
ain't call me a nigga. I might be a nigga to you.
See, no, you're not. You're an anti-black black.
Oh, no, I'm anti-nigga.
No, you're anti-black. You are literally, not only are you anti-black, you are ignorant and anti-black.
Dude, guess what? Dude, do you define ignorance, Stanley?
Not knowing American history?
No, not knowing.
Not knowing about,
that's what ignorant means. I know a lot of shit, Stanley, but I do know a lot of shit.
Hey, you don't know what a racist is.
Oh, God. I know you won. I know I ain't.
Yep. Well, you know what you know. I'll have to meet you where you are and accept what you know.
Well, you think everybody a racist, then? That they white?
No,
they
actually,
they have a difference of opinion. All of a sudden, they racist.
Once again, no. I use the word sparingly. It's just a lot of racists hang out in this John Galt urban landlord.
Oh man, you call Brave a racist? Really?
He is a racist. Be Brave.
Dude, you know what's so bad about it?
Be
you know
Brave.
What's so bad about it that
Be Brave is not.
I think
Be
you don't
Brave.
say it
Motherfucker, I do not.
So that I think you believe.
Okay, motherfucker, you better stop this bullshit. We're talking about Be Brave. Be Brave isn't just a racist. He's always been a racist. He was raised to be a racist. He's not just like a surface level, I want to be haha funny racist. Be Brave is a racist too at the cellular level because he was raised to be one. Okay, and motherfucker, for that matter, so are you. And I don't care if I hurt feelings. And I do not think everyone's a racist, but racists are racist. This anti-black bullshit that gets spread around here, it's racist. Black people can be racist too. As a matter of fact, I think the anti-black blacks really make and this is no pun intended. Be Brave is vanilla compared to some of these anti-black motherfuckers. Ock Nation, John Galt, CT, y'all are some fucking, like, I don't even know how to describe how much worse you are for the black community.
So, Stanley, have you ever been to jail before?
No.
Okay.
Is that like what every black man should do? Should every black man go to jail to be black? Should every black man? Should every black man?
After I asked you that, you said no. You need to shut up because at the same time you got to look at it. You support a party.
Well, what I'm gonna do?
Hold on, Stan. Hold on, Stan, because I know you're gonna put me in the back because of what I'm gonna say. But you literally support a party.
No, I don't put you in the back.
They literally got a black woman judge up there that says she only freed the black man time and time again because he looked like her.
So
at what point does accountability matter to you in a public community, in a civilization, in a community?
Okay, well, let me help you out here.
See, Stanley, I can't
motherfucker,
this
is why I put you in the back. Okay, why I put you in the back is you make a point and you want to keep making it over and over and over like it gets better or worse. I don't give a fuck. She's a judge, right or wrong, whatever she's using to make her judgment, there's not a motherfucking thing you can do except yell on a panel. When you become a judge, you can do better.
Nah, man. At this point, hey, man, it might be good if we got people out here like you that disillusioned. It might be good if they just go and wipe us out as a race. Because if ain't nobody gonna stand up to you, and you can stand sit on the panel and just put me in the back with the truth.
So now
you just said you don't even deal with prison inmates. You don't even.
I said nothing about prison inmates. You asked me, and I said no. We weren't talking about prison inmates. What the fuck? This conversation apparently has a component between your ears that we're not privy to. It is valid to criticize a judge, for how she makes the judgment, but she's a judge. There's not a motherfucking thing you can do about it. And if you have such a big criticism, when you become a judge, you get to fucking judge by your own criteria. Motherfucker, you need to heal yourself and stop worrying about some female black judge. She is better off than you are, is my point. Fucking, you need to clean up your own goddamn house. Stop worrying about other black people that you don't agree with.
Stanley, stop.
Oh no, motherfucker! I'm a rolling train now.
You're a rolling train of bullshit. That's what you is. A rolling train of bullshit. Cause you don't give a damn about your community if you just feel like a motherfucker can go to prison and get the fuck right back out.
Okay, let me help you there. No, I don't give a.
Where's the accountability, Stanley?
Okay, motherfucker, you're not letting me answer. No, I give a fuck about the community I live in. There is no coast to coast community. Motherfucker, get it through your concrete thick head. There is no community from coast to coast. The black community I live in, literally, I can walk to their house and knock on the door. Outside of my immediate community, I don't feel an affinity for the motherfuckers in Chicago or the judge you're talking about. Motherfuckers who live in your town, Solid Snake, they are not my community. They're your community. Stop the cap.
Stanley, you just said 3 different things at the same goddamn
Motherfucker,
time, and none
you
of
know
them make
what?
no
That's
goddamn sense.
because
And you don't even know what you're saying because you just sounding
okay,
stupid.
dude,
You
you're
just
gonna
conversate words,
get put in the
Stanley.
back. You're gonna get put in the back
You
again.
already put me in the back. You just brought me back.
Well, guess I'll have to do it again. My community does not live in your town, Solid Snake. Your community is different than my community. The only commonality is we have African heritage. Beyond that, I don't have an affinity with the people in your community and vice versa. Motherfucker, get used to that. Stop pretending that there's some deep bond at the cellular level. You sound foolish. And that you want to take personality tests with a bunch of fucking trailer trash racists. That's a you problem. Don't ask me why I didn't do it. Why would I do it?
You won't even do a Facebook Live, and that's local. Why you don't do Facebook Lives and share that on your YouTube stream, which is actually universal? I want to know, Stanley, do you even actually understand what you're talking about? Do you even know what you're saying? You sound intelligent, but when I break it all down, Stanley, dude, I hate to say this. It's some
when
old
you
dogs
break
that
it,
can teach
when
new
you
tricks
break it,
too. But
when
it's
you
some
break
old
it all
dogs, man,
down,
you can't tell them shit.
when you break it all down, you have to
No,
be
Stanley,
brave.
you on a universal
motherfucker,
platform.
again, when I start saying something, do not interrupt. When you break it all down, Solid Snake, you have to be brave to help you put it back together. You are the perfect example of Be Brave's argument. Be Brave thinks all black people are helpless, and you help out with that fucking trailer trash narrative.
No, Stanley, you know what the problem is? You think all black people are equal. That's your fucking problem. And you don't see it. You think all black people are equal.
Okay, what
and
are
that's
you
psychotic.
Okay, moron.
That is fucking psychotic.
Okay, you've made your point. Name me. Well, motherfucker, I know all black people aren't equal. You and I are on the same panel. You and I are not motherfucking equal. So, no, I don't think all black people are equal, Solid Snake. There is a Solid Snake and there is a Stanley Cross. We are not equals.
Stanley, the fact that you actually think you said something makes me just good Jesus. Dude, not all
Jesus,
black people are equal.
We are equal.
No,
we are
not all
equal
black
in
people are
Jesus'
equal in your
eyes.
Stanley. Not all black people got good morals. Okay,
motherfucker.
You
Again,
defend evil.
Yep. Solid Snake thinks he's gonna get up here and rage and enthrall the audience with his bullshit. Dude, stop stating the obvious loudly. I literally just said you and I are not equals. We're not equal only in the eyes of Jesus are we equal. And I don't speak for Jesus. We might not be.
One day your chicken's gonna come home to roost, nigga, and I don't want to hear you cry. That's all I can tell you.
Hey, if they come home to roost, it will not be on a YouTube show. Well, I see either Solid Snake's phone has died or he just got pissed off and left. So let's go ahead and play Mr. Daniels here. So I have something else to roast or agree with. Sometimes I agree with Anton Daniels over the week. I've been watching his content.
That's going on in the DMV right now, particularly DC and PG County, makes no damn sense. And the fact that we don't see no leader on television screaming about it lets us know something as well. Our kids are caught up in a social damn experiment.
This is the female version of Solid Snake clamoring for a leader. motherfucker, we are not. There is no Moses waiting for us. We literally, if the black community is as fucked up as the John Galts or, the other anti-black blacks think we are, well, you know what? We better start from scratch. That scratch is literally between our four walls. Get over it, folks. Um, I was going to say be brave. Solid Snake's community is not my community. My community is not Solid Snake's community. There is no leader who will lead either community. There could be, but probably not.
As far as I'm concerned, and guess what? You ain't gonna find out whether or not my baby gonna make it or not. Is he gonna make it out or not? I swear to goodness, I feel like people are just watching our babies from up top, trying to see if our baby's gonna make it out or not. And I'm gonna let y'all know, it ain't even the black elite in this area should be ashamed of themselves because they put their babies in these private schools and they know the rest of the children are suffering. As black Americans in this community, we are working hard, making great money, making sure our kids are living in beautiful environments, safe homes. But guess what? They're bound to read for sorry ass schools. You sitting here paying $3,000, $3,500, $4,000
Well, wait,
a month.
that's why the black elite are sending their kids to private schools. Apparently the schools that you're talking about aren't good enough. Now that is a
Of
problem.
course they're not. Stanley.
Okay, motherfucker, you want to come
the
up here hot?
legislation.
Okay, again, I'm trying to make a point, and I don't know why you think you need to interject. Cool your jets, son. That any school is not worth sending your kids to, or a parent complaining about, that's the actual problem. The black elites are not the cause of failing schools. They are reacting to failing schools and blaming the black elite. How that's even in the same conversation with the failing schools, again, it's a cop-out. It's a lack of critical thinking. If there is a problem with the schools, deal with the schools. Stop fucking complaining about people who have options.
Hell no, not when y'all set up there.
Your choice, ma'am, is either to fix the schools or create options for your kids. I don't understand why that's not obvious.
How is you calling me gay an insult? That's what I want to know. Why do you keep bringing that up all of a sudden? Why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep calling everybody that join your panel gay? And you do it on such a slick ass way. And then I heard B. Bray, that's why I'm calling in his show the other day, because he had such a epitome about me calling somebody gay.
Okay,
but
let me ask you a question.
Every time I say something, you bring up some kind.
Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. Are you having a flashback? Dude, I was talking about schools. What the fuck are you talking about? What do schools?
No more than 30 seconds.
Okay, dude. Again, if you have a problem with schools, ma'am, talking to this woman in the mint green sweatshirt with the hair, if you have a problem with schools, stop blaming the black elite. They are reacting to bad schools. Your choice is to fix the schools or create options for your kids. Or maybe the third option would be, hey, let's get with the black elites and figure out if there's something in common that we can agree on to enlist some help. Maybe there's a reason to go back and fix the schools that the black elites would align with you. Stop this fucking I'm black, you're black, we should have the same goals bullshit. It is bullshit. And the anti-black blacks are the fucking worst at pretending all blacks should have the same goal of being entrepreneurs. And on one hand, you want the black community to assimilate into a fucking powder dusty fucking low level culture, but yet you want to trash the black community. It is anti-black blacks are literally schizophrenic, and I actually think it's because of ignorance. Motherfucker, don't ask me why I'm not taking a personality test with a bunch of fucking white supremacists and then act like something's wrong with me.
My point is, why are we paying taxes for a schooling system that's advocating homosexuality over fatherhood, Stanley? Why you don't want to talk about
let
that
me
topic?
ask, because it's non-existent.
I see your audience forming,
Because
but I see what just happened. I know you just threw that gay slang at me again,
did
and
I
I'm sick of
okay,
that, bro.
motherfucker,
I
I
don't
will
talk
have
about.
to put you in the back again. What are you talking about? The schools in my community are not the same schools in your community. I'm not paying taxes in your community. Why are you pretending there is a commonality? When you say we are paying taxes, I'm paying taxes in my community. You're paying taxes in your community. Maybe they're teaching that stuff in your schools. They're not teaching it in my schools. Stop pretending that there is some alliance. We have the same heritage, but we are not equals. We do not live in the same community. We don't even have the same priorities in how we raise our kids. Stop pretending I'm your bruh. I'm not.
You ain't my brother. You damn sure ain't. You a goddamn fool. And humble presidents. I know who having a hit flash, and it damn sure ain't me, nigga. Fuck you. Shout out to the chat, everybody. Hit the like button, share, subscribe to the channel, man. Support the host.
Well, wait, what's
Not
a
this
hit flash?
motherfucker. Give him $2.
What's a hit flash?
No, I just can't stand this liberal ass bullshit talking point. We too fun the goddamn game to even be talking like this. We too far behind the goddamn ball to be playing with political parties like this.
Okay, motherfucker, that's where you and I are different. Who's behind? I'm not. Motherfucker, you need to stick to your point. Develop who is we are far behind. Motherfucker, my son is in one of the best schools in the country. Is he far behind? Solid Snake, speak for you and your immediate community. You do not speak for me. The only commonality we have is an African heritage. Stop pretending that we are the same or even related, bruh.
Stanley, your son 18, mine fucking 30. Stop playing with me. When your son hit 30, nigga, that's when you talk to me. I don't give a damn about making 50. But when your son makes 30,
when my son hits 30, yours
talk to me then, nigga.
Okay.
That when
this is basic. This is basic math. When my son hits 30, your son will be 39 or 40. Your point would be what? Again, you and I are not equal in the way we think. One of us critically thinks, the other doesn't.
In 12 years, your son gonna be 30 living in a van by the river. The fuck?
I hope not.
Well, shit, give it 12 more years, nigga. And shut the fuck up and stop bragging.
Look, let me put it to you this way.
About your goddamn
okay, let me put it to you this way. I can brag about my son because motherfucker, my community did not raise my son. Motherfucker, I did. and most of it alone. Motherfucker, I will brag, god damn it, because a black man put a black son into an elite engineering school. I don't want to hear about the failures of black culture in schools that I pay taxes for teaching aberrant behavior and all that bullshit. Because even if you're right, motherfucker, if an idiot like me can overcome it and put a student into a school that has more Asian students than white students, then motherfucker, I don't want to hear the goddamn excuses about pussy rap or whatever the fuck it's called. Motherfucker, it can be done. If I can do it, any black man or woman or black parent in America can do it. I'm nothing special. Shut the fuck up and stop handing me bullshit on Stanley versus the world. It is Stanley versus stupidity. That's what the show should be called.
Stanley, computer engineers at a massive rate right now teaching AI to replace every goddamn job in America. And you think your child's safe? Who the fuck do you think you're
Well,
talking
let me
to?
put it to you this
Stop
way.
it. You just said
Okay,
you don't know how.
let me help this dumb motherfucker. What do you think my son is? What do you think they teach in software engineering classes at engineering schools these days? They're teaching about AI, motherfucker. Somebody has to program the AI.
Hey, Stanley, AI programming itself right now.
No, it's not.
Just gotta get
Okay, dumb motherfucker. AI is not. They're experimenting with it. They're at the beginning stages. AI has not taken over yet, bitch, except in your hot flash brain. They're still humans tapping on keyboards, developing software, son.
AI develops its own software. Everybody gonna be developing software in the next 2.
Gonna be no. Everyone won't be developing AI, and AI won't be taking over in the next 2 years. Motherfucker, slow down on that Ham's beer.
You need to stop it. You need to stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You need to be teaching them how the difference between wrench and screwdrivers and hammers, nails,
Hey,
building.
Okay. Dumb son of a bitch. I have made several times over the months that black men need to be Renaissance men. You need to be able to turn a wrench. You need to be able to fish. You need to be able to cook. Motherfucker, this is what the old-fashioned Negroes in your little Louisiana community seem to think black men are capable of. They can either read a book or they can either be like, I don't know, turn a wrench. We need men who can do both those things and all of the above. Motherfucker, I am Stanley Cross. I know what the fuck I'm doing. And the reason I know what I'm doing is my parents knew what they were doing. We are not equals, Solid Snake. Stop acting like your circumstances are my circumstances. They are not. You need to deal with your bullshit. I will deal with my bullshit, but don't pretend we share the same bullshit. We do not. Stop that. I used to drink Black Label way back in the day, Tyrone. Back in I don't do they even still sell that stuff? It's pretty bit. It was pretty bad, pretty bitter. So, all right, Solid Snake, let's go ahead and listen to the rest of this video.
Live somewhere and your child is boundaried to a 3 out of 10 school. So wait. Let me get this straight. And again, give me a little bit of rope here because I'm a little slower than usual. I'm not the sharpest knife in the tool shed.
He's solid snake
So,
slow.
at first, we blamed white people, and then they blamed Trump. Now they're blaming black elites that has separated themselves from the other black people that tend to be a little bit more ignorant. And instead of taking responsibility for what happens at home, they think that it's the home that you rent or the mortgage that you pay that then determines whether or not you're going to be culturally sound, and the schools that you go to is then not going to be a reflection of whatever it is that you embrace from a cultural perspective. Again, give me a little bit of rope, and I always like to link back to the content creator, but they're telling you that now it's the black elites that should be ashamed of themselves. It is the people that are on TV that should be screaming at the top of their lungs about what is happening over in the DMV area, over in the metropolitan area, and that it doesn't start at home. It's the teacher's fault, it's the school's fault, it's the system's fault, it's white people's fault, it's Trump's fault, now it's the black elite's fault.
Well, you know what? Let me give Mr. Daniels, so far, he's 10 for 10. He's absolutely right. I do not always agree with Mr. Daniels. There are things we in future will not agree on. But on this education, this culture point, he's spot on. I wish he would change his glasses, but, we can't have everything.
Yo, do y'all not hear what you're saying, that you're perpetual victims? You don't take accountability of what it is that you do?
Oh, and I want to point out that Solid Snake, you and this woman have something in common with that perpetual victimhood.
Oh, no. Oh, come on. See, Stanley, there you go again. Deflect. You called me anti-black.
You were just complaining about the motherfucking taxes you pay, and you don't like what the public schools are teaching. Dude, you are a victim.
Dude. Somebody already done broke this damn video down, Stanley, and they done did it much better.
Motherfucker, well, you know what?
But Stanley, I don't care about Antonio Daniels. I already know what that video targeted. I'd rather him come on the panel and try to attack me directly instead of trying to do it sideways. But I already know they listen. So fuck that shit, Stanley.
Uh-huh. Now you're going to blame me, right?
Stanley, I already came up with this argument. He don't heard this argument come from me before.
Anton Daniels has no fucking clue who you are.
You're a goddamn lie. You don't know what the fuck Anton Daniels know. And that's the way I like to keep it. Stop acting like you know every goddamn thing. You don't.
I know you're a victim.
Shit. I ain't never been a victim. I get sick and tired of you fucking victims that ran away trying to yell back across the river. Oh, you victims.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, motherfucker. The ones who ran away and had the means to do better are the victims. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Solid Snake, do better.
Stanley. Just because you don't agree with me don't mean you got to constantly put me in the backstage.
I'm putting you in the backstage because you make a point and you keep making the point.
Hey, Stanley, who do that more than you?
Well, let me ask you a question.
It can't be Stanley versus the world. It's Stanley versus the backstage.
Again, you asked me a question, and I'm trying to answer your question. Are you and I equal on this panel?
Thank you, Shredder.
Are you and I equal on this panel?
Stanley, it's not about
can you
just
entertaining
the public.
It is literally about, you asked the question, and I'm telling you, if I make the point over and over and over and over 1,000 times, I can do it. If you do it, it may or may not. It's conditional. Whether the host wants to hear this shit over and over and over. You need to understand. And see, you're some form of anti-black conservative. You should know that we're not equal. We're not created equal. We're not educated equal. We don't have the same opinions. The value of our opinions are not equal. You need to live up to your own standards.
Brian Nichols, you dead wrong, bro. You dead wrong, dog. I'm just letting you know, dog. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You don't think that this has been happening in every single major city in the United States of America for the longest because of our cultural norms? Are you crazy?
Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deacon Dave, your question was chattel slavery the worst version of slavery? No. American slavery.
Man,
was
sit your black ass down.
Yep, there we go. Deacon Dave, the answer is chattel slavery. I call it American slavery. American slavery was the worst version. So go from there. And apparently my answer has set Solid Snake off. So now I'll have to deal with his hissy fit. I mean, you should be
no
proud.
way American slavery was the worst slavery in the world. That's a damn lie. Stop playing with history. Y'all educated niggas love to use this goddamn diabolical ass platform of slavery to move y'all motherfucking culture. Just like them damn some people I know, not black. You know what I'm saying? That you ran Hollywood talking about Mr. Ma'am. Since the 1930s, they been running the industry, teaching y'all about y'all so-called culture you had when you moved away from your community.
Motherfucker, you keep going back to the same bad point. What you need to do, Solid Snake, is shut the fuck up and let me answer your questions.
My son just bought a PS5.
Okay, motherfucker,
again.
I asked you to shut the fuck up, and apparently you can't do it. This is why I keep putting you in the back. You want to fucking ramble on, saying the same thing different ways, and you need to stop. Okay. Chattel slavery. I think America was one of the few instances of chattel slavery, though there was chattel slavery, I'm sure, in the Caribbean. I want to reframe it as American slavery, and then you can re-ask your question. The answer will be yes when you re-ask it. Deacon Day, the majority of slavery on Earth. Who gives a fuck about slavery on Earth? I'm talking about American slavery. Same conversation we seem to be having every goddamn day. So let's get back to
constantly promote it. Y'all constantly promote slavery as the worst thing that ever happened to the black man in America. But
you know what? Actually, okay, motherfucker, once again, you can't just stop once you've made your point. Slavery is not the worst thing. I would argue that maybe genocide in Rwanda, that Rwanda, the Tutsi Hutu thing, possibly was the worst. I'm not one to do comparative genocide or comparative disaster. So you're kind of making a non-point.
But damn, Stanley, we was eating.
Motherfucker, was slavery the best thing to happen to black people in America? there are people like you who will say yes.
Stanley, you went in
Was
Rwanda.
slavery
First of all,
was slavery
second of all, them
was
motherfuckers in
okay,
Rwanda
god
didn't even
damn it.
speak English.
I do not
You
like
speak
your
English. Your name ain't Kunta Kinte. Your name's
again. The motherfucker's a rhetorical disaster. The worst thing to happen to Black Americans is the anti-blacks. That's actually worse than slavery. It's voluntary slavery.
You knew what you need to do. Change your name to D. Stanley Arias. Because, nigga, you are hilarious. D. Stanley Arias. That's your name now. Because you just went all over the map to say a whole bunch of nothing. I just told you America was the greatest form of slavery we ever had. We own land through our slavery in this country. Stop lying, nigga. Stop lying.
Do you know
that man?
Okay, again, the way to make a point is not to spread it on a piece of white bread like peanut butter. Motherfucker, you are making several different arguments and you're not smart enough to know that they are different arguments. Stop it. You are not on Be Brave's stage or Ock Nations or CT's or John Galt's. You're on the stage. You're on a panel where the host knows how to read a book or make a point. Come up to my level, Solid Snake. I'm not coming down to yours.
All I only know you to do is throw tomatoes at black people that join your panel. You don't never throw no tomatoes at no motherfucking white people. And then when
Well,
you
let me put it. See, look. Immediately he goes into that racial argument. Well, Stanley, you treat motherfucker. I've never had a goddamn racist on my panel. Not calling him on the phone, inviting him up. Motherfucker, you need to fucking take stock of your arguments.
You need to do the same.
Oh no! I don't know what you're talking about. Every time I put you in the back, I'm taking stock.
Damn right. That's what you got to do, because I'm moving too fast for you, Stanley. You can't teach old dog like you new tricks. You don't want to learn nothing new. You still believing in that old bullshit. Learn something new.
Well, you know what?
What I'm not
going to learn is what fucking slut rap is. That's the something new that I'm not going to learn.
Well, you must ain't been to a gas station or a grocery store or a Walmart parking lot, because you're going to heat.
Nope, I have not. Well, now let's get back to this.
I told you you're a psychopath. You're a psychopath.
Let's get back
to a personality test either.
Let's get back to Anton Daniels.
These people are crazy, bro. Seriously. And so then she says, oh, no. My kid is going to make it out this and that and this and that. I would hope so, because of their upbringing, right? What you put into a child, they'll never depart from it, or they'll come back to it. Look. You can take the person out of the hood, and I'm not necessarily referring to her. I'm just saying in general, because she's the person that's having a conversation. You can take the person out of the hood, but you don't take the hood out of the person. And until people start taking responsibility and ownership of their situation, then nothing is going to change. And it doesn't matter who you decide to blame. You are still taking you and your culture with you. And this is why I say that the culture is trash, because the culture is the thing that we embrace the most. Say it with me now. The culture is the thing that we embrace the most. So it really doesn't matter how you feel. It's not racism. It's not other people's fault. It's not the system. It's not just the area. Yo, I've watched it with my own eyes. There's a ton of people that exit, and I'm not mad at it. It was a whole lot of people that left Detroit. It was a whole lot of people that left Detroit, and I was very thankful for it because it was a whole lot of people that moved in. When they didn't see the value in it, they did see the value in it, and it was a mixing bowl, a smorgasbord, a crock pot full of people that came in from all.
Okay, well, all I have to say, the one criticism I have so far is if you're going to use the word smorgasbord, be able to pronounce it.
Economic backgrounds from all demographics, and it didn't matter what your socioeconomic status was. They were willing to work, they were willing to build, they embraced it. We held each other accountable when it came to making sure that we cleaned up our city. And now the city itself is thriving. It has a population incline on every available metric. We're winning, we're growing. Our bond rating goes up because our debt is going down and our ability to pay the debt is continuing to rise. We building up this city, and we didn't run. We didn't run. We stayed right here in the Metro Detroit area, in the core of the city, in downtown or whatever, and now it's starting to spread into other neighborhoods. I'm sick and tired of people feeling like somebody else is responsible for the well-being of their people and their child. No, you take it and you own it, and you grab it by the horns, and you learn from other things, you learn from the mistakes of your parents, and then you get your own household together and you take care of business. Let's hear the rest of this video.
4 out of 10 school, you tell me what that shit is. A setup. That no matter how hard black parents go out here and work and make money, our children are being set up for failure. Because what difference does it make that I'm a professional making money and da-da-da if I got to send my son to a grade 3 school? A 3 school, right? But see, these black elitists in this area don't care because they getting their babies in McNamara. They getting the hookups. Let me tell you, my son goes to a school right now. This is how sorry it is with this violence. He's supposed to have an 8th grade prom. His prom is supposed to go from 6 to 8:30. The prom went from 6 to 7:45. Why? Because the triple homicide that happened in the district last week happened right across the street from his damn school. So instead of these babies being able to celebrate their hard work.
I didn't even know that 8th graders had a prom. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, they do now, but let me also make a larger point that she is calling a fucking 8th grader a baby. That
stop deflecting. Stop
okay,
deflecting.
motherfucker, don't interrupt me when I'm don't interrupt me when I'm talking. That she is considering her 8th grader a baby is part of the problem. Okay, this sounds like a woman who would take up for her son, being disruptive because he is a quote baby. That is problematic. Okay. Once they start sprouting hair under their arms, they're not babies. Stop that.
That must be something new.
The police had to be all around the school, and they only got to hang out from 6 to 7:45. I'm tired of it. And you can't tell me, if you are a politician in this area, why are you not screaming about this shit? Why are you not on somebody's...
This is a liberal area, right? Just like every other liberal area.
TV, pleading with the community.
Look at this motherfucker turn to Stanley Crow.
Y'all asked to defund the police.
I'm sorry,
Y'all don't
what?
remember that? Y'all said defund the police. We're going to vote for the 92%. We're going to vote liberal. We don't want no police officers in our area. We got this. We're going to sell.
Wait, how is that liberal?
Now you want people to scream at the mountaintops on TV, and you think that that's going to stop it? You think that that's going to help? This is laughable at best.
Y'all better watch what's happening. We are being pacified while their children are...
Now, this is where I start departing with the faux conservatives like Anton Daniels. The liberals moved away. They're the liberals, if you want to call them that, are the ones who moved away and put their kids in private school. It is people like Solid Snake who want to fucking sit in the ghetto and fucking complain about the schools.
Are making it, and our children are being set up. I'm over it. Y'all got to start worrying about so much about Donald Trump and start worrying about the Trumps that are living in our own area.
The Trumps, still racist, still running in the Victim Olympics. Now, the black elites, listen, y'all, look, it's going to start to become a thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it started to trend on Twitter, X formerly known as Twitter. The
Oh shit, he on my side. My bad.
Are the new Trumps.
I thought he was sounding like you for a minute. My bad.
Supposed to mean?
My bad. My bad, Anton.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. We want merit-based achievements. We want to
thought you was
separate
going on
ourselves.
Saturday, too.
This is what I've been saying that we should have did a long time ago. I'm glad that people are finally starting to take word. I've said for a long time that black people need to stop being responsible for all black people and that they needed to start separating themselves so that.
Yep.
Okay, so you don't think I believe that? I literally just told you, motherfucker. I literally just told you that your community in Louisiana is not my community in Georgia. And the only similarity is we both have African heritage. Were you too drunk or incoherent to fucking hear that point? I'm literally saying that the two black communities are separated and we're not the same. We don't have the same goals. The schools aren't teaching the same. I pray that these anti-black blacks can start being consistent. Motherfucker, I literally just implied that there is no one contiguous black community, and all of a sudden you forget I make that point. Do better, Solid Snake, or
Stanley,
stop being so fucking drunk.
Hey, Stanley, okay, but then why you gonna get on my case for living
Okay,
in the
now I have to deal with two of you.
Hey, can I get the link to that video right there, Stanley?
Yeah.
I want to do.
You do know. Now, I don't think this link is in
what up,
the description. I'll put it in the back.
Yeah. What did you say, Stanley? You say you don't think what?
No, I'm putting it in the back right now.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something.
Damn,
No,
boy,
I thought I
surprised SKC and Free Zone and everybody else.
John, sometimes I put all my links in the show description. This wasn't one of them because sometimes I add them, on the fly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Solid Snake is on a tear this morning.
How long? Hey, what's the timestamp where you are right there? Has he been talking to her the whole time?
Hold on one sec. It is 8:11 out of 9:14.
Okay, so she's showing. Okay, cool.
So actually, I think the link that I put in the back might actually have the timestamp. Sometimes if you share at a certain timestamp, it used to be you had to put the actual timestamp in the share link. YouTube sometimes does it automatically now. Look, I don't agree with much of what Anton Daniels says, but he's on target with this one.
You know what's interesting? I just got an Uber this morning, and the Uber driver, and she had some interesting things to say about PG County this week. Hit me to want to get this link here.
Well, you know what? Actually, I meant to ask you because you talked about PG County not being the richest in America because a bunch of people moved. But in the question, I actually put it in the chat, but you didn't get to it. They're still middle class. Okay, they're not the richest, but they're still pretty much middle class. Now they may be on a decline, but I'm going to argue that there's sections, and I haven't been up to PG County in fucking 20 years. I used to get over there for one reason or another. I get your argument, but I also want to say that, now they're more middle class than they were when they were the richest.
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And the thing is I get your point about the businesses and stuff, but middle class is middle class. If they're not the type of middle class you might approve of, that doesn't mean they're not middle class. There are a lot of problems with this. This woman here is so far off the fucking mark that I'm surprised that she's as articulate as she is, but still be wrong. She's literally calling her 8th grader a baby.
I heard you saying that.
It's fucking ridiculous.
I heard you saying that. I don't know. That may just be colloquial. Just is that the word colloquial?
No, you know what? This is one of those things that I think. No. These people are the same ones who will defend their kids when they're disruptive in class. Motherfucker, you better once they start sprouting hair and like hormones. When you know how sometimes babies, if they go outside and play, they kind of smell like puppies. It's kind of cute. Once they start coming in, and motherfucker, you better go take a shower now. Well, once they start wearing deodorant, they are no longer babies. They need to be treated like adults.
Well, Stanley, one of the things I think you're missing here, though, Stanley, is that this may, I don't know, but I would assume she's probably a single mother. You understand? And someone just
absolutely, because a man would not be calling his son a baby.
Well, the man wouldn't, but in a sense, he's like her man and her baby all at the same time.
John, you and I never disagree on this.
Yeah, and so I think it's
a problem.
I don't know if her saying it is a problem. If she's treating him like a baby, then that's a problem. But,
I'm literally, because it wasn't just the 8th grade prom thing. Yeah. There's some other things that leads me to believe, and I'm not going to say, I'm just guessing that she is basically, somebody made the comment in the chat about son, husband.
Yeah, that's what I said, more or less.
If you're telling an 8th grader he's the man of the house, that sends 2 different wrong messages. He's not a man, but he's not a baby either. These teenagers are somewhere in between. That's why they're called teenagers. And I
think it's probably an inability to like transition. Man,
you're right. Sentimentality, and the thing is, dude, you've never heard me make excuses for being a single parent is hard as a motherfucker. Do you know how thankful I am that my son was a son? I know how to deal with young men. If he had been a daughter, or I had had a daughter, I would have relied a lot more on my sister, because there's some things I don't know. I can't empathize, and there's some things I don't want to know. So a single father and a daughter, I'm not sure I would have been as successful. I don't think she'd be at Georgia Tech. I think I'd be a fucking wreck. So I know how lucky I am. All I'm saying is that you will never hear me discounting single mothers, because whatever the circumstance, I think they have the toughest job of all of us, especially if you have to work. Like if you're having to work 2 or 3 jobs as a single mother, you are fucking in an impossible situation. Now, it doesn't really matter if, the argument that, hey, she slept in her bed. Well, fucking her kids didn't. So, single mothers have the hardest job. Single Black mothers, if you look at the statistics, have less net worth than white single mothers. So single Black mothers have it the hardest.
I wonder, how do single Black mothers, is there enough of a statistic of single Hispanic mothers compared to?
You know what? If I recall, because there is a Pew Research poll I saw like over the last couple years, single Black mothers literally are in negatives as far as net worth. Because of debt.
Where are they relative to Hispanics?
I can't recall, because I concentrated on the white, of course. Yeah. Single white mothers have a net worth of $3,000 on average.
Yeah.
Black women have negative. I'll look for the Pew Research poll because that is worth knowing. Except,
did you say
yeah,
single white mothers had
single
negative
black mothers had a negative net worth.
What? But you
Meaning
said
they were
white
they
negative
were
too?
in debt. No,
You said
they were plus 3,000.
3,000. Okay, that's basically damn near negative.
What about the Indians?
Well,
What
yeah,
the
but
Indians had?
the thing is not so much the actual number as much as the trend.
You know, I think the bigger thing, Stanley, that you know, when you can look at quantitatively, as they would say, and then you can look at things qualitatively, right?
Right.
You know, they in finance and business, they have a thing called like the quality of earnings, right?
Okay, well, I understand that, but where I would go with that qualitative analysis would be single white mothers have a better chance of having a family that has a net worth more than, you know, the equivalent black family. We're talking hold on, we're talking generational wealth, which is exponentially higher in white families than black families. A single white mother has a better chance, it's not always, it's not a rule, but they have a better chance of having money in the family background.
You know, I think that's part of the qualitative. If you look at it qualitatively,
Exactly, that's what I said.
Not if they're child black.
It's a qualitative analysis.
Right.
It's kind of extrapolation. White people tend to be generationally more wealthy than black people in America.
I think part of that is like if you look at what this lady's saying on the screen, the PG County lady. You know, and
is she in PG County? I have no clue where she's from.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's in PG County.
Is Anton Daniels in the DMV?
No, I think he's in Detroit. I think that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Hey, can I do some cleanup, guys?
Okay, Solid Snake, what are you doing?
I want to do some cleanup. Hold on.
Well, what I want you to do is hold your horse. What I want you to do is hold your horses, please. Go ahead, John.
So, you know, if she's in PG, which is more than likely, the income.
Where are you getting that from? Is it on the video?
Just my general understanding of the area.
Did she? You know what? Oh, that's right. Okay, my bad.
She did say something.
She literally says DMV. My bad.
But she did. But she also mentioned a shooting at her children's school, and I covered that triple shooting.
Okay.
And so, you know, I was talking to an Uber driver this morning. I'm going to do a stream about it, and she was more or less expressing the same thing that this lady is expressing. But you know, she was able to make some moves and not have to deal with it. This lady probably just not able to make moves, you know.
Okay. So you're an Uber driver. Okay.
Yeah. She made the move though. She was able to move. And this one here.
Right. And you know what though? I made that point. You know what? And you always want to beat me up. Dude, you know what? I am a little, a little bit of a dilettante. Look, instead of complaining about the school, instead of explaining about the elites who moved away and put their kids into private school, the 2 or maybe 3 choices are fight to improve the schools, work in Uber, and get the money to benefit your kids, or see if you can strike an alliance with those elites that moved away and see if you can find a common cause so they might want to give back from, to where they moved from. Sitting on a TikTok video and fucking complaining about it, you're just not going to get my sympathy.
I totally get where you're coming from. I think that a lot of these people just they just no one to talk to. If you look at some of those city council meetings that I covered, council meetings, whatever, I mean, people had no solutions, you know what I'm saying? And she may have gone to them at one point, and then she realized that this fucking shit is a waste of my time. You know what I mean?
Well, school board meetings. I mean, school board. I get your point. Okay, and didn't watch the other 2 shows because I think you've done 2 since you did. Remember, you were listening in on one, and it sounded fairly ineffectual. Look,
I listened in on 2. Yeah,
dude. you're not dealing with the best and brightest don't have time for me for city council meetings.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the
They're
ones
out creating a situation where they can move their kids away and put them in private school.
yeah,
And
that is
that's
part
a
of it.
shame.
The other part was that there was one guy on there. He was very interesting. He probably could go live cheaper or live, in a nice neighborhood in an apartment. But he probably bought a house over here. But he wants some of the amenities of a nice neighborhood. Well, you're not going to get that. But he would put forth the notion that it is a food desert. It's not a food desert. It just doesn't have nice Whole Foods and shit. And, the grocery store isn't as nice as it would be in other parts of town. And, he would keep spouting the whole message. We're in a food desert here. We need farmers markets. Well, you can't survive off farmers markets. You need a regular grocery store.
Well, actually, I don't know. You might be able to survive off of farmers markets.
And they don't go all year.
Well, it's expensive, but look, and again, I might not be the right person to talk, but you know what? You get 3 summer squashes, you can feed a family of 5 off, for a fresh vegetable. You get 3 decent sized yellow squash, summer squash. That's vegetables for a family of 5 for at least one dinner.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree.
I mean, gotta know what to do with the stuff.
I talk about it all the time, man. I buy groceries that I want. I don't have to buy groceries. Like, this shit's free around here.
Oh shit! Dude, I wish I could do like a co-op or one of these urban garden places where you eat like the vegetables seasonally. Shit, that it is so much. It's cheaper than Whole Foods.
Yeah, I mean, this shit is free. We don't even have to farm it. They just come and give it to us.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
The grocery stores, if they're looking for political favor anywhere in the country, really, there's no better lab experiment than here in DC.
Well, see, the thing is, I've seen your kitchen. This was maybe a year ago. I mean, if I could live like that in the hood, I mean, see, that's the problem. You bullshit people. You live in the hood, but I said, dude, you were in this kitchen in your house, and it was like, damn, that's like, you can put that on like the Food Network or something. It was a nice kitchen. Yeah. So, I think sometimes you're bullshitting people too. You might live in the hood, but look, if you go to a place like Savannah, you go down in what they might call the hood, but I had a girlfriend. This is like shit, almost 30 years ago. And she was into renovating these houses. And in Savannah, it's kind of odd because the houses in the hood, you've been to a place like Druid Hills in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Where these houses are like renovated and they kind of don't look spectacular. But if you go inside them, the bones of the house, they call them the bones. Motherfucker, you put like $50,000 into some of these houses, and 10 years later, they're $1 million houses. These little things, some of them have basements. It's amazing with some of this really older construction that you can renovate, and they just become spectacular houses and spectacular properties. Now you're going to put a ton of sweat equity. She was into their neighborhoods like that in Savannah, like on the west.
I think there's like for people that want the modern conveniences, there's some things, like Tyrone is saying, they're too close together.
Yeah, but the thing is some people like living that close. If you do a cookie cutter neighborhood, Okay, there were my wife and I almost moved into a place in Bealton, Virginia. You know where Marshall well, you know where it was Fauquier County.
Yeah, I know.
Fauquier County. So you know, it's not all nice, but it was one of these cookie cutter neighborhoods. These houses were like $300,000-$400,000 houses, but they were close together. And you know, you might have a wooden fence or privacy fence, but they were no more closer than some of these older east side neighborhoods in Savannah that were kind of traditionally black. And black people would move into these neighborhoods, John. My girlfriend was black and she was into real estate and fixing shit up. Her house was really nice. Now, it's not a place I would want to live, but it was decent looking outside. You go inside, the floors are the original hardwood. You know, you take some time and buff and varnish those floors out. Kitchens are ample. You know, now you'll have to go in and gut and update, you know, the electrical and stuff like that. But if you have the money and the time, those places can be spectacular, and you're living in amongst your black people.
I think one of the other things you mentioned is the vision. When you go and you see
you're right.
Man, you know, you got to have some vision. And obviously, that vision costs money, but you're definitely right. Like most of the places that we have the original floors, and you know, it does give it a nice.
But
shining up.
One of these days, you and I will have to do a story. My parents, the neighborhood I grew up in, my parents considered moving out to a mostly white, but kind of it was becoming more integrated, a much more ritzy neighborhood. And one of these days, I'll tell you that story. We still live in the same house, and you know what my father decided to do, because he had the vision, if you want to call it that. It's, you know, there were additions and stuff like that to the house, but my father's really good with his hands, and this is why I told you the story of my father and I rebuilding a Volkswagen engine, and he wanted to paint the house, and we didn't just sand the shit or slap a coat of paint. We motherfucking took it down to the wood, blistering the paint off. We had the little handheld acetylene torches. We took it down to the wood and sanded it. And then we roughed in the paint. He put like I forget, what is it, a primer coat on, and then we buffed that out so it's smooth, and then we put 2 coats of the final paint on top. My father was good with his hands. I'm okay with my hands because I never enjoyed that shit. My brother's actually good with his hands, and he's a computer guy. He's a computer researcher, but he'll break down, you know, he can fucking rebuild a carburetor. It took with him. Black people can do more, but you know, you kind of have choices these days. My point is that we stayed in that black neighborhood. Well, my parents stayed in that black neighborhood, could have afforded to move out, and they're still there. The neighborhood wasn't bad, but they just wanted something ritzier. But then, you know why they stayed? Because it was a black neighborhood, and they wanted their kids, my sister and I, and then my brother later, to have black playmates. They did not want that. They wanted to keep it black. So they didn't buy a bigger house. They just added on to the house. Those were the choices that my parents made because they wanted to keep it, you know, cultural. And my parents are not like pro-black, but you know what? We're comfortable here. We know everybody. There's not a lot of crime. Do we really want to do this upgrade just to say we have a big house in a white neighborhood. I've seen those choices made. You think I'm some fucking dilettante, dude? I've actually lived life with parents who could think as well. They went 2 or 3 years because we went and looked at houses. I talked to you about what's his name in Brunswick, near Brunswick, Georgia, Ahmad Arbery, going and looking at new construction. My father and I used to go do that because they were thinking about building a house or moving, just getting a bigger house. And in the end, they decided for their kids, not for the prestige. They decided because what was best for the kids was to stay in that neighborhood because it wasn't so bad. They just, it was a little bit more basic. They figured it out. So the bullshit about pro-black or anti-black or wanting to live around whites, it's all a personal decision. It doesn't mean you're pro-black, doesn't mean you're anti-black. People put too much stock in what individual decisions wind up being. So I'm done with my soliloquy. Hey, but Sam, I am. Y'all will be the first one to think I don't understand how smart black people make decisions. I grew up with 2 people who were extremely smart, extremely responsible, extremely capable, and they decided to stay black. And that's kind of a term too. It wasn't dire enough. They wanted shit. They had a fucking tennis court in a library in my neighborhood. It wasn't the hood.
What you're talking about is, more or less, they're trade-offs. You know what I'm saying? You may not get the whole foods, but you're probably going to be more comfortable around the neighbors that
Dude,
you know.
We lived 5 minutes away, a 10-minute walk. I worked at the grocery store. That was probably part of it. Believe it or not, getting to a grocery store from my middle-class black neighborhood was a 10-minute walk because I worked there as a part-time job after school. If we'd moved to that white neighborhood, shit, there wasn't a grocery store near there. That's the other thing. Those neighborhoods were kind of remote. And my mother was a city girl.
They're probably remote for a reason.
This motherfucker, unlike their turncoat son. Oh, come on. That's a little harsh, Sam. I am. Whatever. I hope that's a joke. But anyway, I'm sorry. I kind of got off into my head thinking about this stuff. I actually have more experience than y'all actually know. When I'm not whistling Dixie sometimes, I have parents that I don't have heroes because my father's my hero and my mother too. And I've watched these 2 people decide whether to uproot and move to a place, that's mostly white. There are a few blacks, but you know what? They like where they lived. I told you a story about going back home. This is not last July. Maybe it was last July, almost a year ago now. I had not seen this, the family across the street who's still there. This family has lived there as long as my family has. And they're an interesting group of people too, but they had 3 daughters. And it was expected that I and the middle daughter would marry for some reason. They were always trying to matchmake because she was kind of nerdy and I was kind of nerdy. Her daughter, black daughter, probably graduates from the Naval Academy this year. The daughter, was just brilliant. And for some reason or another, we didn't get together. I went off to school and she didn't. So whatever. But you know what? The younger daughter I hadn't seen in probably 20 years. I go walking over there and it's like a big ass hug. It's like Stanley. so, so it's kind of funny. And she goes, well, you know, you look the same except for the hair. Because I always had military haircuts. So what are you calling me, a hippie? But it's like it was like we had never parted. I grew up with these people. I know them. And it is wonderful. They are black. They have been neighbors for fucking like literally 40 years. I grew up with them. I used to mow the lawn for their father, who passed on quite some time ago. Their mother died, you know, because they were older than my parents. We know these people. The same fucking holly trees in my yard and the same fucking pine trees in their yard that I used to rake up the pine straw and mow the lawn. It's still there. And I got to introduce my son to this is ancient shit. And, you know, unfortunately, not every black kid gets to know this stuff or have those roots. Motherfucker, I could move back to my old familial house tomorrow, walk down the road or the street and know people I've known for years. So, I consider myself extremely lucky as a black man. And I get to know that black culture is just fine in my neighborhood, but my neighborhood may not be your neighborhood. Y'all need to stop thinking that black culture in and of itself is fucked up. There are facets to American black culture. Period. So again, I'm kind of like in my head here, but I know shit. So we can play. Well, Anton's almost done here. Probably nothing new there. So what have you been up to, John?
Oh, working, man. Working hard. Shit. I get out of the house, man, about, you know, shit. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning most days, you know.
It's been hot up there?
Nah, hell no. It ain't been that hot.
Okay.
But nah.
Yeah, it's actually been mighty nice here. It'll get hot eventually. But
yeah, I think I'm on the
there's
cool side.
another Anton video I want to play. This motherfucker's actually I don't agree with everything he says, but he is there's not a given his reputation, I expected to not agree with him much more.
I don't follow him that much. I do see a couple clips from him that are pretty good.
Well, I think he's still kind of problematic, but the IGA motherfucker, Tyrone, when you start talking International Grocery Association, it's like Winn-Dixie old.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Piggly Wiggly old.
Yeah,
there was an IGA I used to go to in Tryon, North Carolina. Dude, you could get those old-fashioned Cokes in the old-fashioned bottles. They're almost like like boutique sort of grocery stores these days. But no, there was an IGA in Marshall, Virginia, that you could go and you could get like quail, like fucking frozen quail. You get all these like fresh lamb that was locally butchered. Marshall, Virginia. and it's not there anymore. But it was before my wife and I got married. We used to go there like every weekend on the way back from my place to her place, and there's a story about, there was a checkout there. It was a running joke, and I'm not going to talk about the running joke, but that Tyrone knows what an IGA is. Either you're old or you are classy, or maybe both. IGAs are cool as shit, and they're like Rite Aid drugstores. They are very locally owned. No, it's not Mexican Coca-Cola, Sam. This is like when I was a kid, there was a barbershop in Savannah, Oliver's Barbershop. He gave me my first haircut. He gave my brother his first haircut like 13 years later. So he had one of those old, John, I know you've seen those because it's one of these Coca-Cola machines where it was a quarter when I was a kid. You open the little glass door and you pull the Coke out. It's not like the machines that have cans that roll downwards. These were like freezers that had like the small Sprite and Coca-Cola bottles, those thick bottles, and you had to pull them out. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
I mean, these were little like 8-ounce bottles. They weren't even like, the old thick bottles. You hit a motherfucker over the head with those bottles, and the bottle's not going to break.
Yeah,
the glass is that thick. So it
is
was one of the
Grocers Association or something.
Yeah, it's I think it's international. I'd have to look it up. International Grocers Association. Let me look it up right quick. Because I know they have one somewhere near me, but IGA local Independent Grocers Alliance.
Okay, that's what. Yeah, because there used to be one in Tuskegee. It was named. It was a black guy who ran it. Family, I forget.
Yeah, they were locally. They were a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So IGA, and they tend to be in these small southern towns. I guess I could look up store locator. Let's see here. So, Great Granite Falls, North Carolina. There's not even one in Georgia anymore. So, North Carolina, there's some out in Washington or Oregon State, Massachusetts. So, Adams, Massachusetts. God damn. I didn't realize there's so few of them left. Let's see here. Anyway, I don't want to get off on this, but since Tyrone is so into old-fashioned grocery stores, hold on one sec. There looks like there's one in Georgia. Bainbridge. Oh, wow. Okay. In Augusta. Well, I'm not going all the way over there to fucking visit an IGA. But Bainbridge would be probably 3. Shit, that's across the state from me. That's literally probably a 4-hour drive.
It's probably not worth going.
No, I'm not going. But it's good to know they're still around.
Yeah, it must be some kind of co-op. That's what I imagine. Some kind of co-op.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is.
To help.
So let me play this. I'm gonna play this video and then I'll be right back.
I'm not saying all black men, but a lot of black men, I need you to go get educated. If you have a GED or you have your high school diploma, go enroll into a 2-year college. If you don't even have your GED, go finish out and go get that GED. If you already have some college, go finish out that associate's degree or finish out that bachelor's degree, but go to college. Go take out that damn loan and go get you a good education. Knowledge is power, and it is very, very important. The two classes that they hate the most is 1, the poor, and 2, the educated. But they hate the educated the most. And what's crazy is that people always wonder why China has been super successful and they've been here for dynasties. Go look at the Han Dynasty, the Qin Dynasty, and go look at the revolution from 1968 to like 1976. They got rid of the educated. That was always the goal. Now, there are a lot of black educated men, and I need those black educated men to sit up here and come onto the internet and bring out awareness that black men need to be educated. I was having a conversation with my father, and we were talking about trades because I was saying that it was very interesting on how many black men go into trading instead because, you know, they say that's where the money is at. Now, on the contrary, yes, that's where a lot of the good money is at, but at the end of the day, that also requires you to not have an education or a degree. Well, my father brought to me, and he has a behavioral science degree and also a sociology degree, and it's very interesting. And he was explaining the dynamics, and he was saying at the end of the day, they're always going to propagandize trading with black men because that is what will keep them away from having any type of interest on the education and on the political standpoint. And
I need to know how successful your father is. I don't care nothing about his degree. I want to know how successful his father is. As a matter of fact, I'll go a step further. It's funny because I see women, specifically black women, talking about how they're the most educated, but they are the ones that are laid off the most. As a matter of fact, the most recent layoffs, the jobs report indicated that black women were the ones that were the most impacted by layoffs, even though we had job growth in the United States of America. And I believe that that's largely associated with them trying to be in a public sector, which diversity, equity, and inclusion allowed for them to basically be able to have a job without actually having any real skill set for a long time. And then also on top of that, they are burdened with student loans. So with her saying that we need to go and take out a loan in order to get educated, which you don't necessarily need an institution.
Okay, you know what? She's fucked up, and so is Anton on this. Education really has nothing to do with a job. Stop acting like that in education has anything to do with salary. It actually doesn't. You can be highly educated as a sociologist, but getting a sociologist job is not going to, you know, equate into high salaries necessarily. Again, the black community in general, Anton in particular, whoever this young lady is in particular, have no clue. They're making connections that are very loose. You can
they're using like correlation.
Okay, well, the correlations aren't always the best way to make a point. Okay, education has nothing to do with skill even.
Well, you
can be highly educated as a philosopher, but
I think you're definitely right. Right. But so when I said correlation as opposed to causation, and I think
I don't think education correlates necessarily to a high salary.
Well, I think it probably
no. You know what? Actually, you're right. But for correlation, you're right, doesn't mean causation.
Right.
And sometimes they don't correlate. He talking about educated women getting laid off. It's not because they're educated, it's because they have the wrong job.
Well, you know, Stanley, if I may say, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. In finance, you used to hear crack when you used to come around here. And I remember.
Okay, crack has nothing.
I'm not talking about crack, so I'm focused on crack. But what I'm saying is,
well, you brought him up.
Yeah, that's fine. But there's a term called beta in finance, and beta is like correlation.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Let me stop you, because the argument you want to make is not the argument I'm making.
Oh no, I was just
my argument and your argument are not correlated.
Oh well, I mean, she's making a correlation argument, and in stocks
And
and things like
I
that,
said her argument is fucked up.
yeah, if you were trading stocks, you could, and there's high betas, there are low betas. Something could be loosely correlated, so it has a very low beta. Something could be very tightly correlated, and it could be a very high beta.
Okay, again, that's not the argument I'm making.
Well, I think
I'm
this argument that
saying
she's making.
Educate, and I literally said she's not making a good argument.
Right.
Neither
Yeah,
is
she's not making a
Anton.
good argument.
They are not making the argument they think they are.
And I think
her argument about being well educated, it seems like all she wants someone who can hold a conversation, but the best conversationalists can be bottom feeders. We have a good example of that.
And she also
education has nothing to do with being laid off from a job. You can be the most educated sociologist, and if your job is working in a sawmill and you suck at planing the boards, you're gonna get laid off. You can be educated and unemployed.
One of the things she said, though, which I think has been a problem for a very long time, is that she didn't equate being a plumber or electrician to learning anything. Like, there's no education there. There is quite a bit of education to be an educator. If you could roll it back.
Okay. Well, no, I disagree with that. Education is not the same thing as even vocation.
I mean, well, okay, fair enough, but you have to learn how to do something, right?
Correct.
But she's saying going to learn how to be a plumber still leaves you without education. I'm pretty sure
it could. Being a plumber does not mean you are a conversationalist.
Well, I don't think she mentioned the word conversation.
And I literally know my impression of what she thinks education is, hey, you can sit down at a dinner party and be amusing.
Yeah, that's probably
her. It seems to me that her version of education is being able to have a conversation. Okay,
well, I don't think so.
That's why I'm saying that you can go get your 2-year degree and be educated, but still have a job that isn't paying well, or you don't have a job at all. There are plenty of people who are educated who can't hold down a job.
But I think in this market here, and at least where I am in DC, there's a quality to your income as well. And so she's saying, I don't care if you're a plumber, or electrician, you need some education, and maybe so you can go and have that conversation with her at a dinner party or something. So she's
exactly. However, it doesn't take a lot of money to be invited to a dinner party and be amusing. Again, Be Brave can be a bottom feeder, but yet be totally amusing.
I don't think she wants
in a conversation. Both she and Anton, and I'm gonna say, the YouTube Black community in general, and it's not even the anti-Black blacks. I think there are very few shows that I listen to that understand that education and income are correlated, as you say, but that's it. One is not. Yeah, I mean, you can be American Man is a good example. I bet that motherfucker probably makes like $200,000 a year, but you talk to him at a dinner party, he's just going to be totally abrasive.
Yeah, he probably just does it on the internet. I think
let's just say you talk to him on a panel you want to get off the panel, or you're going to fuss with him. But you know what? He is highly educated in plumbing. He's not highly educated in normal human interaction.
Yeah, and I think that
I hope he's hearing. No, or I hope someone in the chat will tell him what I said.
education is one of those things where you can consume too much of it, and it becomes, I forget the term in economics, but it is, you don't get a benefit as much as you pay for it, right? And
Well,
if you,
cost benefit analysis.
yeah, I forget
I
the
don't
term.
think you can. I don't think you can actually be too educated. But here's the deal: the right tool for the right job. Okay,
Right,
if
and
I'm
go
out
get 3
trucking, if
PhDs.
I'm out working at the sawmill, and you and I are in the break room fucking eating, our lunch, we're not going to talk, Shakespeare unless your conversation partner like Shakespeare. You're going to be talking about stuff that is interesting. Education is way more complicated than just reading stuff in a book.
But yeah, I think it's, as I was saying, there's like a diminishing returns to education. If you go get,
You and I won't agree on that. You can
if you
never
go
have
get
too
10
much.
PhDs, if you borrowed enough money to go get 10 PhDs, it probably wouldn't pay off for you. You wouldn't learn enough to
Okay,
jump.
well that's a little extreme. How many
Right,
people
and that's
do
what I'm
that?
saying. Taking to the extreme, education has diminishing returns.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I think education is like, can you ever have too much money? To me, it's just kind of
Well,
like
one is an
mental
asset.
wealth.
In America, to get education, oftentimes you have to, there's a liability involved. As one woman is saying, go get some debt, borrow some money, go to
Okay,
school.
well, again, you're confusing what education is. You don't have to pay money to get an education. You can go to a library and read a book. You can be an autodidact and be self-educated, which is relatively free.
I don't think that's what she's talking about, though, but fair enough.
Well, no, you know what? I keep saying she has no clue what she's talking about.
Well, she is.
Her concept of education is kind of off.
But if you look at just her logic, just in general, she's not able to form good correlation, causation.
Well, shit, she's not educated. If you want to make that argument,
but
why is it always the people who have the deficit that want to discover their deficit in other people?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that.
Oddly enough, I think Anton is worth listening to, but I don't think he's getting it right either. Just because you get laid off from a job, you can still be educated. You just have the wrong job. So, hey, Kimmy, you're back.
What's up, Kimmy Cakes?
And John, the white John Galt, has no hope of. He has no hope of coming up on this panel. So, stay chatty, my friend. Stay chatty.
No, black people have more education now than ever.
Absolutely, and you know what? I will agree with you that they're misusing it. I don't know where that shit went wrong, but more education is not. Now things are way better. Generational wealth is rising, but having an education doesn't mean you know what to do with it.
An American institution in order to get educated. I need y'all to understand this. Stop listening to women trying to tell y'all and talking all fast to go and get an education. You need some money. And being educated also is being informed. Make sure you get the understanding, and then make sure you go and get a degree if it's going to generate revenue that allows for you to be able to overly prepare and overly successfully provide for your family. That's why you go and get a degree. You don't go and get a degree.
How do you over provide?
I'll do you one further. A lot of these institutions are indoctrination camps.
Nope.
They are there to go and put propaganda in you that allows for you to then be controlled by the federal government in the way that you vote, in the way that you think, in the way that you go and see life, and how your cultural norms.
And this is where Anton and I start parting company, because essentially he's doing a conspiracy theory thing. The federal government is against you. And I assume he means the federal government is against black people. I don't get that, to be honest.
I think that if I had my say, from my vantage point, I think this is where I will agree kind of that there seems to be like some, a bigger than government type takeover. That things tend to go in the way of big corporations. Student
Well,
loan shit. They can't bankrupt a student loan, so the banks.
let me ask you a question. And I'm not going to even disagree with you, though I do. But even if you're right, if you, as John Galt in Stanley Cross, know this, what do you do? How do you raise your kids? Well, no. It's a very serious question, not even flippant. If you know there's a problem, you avoid the problem.
Well, I think the answer, if you would ask me, I'd say, a lot of the solutions are going to, lie within yourself and your family and your friends. Honestly,
right.
If you think you need to learn something,
where you and I will differ is you want to go out and save the community.
No,
I just want
to.
I just want. Well, see, right? You're a better man than I am. I just want to get through it, and if I help some people or can help some people along the way, it will not be my mission to go out and be a Moses.
Well, it ain't mine either. Shit, I'm right here on the internet. I ain't outside doing, telling the kids to go to school, packing lunches and shit like that. As I say, my thought is that it primarily comes from within, and once you start looking externally for answers, I think that's where people will come up with answers that may benefit them more than you. And I think that's what.
Well, you shouldn't be looking outside for answers unless you don't have any yourself.
Well, I think that people, okay, fair enough. But I think that people look at, let's say student loans. Let's just use student loans as an example.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big lures to that. You don't have to pay it while you're getting your education. That's a big lure.
And I'm telling you right now, you are absolutely right.
Right.
It is a Pied Piper. It is a scheme. It is a scam. Right. It is a money-making venture.
And so if you believe all that, right, and it's not for everybody. It's along the scale. Some people go into it.
And she's absolutely wrong on this. But let me tell you, she's not wrong because it's a scam. John, I told you this. Do you know, I started working on my son back in like grade school. Dude, you do not want to get... Why do you think I was hard on my son to do the academics?
But I don't think she can recognize this as scam.
Okay, I don't care about her is the problem.
Well, I'm just using her as a generic.
Right, but I want to use myself as an example. You and I know that it is a scam. If you want to fuck up your kid's future, do what she wants to do, maybe with her kids. Okay, if you want your kid not to be a homeowner at 25 or 30, even if it's a starter home, encourage that kid to get a fucking student loan. They will not be able to do it unless they get some like super serious degree that pays a lot right off the bat. I came out of college owing zero money. Hopefully my son will come out of college owing zero money. We were lucky. It's not maybe the norm for white, black, or indifferent, but I know, people in this audience know, if you're raising kids, you do not do what this lady is telling grown-ass men to do. You do not. You never want to take out a loan if you don't have to. Now, there are times, you got to establish credit and, there's some things you have to do. But college, honestly, there are ways to pay for college without you taking loans. And it might mean you don't get the immediate gratification. Join the military and get the GI Bill. There are ways to do it, or put in the work ahead of time and scholarship your way through. There are things you can do that aren't football or basketball, by the way.
Norms are. And so when you see these people that then tell you, hey man, listen, you need to go and take out this student loan, take out as much as you need in order to go and get educated. They hate it when you educated. No, they hate it when you're a nuisance on the system and you continue to burden while at the same time pushing propaganda and then pretending like you have some real insight because you do have a degree, but you don't have any real tangible skills that allow for them to leverage you so that you can be productive in society. Education alone, especially when it comes with student loans, is worthless. I'm telling you what I know. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you as a person that is educated, that understand the system, that has worked myself up in through corporate America, that is also a C student, that have A students working for them, that is a person that has watched and witnessed and coached tons of people. And I see the difference between those that are successful and those that aren't. And I'm not saying that an education is bad. What I am saying is it's an individual race and you have to choose depending on what path that you're taking, because let's be clear, there are plenty of people that are skilled trades, that are millionaires, that are great, that know exactly what they're doing. And trust me, they keep trying to act like money is not a big deal. Money is a huge deal. Money is a huge deal. It really is. And I'm tired of them trying to tell y'all that y'all not what y'all know, what y'all supposed to be because you didn't necessarily go and get a degree. Yes, I do think you need a high school diploma. Yes, I do think you need to make sure that you go and get educated. Even if you decide that you want to go to college, make sure you go to a community college first and pay for it, or get a job that allows for you to then be able to take advantage of your benefits so that you can get tuition assistance.
Or motherfucking work hard and scholarship your way through. God damn it. You know, even there's some problems even with the community college thing. It depends on what your ultimate career goals are. But I'm tired of black people acting like you can't get a motherfucking academic scholarship. It can be done. Or a band scholarship. There are things you can do as a non-athletic person. There are a myriad of ways to do this. If yeah, and I think actually the level 0 is deciding whether college what's the best path for you. Not everyone should go to college. Not everyone should go to trade school. Sometimes the military is an option. There are things you can do. And Kim makes a good point about the city and state schools. Now the problem is, New York City and I think LA and maybe Chicago have a lot of city level colleges. A lot of cities don't, that are affordable anyway. And you made another point, Kim. Let's see, what was it? You made another point, something about information. Oh, there it is. This point here is just dynamite. Being informed is actually a use of intellect, which is not synonymous with education. I don't know. That is a bomb point. I guess I'll have to take it down and use it as a show title. Being informed is a form of intellect. Intellect is not everything, intellect doesn't necessarily come out of a book. It's nature and nurture. So probably the best point I've heard all morning, to be honest. So here we go.
Assistance and pay for it cash. Don't take out debt. Go into something that is actually going to generate revenue and wealth. If you want to go into cybersecurity, AI learning, cloud infrastructure, you want cloud engineering, you want to go into any of that type of stuff, network engineering, then yes, you're going.
Okay, and this is where Anton goes wrong, especially the AI stuff, networking, even. This isn't something networking you could possibly pick up at a trade school. There are no trade schools that are going to teach you AI. It simply doesn't exist yet. This is the problem I have with an Anton Daniels and whoever this lovely young lady is. They're talking out of their hat. They're talking about shit they don't know. You cannot your high school diploma is not going to land you a job doing AI unless you know. Sorry, I'm coughing here. Got to get some water, but AI is not a diploma level job. You're going to have some math. And that math you're probably not going to get necessarily at a 12th grade algebra, or a lot of high schools don't teach calculus. Sometimes you have to go off to take the college class, which in Georgia you can do. But Anton Daniels is not making the point he thinks he's making. And this is sometimes the problems I have with these anti-black blacks. They start off good and then they veer off into shit they don't know.
Going to need an education to compete. You do need a higher level of education to complete. But if you want to go and be an electrician, a millwright, all of these things, these jobs will absolutely positively be protected against technology, AI, and so on and so forth. And you can make a ton, and I mean a ton of money as a result of it. So everybody got a different path. But them trying to act like you're not as valuable, if not more valuable than them because they have a degree from an institution that they call higher learning, that is basically a diversity, equity, and inclusion camp that allows for you to literally just go out and protest and try to act like you're a victim.
Okay, and again, I'm gonna have to beat up on the anti-black points he's making. Totally just taking what she said out of context, totally propagandizing her point. Not that she had a great point in the first place. This is where the fucking anti-black blacks crash and burn with people who actually are able to do critical thinking.
I don't watch much of him.
Anton,
You think he's anti? You think he's anti-black? I don't watch much enough of him to say.
he can't not as a blanket statement, but this is where I'm thinking he is literally acting like black people are making a mistake. She is not. She's expressing what she knows. Okay, you can go and you can talk to her and go, what about? He's just kind of dismissing her instead of, as a content creator, educating her. And maybe I'm expecting too much, but some of his points are just kind of like painting her as inherently bad, and that's my impression. I think he's being slightly red pill. I think he's being slightly anti-black, like black people don't know what he knows. There are plenty of black people who know what he knows.
I stepped
and
away.
Did he mention
more. Race? Did he mention? I didn't hear him mention race while I was here, but did he mention racism?
Well, not in this video. Are you saying he is always race neutral?
I don't listen to enough of him to even make a joke.
Well, I haven't, but I have in the last week. And a lot of it is who talks about Anton Daniels on other panels. He's pretty popular with some of the Anton Daniel. I'm sorry, some of the Jason Whitlock crowd. There's a whole network of y'all.
Wasn't he on Whitlock? Was he not on Whitlock the other day?
You know what? I don't know. I didn't see that show, but maybe.
I think he was on Whitlock. I could be wrong, but I thought he was on Whitlock a few days ago.
Okay, in Broke Genius, you can go right into being a handyman and make more than half of the average earner in America. That's true. So what? You have to be handy. You have to want to be a handyman. It is not a job that anybody can pick up and do. Stop acting like any random black kid coming out of high school can be a handyman. It is not just that easy to do. You don't just do drywall because it's an easy skill. It is the difference between what did my father used to call them? Huck 'em so. Okay, anybody can hang drywall, but can anyone hang drywall well and make a living doing it? If you're just throwing it up there and nailing it randomly, you might get paid a little while, but you're not going to make a career. You need to get a grip, son. Not anyone could be a handyman.
Education today in these institutions is not even like what they used to be. And again, I know a lot of people that got degrees that's just sitting around doing nothing. That's the honest to God. Men and women, mostly women. I know a lot of people that got degrees.
Mostly women.
Nothing. I want to know what
there's your red pill.
Does, whether or not he's incredibly successful, and if that education has translated into resources. Let me hear some more what you got to say. And I'm always going to link back to the content creator. So that'll be down in the description of the video.
Heavily on the political standpoint. Everybody talks about how they want change. Go get those loans and go get that education. And the more people continuously start doing, because what they want to do is get rid of schools. That's what they want to do. That's why they're getting rid of the whole DEI funding. HBCU colleges are going through it a lot. Go get that education and go stop the bullshit that is going on systematically. Black women are always going to get their education. And I'm not saying black men are going to get their education, because there are a lot of black men that are getting their education, but we need more black men. A lot more black men. Regardless of what your situation may look like, have looked like, a lot of unfortunate circumstances have happened to you, but you are not the only person. At some point, you have to take accountability for your actions, and at some point, you are going to want to take those steps forwards to bettering out, one, our country, and two, bettering out yourself. Go get that education. Go get that GED. Go get that associates. Go get that bachelor's. Go get that master's. Hell, go get that damn doctorate if you are up to it. Go get that fucking education, because at the end of the day, that is what they hate most, is educated black people.
I'm never going to go and do something because of a they. I don't live in the construct of somebody else's mind or what it is that they frame out for me. I'm going to go and get it because it allows for me to open up a door that I didn't have access to for something that I've already pre-planned. I was already doing software engineering work way before I went to school for it, but when I would go to the interviews, I knew what I had a ceiling for what I wanted to do in corporate America, and so I realized that I had to go back to school in order to do so. It just is what it is. I had to go back to school in order to do so. So I went back to school to get the paperwork for the thing that I was already an expert in. I could have taught the classes myself. Anyways, wound up going to community college, transitioned from community college over into a major university, but I was also working for the University of Michigan. And the part of the benefits package is that they was going to pay for me to go to school.
Okay. Then this is where he's doing that backpedaling. Motherfucker, yeah, I had to go to a major university. Whether you could have taught it or not is really irrelevant. You had to go to that university to advance. Stop the cap. If you hadn't done what you did, you would not have advanced. It seems like that's what you're saying. This is the problem with these anti-black blacks. They want to give advice, but they don't come clean about how they got where they are. And by the way, he's not doing software now, or maybe he is, but he has time to do this. Again, lot of bullshit from the Anton Daniels of the world, and he's actually pretty decent. By the way, I'm looking for this content creator's link in his show information, and I do not see it. Too bad. Too bad. Oh well.
I went to school, got my education, was able to level up in corporate America, leverage that money along with my business money in order to continue to invest in my real estate and everything else that I had going on. The rest is history. I'm here today. It is what it is. But my point is that everybody got a different path, and there's always an alternative. Do not, I repeat, unless you're going to be a surgeon, unless you are guaranteed a job that's making you at some point $250,000 a year, do not take out an egregious amount of student loans just to satisfy what she thinks they are afraid of. Let me know what y'all think inside of the comments. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach Hanley, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you guys later. Peace.
All right. Let me highlight a couple comments here, and I am at 4:40, so not going to be a terribly long show, I don't think. Broke Genius, everyone should know. Doesn't mean they have to know. So your judgment that everyone should know is noted. Everyone should be a landlord, but not everybody wants to be. So everyone should read Shakespeare, but it's not necessarily a requirement for success. So let's see what else is in my little algorithm thing here. Oh, look, Be Brave has a show. I don't have a problem living in a mud hut. God damn, this Be Brave guy. So let's see what's in my playlist here. Might have to catch a little bit of Be Brave. Apparently, I've said something that yanked his little dog chain. Actually, let's listen to this.
Way to say this, your freedom, your
Okay, so this seems like Maj Toure, which I've watched him a couple times. I don't actually know his politics, to be honest. But he seems like someone that is worth listening to. I'm out on a discovery to find other people that are worth listening to.
Your rights are under fucking attack. Subsolutionaries, Maj Toure here. I want to talk to y'all real quick about this Trump and Palantir, this deal. That shit is the tip of the iceberg, okay? I don't know which like simplest way to say this. Your freedom, your privacy, your life is under attack, and it's happening like right now. Like right now, okay? The government is building a surveillance monster. And this shit got Trump name all over it, okay? For those of y'all that don't know, like, they teaming up with Palantir, which is like a tech giant. Their history is like data weaponization, creating databases, and they just hella invasive. Like, that's what it is. And I know some of y'all gonna be like, oh, it's the same thing as we already in a database. It's not. This shit make Big Brother look like a nosy neighbor type shit, okay? This is a war on your rights. There's no other fucking way to say that shit. I want to break this down for y'all today. And just trust me for a little bit. Just ride with me to the end. If you get some value from the content, please support the work. GiveSingo.com/solutionary. Be a member to the Solutionary now, whatever. But support the work. repost this, all that other good stuff. So Trump's administration got Palantir, which is a company co-founded by like this billionaire dude named Peter Thiel. And it's called a master database.
Peter
I'm
Thiel.
not making this up. It's a master database on every American, okay? It's not like a filing cabinet. You understand? It's not like just, hey, we just got some files, we got your social, and like at the DMV, right? Because I keep hearing people say that. They packaging it like it's just, and that's how they always get people to keep doing dumb shit. Well, we already got your ID, they already got your phone, and just more and more and more fucking encroachment. If they already got my ID, they already got my social security number, why are we making a master database, okay? This is a beast, right? And I used to be like, when people, watched Alex Jones, the mark of the beast, I made the beat. This is kind of like that, okay? So this is like pulling together like your tax filings, your student debt, your social, your bank accounts, your medical claims, your immigration status, and it starts to look like this whole immigration thing was a farce. The whole Doge thing with Elon and the technocrats and all was like a farce. Saying, oh, immigration, we got to be on the immigration. Low key to get you to agree to some shit like this. We got to keep the illegals out. That's what it started to look like to me, at least. To me, okay? Now, for you people that's talking that like, well, there's a database already. No database in U.S. history has ever centralized this much personal information. I'm talking about like across federal agencies, the IRS, the Social Security Administration, Homeland Security, all of that, okay? This is next level surveillance. When you start talking that, merging that shit with AI, and it's like put under the guise of like efficiency and fraud detection. So earlier when I just said, hey, this looks like, it's like, oh, you want to be safe from the illegals, right? Okay, it's all packaged in this, and I'm seeing people on the right. I got on a red hat right now, but I'm seeing a lot of you red hats dick ride Trump on this, and he's the person that did it, okay? In March of this year, 2025, he demanded, this administration demanded like federal agencies start sharing your data, like just sharing it. And like since then, this company been taking in like $113 million in contracts. Mind you, this is with a $795 million Pentagon deal last week. So you see the pieces around? When you're trying to put together a puzzle, you work on the edges first. People in the middle don't sometimes see the ground shrinking underneath their feet. So they're using these AI-powered tools to design your profile, track, and potentially flag you. I'm not like just trying to be funny. I'm not like the conspiracy theorist. At a certain point, it's not a theory. Theories are theoretical. That means like them shits ain't really happened. This is a trail of things that happened that people since the 90s and early 2000s were telling us about. It's not about catching tax cheats, deporting illegals. It is about control, okay? They can cross-reference your bank transactions with your medical records, your immigration status with your social security. If they want to target you, whether you immigrant, critic, just somebody they don't like, they got the data to do so. That's what this is about. We just saw it, and again, I'm not tap dancing for Kanye West, but when Kanye West gets to say as stupid amounts of shit as he wants to, but if he says something...
Okay, I need to stop a couple people who can't seem to read. Let me help some brothers and sisters out here. The title of this show is Trump Betrays America, the Palantir Digital Tyranny Deal. This is not 20 years too late, fools. This is literally a current story. Let me look it up for you. I guess if you had been here at the beginning of the show, you would already know what he's talking about. But let me catch you up. Trump, Elon Musk, and others have employed, or maybe it's still in the drawing board stages of employing Palantir to build a database of personal information of Americans. And let me find the story here. It is not 20 years too late, folks. I don't know why people get so comfortable with hopping into a chat and talk about shit that they actually don't know. So annoying. I guess I put it in this Slack somewhere. Give me 1 sec. I will pull up the story. As a matter of fact, I did a story earlier this morning and yesterday morning on this. Guess I shouldn't X out stories as I go along. Oh, Navy ship. Actually, I didn't do this story. I'm going to have to do that one. One sec. If not, then I'll just have to go to the newspaper and find it. This is so annoying when you have a story and cannot put your finger on it. Oh, foo. All right, well, let me Google it. Well, you know what? Let's go to the New American here. All right, so Palantir to build centralized database on Americans. The dateline on this is June 2nd, 2025. So for the folks who are saying this is 20 years ago, this story is not 20 years ago. So essentially signed on March 20th. The order is titled "Stopping Waste, Fraud, and Abuse by Eliminating Information Silos." It presents mass data consolidation as a bureaucratic fix. Essentially, what the Trump administration is doing is enlisting Palantir and probably other companies to build a separate, a central database that all the agencies will input into and access from. Not a 20-year-old story. Y'all need to get more informed day to day. The reason I ask you, Kim, is you talked about a clone going to work for you. The name of the show, and I haven't watched it. I just have it flagged to watch at some point. It's about a guy that they went in and did like some brain thing where they separate his home life from his work life. So when he goes home, he can't remember work. And I think it might be vice versa. When he goes to work, he can't remember home. So, not as good as cloning, but so let me see if I can find the show actually, because I think I have Apple TV. But it's not on this browser. Let me see if I can find it. But you know what I'm talking about, Kim? Let me know if you know the show. If you don't, I'll find it for you. And now that it's been mentioned, maybe I'll go watch it too. So let's get back to where we were, folks. This is not a 20-year-old story. Stop your bullshit. Start being more informed.
Something, and then they start freezing bank accounts, right? That indicates there's a problem.
Yeah, I'll find it for you.
This company got a $30 million contract with ICE to track migrants in real time.
Oh, really?
Building what's called Immigration OS.
Interesting.
Okay? Just get them the fuck out. We don't need to track motherfuckers. Just get them out. And it's not just at the border, okay? Because I just want to go over the list of things that keep hearing people say that's just not right. It ain't just stop at the border. The database can get anybody, any citizen, yada, 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 yada. Now, privacy advocates been sounding the alarm, saying this could be used to punish political enemies or silence dissent. And even some Palantir employees jumping ship like, yo, this is a red line. They don't want to cross it. You know, so when the people that's actually building the tech are sounding the alarm, you kind of know that it's some silly shit going on. It's bad, all right? Then you got to factor in Elon Musk jumped in. Now, the Musk team is working with Palantir to create the Mega API, all right? That centralizes everything, your income, your health, your status. This is Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, okay? Now this is linked up with Vice President J.D. Vance. It's like a triple play of silly shit. Technocrats, damn near authoritarians. If we got the right-leaning, right-of-center folks to go along with it because, oh, Trump's our guy, and you won't be critical of this, that's how they get that shit to pop off. So they all linking up with this power play, and this is why this shit matters. A government that knows every move you make, every bill you pay, every doctor you see, one wrong flag in they fucking AI. It's like if you put a link in X in the first post, they downgrade your shit. That's just what happens. It impacts your reach. So that reach impact on a social media platform tying into like almost what it looked like the Chinese social credit score, right? So you get this one red flag, wrong flag, and you on a list. You audited, you investigated, or whatever, okay? Now, there's already privacy groups that's like piling up on the lawsuits, student unions, labor organizations. Everybody already been trying to stop this. There's reputational damage that them same employees that work for this company have already said. But this ain't hit the news yet. This ain't tapped into, oh, this is a problem. We talking about all of this culture war shit, but not fucking Skynet. These same people are saying this is authoritarian. This is a surveillance state. This is the surveillance state on steroids. And this is being built right now. And you as solutionaries, I'm assuming if you follow me, you a little bit more right of center. This is not a diss to Democrats. Because this is not just, oh, this is only going to impact people on the right. This is everybody. So this like split thing is crazy. But my point in saying it is if you're already on my page, you probably are libertarian, independent, conservative, right? Limited government. And I'm telling y'all, you need to fucking be highlighting this shit. That's what we got to do. Share this video. Tell your friends. Wake people up. Demand transparency from the fucking government. Support the lawsuits. Fight this damn data grab. Call your reps. Do not let them bury you under this, oh, it's just the efficiency lie bullshit. America's supposed to be a constitutional republic. The government's supposed to have transparency, and the people are supposed to have privacy. Not the fucking other way around. They're asking and demanding transparency for you in every fucking area while they hiding behind this label of efficiency. Your privacy, your future is what's on the line. Now, also, tap into the solutionary line 9 and link up with like-minded people, okay? We about civic engagement, creating preparedness, networks, and building together. That's what we're already about, okay? There's a reason why I'm like, okay, we did the thing with BGM and we started doing that work. But outside of that, there needs to be more than just firearms. Growing some food, building a skill in a trade, having a network of local communities. So it's more pushback against this overall like federal government bullshit. That's what we need. If you want to actually apply solutions, build our own network while we push back against the bullshit. Hit the link in the description box or below, depending on where you're watching this. Share this all over the place and let's start getting involved. My name is Maj Toure, the founder of Solutionary University. Hope to see you in a group and in classes soon. Be safe. Be solutionary.
Well, my only criticism is he's a musclehead and he's made up a word called solutionary. So there we go. Let's see what else. Can't close the barn door now. Let's see. Where was the concern about our privacy when they launched COVID and made us use? No one ever made me use a QR code. So maybe that's government knows where you had dinner or went. I don't know about all that. Uncle Fatty, the systems are already in place. We, the people, are now. Well, the thing is that apparently the government hadn't caught up with the databases. And now, thanks to Palantir and Elon Musk, the government will catch up with the rest of us. So everybody's acting like this shit has already happened. I would tend to disagree. It will happen, but there is not an all-knowing, all-seeing database. The information was siloed. They're getting rid of the silos. Everybody's going to be accessing the same database. For instance, Social Security had its own database. IRS had its own database, and sometimes they talked, sometimes they didn't. There were laws in place that restricted access. That is going away. I simply can't agree that it's been this way all along. Snowden, don't bring that bullshit in here. Snowden isn't here to talk about it, so you are obviously his proxy. Hey, Angry Snowman, good morning. Snowden is a fucking failure, and he is not here to account for his pretend heroism. Thank God he has fans in this chat. Not a fan. So let's see. This is my newest internet girlfriend. I have several at this point. So I see that John is doing Brian McKnight. Maybe we ought to go over there because I have no idea why Brian McKnight is in the news. Phoenix Fish, you and Angry Snowman are just like anachronisms, which should piss Deacon Dave off because I'm obviously misusing that word too. This has not been going on 20 years. There were a bunch of databases 20 years ago. Now they're going to be one database. That is the change, folks. God damn. What is it? What is this weird need to be right about shit you actually don't know about? I don't know about it. I'm just reading a news story, and y'all are acting like you wrote the news story. And where is Deacon Dave, by the way? I'm not done whipping up on him. He and Solid Snake need to present themselves front and center. They've been annoying all day. So now, apparently, Phoenix Fish and Angry Snowman have tagged themselves in to the annoyance arena. God. Phooey. Oh, well. And Kimmy, let's find that show. And I actually never use Apple TV, and there's some good stuff on it. So I'm gonna have to watch more Apple TV. I spend much too much time on the Stanley versus the world stuff. We need to stop doing that. Here it is. It's called Severance. That's the name of the show. And it's on Apple TV. And by the way, Kimmy, the only reason I have Apple TV is I have I don't pay for Apple TV. I get it through my phone provider. T-Mobile. I've been with T-Mobile for a while. So they just kind of say, hey, here's some Apple TV. We'll pay for it. I'm sure I'm paying for it somewhere in this phone bill, but it is nice not to have that bill at least. And this is a story I didn't get to, and I definitely want to get to because it's actually a feel-good story. Miracle on Long Island Sound. Father, daughter safe after plane lands just off coast of New Haven. So we definitely want to watch this.
Good morning. We are learning more about the pilot who crash landed a plane in Long Island Sound Sunday morning. We now know it was a father and his teenage daughter on board that small plane. News 8's Kent Pierce, live for us outside the Branford Fire Department this morning with what we've learned. Hi, Kent. Good morning.
Laura, good morning to you. The plane took off from Sikorsky Airport in Stratford on Sunday morning. Didn't make it far before something went wrong, and the pilot, a father from Newtown, had to land in the chilly waters of Long Island Sound, where Branford Fire Department was among those rescuing him and his daughter. The plane was 8 miles out from Tweed New Haven Airport when something went wrong, and that was too far to make it to a runway. So the pilot, J. Scott Edwards of Newtown, decided to put the plane down in the Sound, Sully style. On board that 6-seater Piper Cherokee was one passenger, his teenage daughter. First responders say Edwards' quick thinking and expert flying kept them both alive.
Depending on the weather, how he landed the plane, his training, if he wasn't able to do a water landing safely, it could have ended differently.
It was also crucial that the pilot kept first responders updated on what was happening and where he was. Long Island Sound's water temperature is in the 50s right now. After a few minutes in that water, muscles start to constrict. Hypothermia starts to set in. So it was a race to get to the man and his daughter quickly. When Branford firefighters and the Coast Guard got to them, the plane was submerged. The father and daughter were in that chilly water with their life jackets on. They had minor injuries and they should be okay. Yesterday, crews went out into the water of Long Island Sound to locate the wreckage, mark it, so that in the coming days, crews can get that plane out of the water, back to land, and investigators can try to figure out what happened. In Branford, Kent Pierce, News 8.
All right. Well, I am glad to hear some good news about planes. And I guess I will have to deal with some of these comments. Yes. Let me tell you my theory on language, Deacon Dave. And as a lifelong reader, I find that people who have to go to Google to look up what words mean, motherfucker, it's almost offensive that you tell me that I have a bastard definition of the word. What is English but a ton of bastardized words? Dude, woke changed. The what woke meant changed between the 70s and the 2020s. What the fuck are you talking about? We speak a bastard language. English is a mix of French, Latin, Saxon, Celtic, all kinds of shit. Dude, you speak a bastard language. You need to read more. And the way I used anachronism is perfectly fine. I was using the word before you were born, Deacon Dave. Motherfucker. It literally makes me laugh when these young'uns want to tell me how to use English. Deacon Dave, you still use ain't. When you stop using ain't, you can talk to me about the English language. And yes, I'm being snooty. I'm being elitist. I'm being all boule. I'm being all boule. And the, what is it? The 10% or whatever the term was. Motherfucker, I know how to use English better than you. Period. In SKC, I hope that motherfucker's listening too. I use the language better than he does too. Yes, Deacon Dave.
Gun to your head. Gun to your head.
Apparently you have rebuttal.
Gun to your head.
No, it's and here's another motherfucker who is fucking half illiterate telling me how to use Celtic. Motherfucker, it's the Boston Celtics, not the motherfucking Boston Celtics. What the fuck? Is this some weird young person's revolt on the English language? Angry Snowman. I was using the word Celtic before you learned that you think it needs to be pronounced Celtic. Motherfucker, I'm way older than you. The fuck are y'all talking about? I read more books. I've read more books this month than y'all have read in a year. Y'all need to stay in your lane.
Define anachronism.
Motherfucker, I don't have to define it.
Because you can't.
It is something that is antiquated and past due. It is old fashioned. We went over this.
You're wrong.
It's outdated, old fashioned. A notion is anachronistic because its shelf life has passed. Its due date has expired. You Google it, and your problem is I have to define it verbatim according to Google, and that's not how you define words, motherfucker. Go to Google if you are a schoolboy or want to learn English. I've been using it for 60 years and very well.
You have not used it for 60 years.
Motherfucker, your heritage is Celtic, therefore you know how to pronounce it. Motherfucker, you are not a Celt. But look at this motherfucker. His white pride is getting all bent because I know his heritage better than he does. Motherfucker, it's the Boston Celtics. I'm American, not Celtic. Motherfucker, you're American, not Celtic. Moron. Come on, dude. Angry Snowman, I'm half just trying to pluck your strings. Your motherfucker, I'm plucking the strings of your Celtic lute. Dude, it's Celtic in America. Well, no, he's an American of Celtic heritage. Motherfucker, you go to Boston Garden and fucking pronounce it Celtic, and they'll call you fucking a woke hippie. It's the Celts. I love these little white power morons. You know what? Angry Snowman, I was just talking about you, not you specifically, but Flow State and Bumpkin and all these motherfucking white pride motherfuckers who insist that their heritage be pronounced correctly. Motherfucker, you're a Celt. You are of Celtic heritage. And better than that, motherfucker, it's not Celtic. You're Scotch-Irish. You're Scots. I'm sorry, I said Scotch. Scots-Irish from the motherfucking hills of some fucking part of the Appalachia. Stop being all fancy. Motherfucker, I have literally fucking done lamb shanks in a Guinness stout braise, which means I'm motherfucking more Celtic than you are. Angry Snowman, the reason you think I'm wrong is because you don't know enough to think I'm right. We're good. I'm not going all over this Celtic fucking show. Dude, I'm going to beat you with a shillelagh. How about that? And you know what's better? Motherfucker, I was literally trained by Irish nuns. Actual Celtics who had the accent. who came from the motherland. And yeah, I know Celts are more than just Ireland, but bottom line is I literally learned English from your kinsmen and kinswomen. Motherfucker, I know about this shit more than you do. So, sorry, Dave. You came up here to berate me about what? And thank you, Snowman, for the diversion.
No,
The Celtics. You're a Celtic snowflake.
I'm in and out, so it's like busy happening around me. But your anachronism definition is like saying that something happened in the wrong time. We call them the wrong time.
Yeah, apparently I have stirred up the Celtic Lucky Charms box. Motherfucker, take your fucking yellow moons and pink hearts and the Celts didn't eat that shit. Take your bitter herbs and you can tell I've had a couple this morning. But anyway, let's get back to more serious stuff. And maybe this woman I just discovered, Dave, and I think she is gorgeous. She is.
Well,
She is Kimmy.
Let's see who your broad of the day is. Broad of the week.
I've never heard of
You
her.
like them by the week. You give them about a week lifetime that you cycle through.
I don't know. I'm not even sure that there is a picture of her here. I haven't actually even listened to a video. Let me see. Can I find? She's an older lady who is obviously. She's got like a 1,740 subscribers, so she's fairly new. But oh my lord, she is. She's Kimmy Cake level. Kimmy Cake's level.
Diddy, the
cute.
Black Boule, and the Call. I have been waiting for the Jonathan Oddie situation
Let me
to
stop it
emerge
right
in
here.
the mainstream.
Yeah,
Now, Liz
she cammed up or she just doing
posted today on
She's
X,
cammed up on this
breaking,
one.
Essie Ventura confirmed.
Does that make what she says valid or is she just rambling?
Hello. I want to share some ideas. I've been
Just a rambler.
appreciating our
Kind of a deep
comments
voice.
back and forth. Thank you. All right. Now, this struck me. It's a simple concept, but I want to see what you think about it because it just
I think
made
she's
me
gorgeous.
clutch my pearls.
What's
All
her name?
When we think about eternity,
Jennifer
a lot of
Eason.
times we think about what we're going to inherit. We think about all the things that we're going to see and
Now she's kind of
enjoy.
eccentric. That's probably why I like her.
We think about
I
heaven,
tend to like
a
eccentric
garden,
women.
returning back to an Eden, an Edenic reality. So somebody posted something on Twitter or X, and they merely said that eternity is all about enjoying God. Now think about that. I think that's so deep because it struck me for the simple reason that all of my life, when I think about heaven, the afterlife, it's all about me. It's all about me seeing people that
It was a joke, Angry Snowman. I said I had done braised lamb shanks, lamb shanks braised in Guinness Stout. It was a joke, but yes, actually, I probably do know more about your heritage because I've had Guinness Stout on tap, and I was taught by Irish nuns. I'm more Irish than you are, Angry Snowman. Maybe not Celtic, but I'm definitely more Irish. What is a sapiosexual? Is that someone who's like falls in love with a brain regardless of looks. No, I just like smart women. Like this particular woman is very good looking, and I don't know that she's smart. She's quirky. Uh, that that might be a better definition. Like someone like a Kimmy Cakes or a Virgo who are kind of smart and interesting and attractive. You know, I go for women like that, and who wouldn't? Any normal man would. So I'm not special in that way. Anyway, like this is actually the only video I've seen where she's talking. She's really attractive, and it's just YouTube. I'm kind of lusting, which is kind of sad in a way, but so I am.
I miss that have departed before me. It's about, well, what kind of food are you going to have up there, God? Are we going to be vegan, vegetarian? What's the deal? I know you eat fish and bread and stuff like that. I'm with it. I know it's going to be wonderful. I trust you, of course. But
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way, Beef and Brock. You have to have something to talk about after, you've done the deed. You gotta want to talk about something afterwards, or you want to wake up in the morning and talk to them over breakfast. So I wouldn't exactly call it sapiosexual. You just have to have a reason. And even I've never actually talked about this with my son, but look, I've had a couple like weekend, weekend stands, but by and large, I've always most of the women that I've actually had, any month or 2 or 6 month relationship, it was kind of leading to something. Just because I have been turned off by very attractive women just by the quality of their conversation. Like, you know what? I can get the physical stuff somewhere else. So, what can I say? I'm a complicated person, and looks are not enough. It's gotta be a cocktail.
it's just curious. Of course, we can't imagine we're going to still be eating our new bodies, our resurrected bodies are going to eat food. What? So heaven is all
I don't know that it
about
sucks,
God,
Broke Genius.
or
It's
the
a
Most High
yes.
Yah for some of us. Now, I love that. I just wanted to share it, and I want to get some feedback on what you think about it. Because for me, it was great for me to repent of thinking about, oh, heaven. And, the location of heaven, a lot of us are talking about cosmology, and we believe in terra
Now, this
incognita.
is a
We
little
want to
bit
go up
too new age
yonder,
for
up
my taste.
north,
I
or
would
is
have
it
to talk her
south?
down from that.
Antarctica, Greenland, the North Pole, the lands that they hide from us in maps. We're
Oh
all
my Lord.
curious about it, and we've been resonating. And I want to thank you again for sharing.
Now, I have to say, it's possible that she would talk me away from appreciating her attractiveness. I am not into all this woo-woo shit. So let's just say she's not my internet girlfriend. Right now, she's an infatuation. We will see.
Sharing a lot of your stories with me. When I shared that story that I shared the other day, was it? Thank you so much. Now, I want to move on to something else that I wanted to talk about. When I look at some of the comments, I see people losing Hope, right? They need some hopium, as they call it. But not just hopium, just something real stuff, not just, pie in the sky and all that stuff. La la. So, this is, I have my notes and stuff, but just bear with me. I'm just rambling right now. Okay, now, when it comes to,
Well, at least she knows she's
where's this
rambling.
stuff I
That's
want to talk
something.
about? Trust in institutions. That is what is causing a lot of feelings of hopelessness, and just people are being, as they say, black pilled. They're watching discord happen, and that gets me bummed. I don't like when people are just discordant. Okay, why can't we have harmony? But that's how it is, right? When you are working through ideas, you're reasoning on the kind of society you want to live in, right? The codes you want to live by. And we're having a culture war in which traditional values and morals
Oh wait, Kim
are
says,
sought.
"Wait, how do you know it's the peyote? What do you know about peyote there, Brooklyn Watson?"
Yeah,
And
I'm assuming you
you know
know
what?
about peyote.
I dude, I smoked pot in college. That was
Peyote.
it. I've literally never done. No, I've never done peyote. I have done hash once, but it was so good I knew not to do it again. But again, this was
I
like
never got one with the drug. I know the drug. Your dare
um
program. Yeah.
you know
Yeah,
what?
they got
Hell, it was I don't know, sophomore year of college or something like that. And again, it's one of these things where it can never be as good the second time. See, that's where a healthy sense of cynicism comes up. Like, this shit was great. I know it can't be great a second time. Move on. And then, once I got out on my own, it was the Navy, and it's just kind of, I've had no reason to do it.
Don't do it. They know the drug. It's drug free. 2025 or something. They didn't do
Oh
drugs.
yeah, well, I don't know. Beer is kind of a drug too. So, we all I think to be a healthy human, you're just gonna have a peccadillo. Now tell me I'm misusing peccadillo.
I'm not here to lobby or to wait for you to fuck up words like you normally do.
Well, I didn't think you were here to lobby. Shit at 60. I'll put it to you this way. I'm open to doing it for pain, if pain becomes a problem, but it's not legal in Georgia, and I'm just not going out of my way, unless I have to. Fuck, I haven't even talked to the VA about it. I bet if I talked to my doctor about it, I could do it, but I don't have that kind of pain. Peter Tosh, motherfucker, Peter Tosh. Dude, Peter Tosh was popular when I was in college there, Broke Genius. That's back in the damn 80s. Peter Tosh. I'm surprised you even know who Peter Tosh is. So I'm impressed. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Dave.
No, you do that in high school.
I'm still kind of fascinated with this woman. She's cute as all get out. And
If she
older.
walked out of the gender neutral bathrooms you guys have down there, would you talk to her?
We have gender. I don't think we have gender neutral bathrooms in Georgia, at least not places I go and use a bathroom.
Oh, you don't know.
As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure they had them in my son's high school. I've been to it. Well, I mean, it's been a couple of years, but I've been to his high school. There weren't gender neutral bathrooms.
Well, it's not about that. Would you talk to her? I mean, if you seen her walking,
Okay, well, let me tell you something, sir. When I think I've talked about this before. There were gender neutral bathrooms back in the Navy. Like when I went to OCS, there was a sign, and when it was the guy's time to use the bathroom, you flip the sign. There were gender neutral bathrooms way before it became a talking point in the military. So y'all are to use a Phoenix Fish term or an Angry Snowman term, y'all are like 20, 30 years late. Gender neutral bathrooms have been around in the military for quite some time. Have you done ayahuasca, Angry Snowman? That seems to be the peyote of 2025. She is a beautiful mix of African and Native American. Very nice. Oh yeah, and she looks like she's over 40. So, you know, eh, I'm not going to be creepy and look up her age or do deep research, but she looks kind of age appropriate for me. I'm a young 60.
You gotta talk to her.
Nah, you know what?
You gotta buy her groceries.
I'll just if it happens, it happens. And you know,
What would you cook her on your first date?
where would I take her?
No, what would you cook? Because I know you like to cook. You probably out there to cook.
Oh, well, I was hoping Roller Skater Texas Girl would drift into the chat because she has been very kind to me. And let me show you what I would cook for her because she looks like the type that would appreciate it, actually. Give me one sec here. You know, I am getting very, very loose here.
You're good. Do you get
Well, no,
intimidated by a
with
beautiful woman?
well, no, I thought I put this link in the my Slack because I was going to talk about this book if Roller Skater came into the chat. One sec here. Let me drop this link into the chat. And the reason I'm making a big production out of this is Roller Skater Texas Girl has discovered that I can actually make like Indian curries from scratch. I really like Indian food. I like Middle Easternish, kind of South Asian, all the way back through the Mediterranean, that style of cooking.
Yeah, the aromatic style of cooking.
Yes,
Wine.
that is a good word for it. Very aromatic. Now the problem is it can be a little, some people will call it stinky, but this is the cookbook she sent me, and I haven't gone all through it, but it's got a lot of good stuff. Because what I'm calling dal is actually, in America it's lentils, and but she was kind enough to send me this cookbook, and I'm gonna go through it and make a few dishes. And Indian cooking isn't actually that hard. You just kind of have to have the spices, and I think the secret, at least in my amateur opinion, is you season your oil. You take that oil and you'll put a cinnamon stick, you'll put garlic, you'll put coriander seeds. You literally make a seasoned oil, and then it's layered cooking. You start with the base and you kind of add on top of the base, and it can be devastatingly good. and it's not expensive. You kind of have to have the spices, which can be a little pricey, but these spices will last you, depending on how often you cook, for quite some time. It's very cost efficient. So, well, no, I actually, apparently there's a difference. You can go on Amazon and get like, are they not? I thought they were about the same thing, but no, I have dal, like organic dal. I have two types of dal that roller skater Texas girl sent me. So we're gonna get our little, I'm gonna trade in my dashiki for for what is it? There's a term for that linen outfit that's cool in the heat, and I can't think of the name for it for men. But the other interesting thing is places like Trinidad that have that fusion of African cooking with South Asian or Indian cooking. Yeah, that stuff. Goat. The first time I ever had goat curry was at this Caribbean restaurant in Adams Morgan, in DC. It was fun. I had never had goat before, and definitely the first time I ever had goat curry, it was fucking devastating. I talk about it now, and this is like almost 30 years later. There was a place when I lived up in Northern Virginia that I used to go to. I never sat for lunch, but I'd usually get takeout. It was a Pakistani restaurant. Goat curry, fucking ridiculous. And luckily, no one I ever worked with complained about the smell. I take this shit back to my cubicle and fucking eat goat curry for lunch in an office building. And no one ever complained. And my immediate group, there were eventually towards the end, I had a guy who was from Nepal. So, Nepalese cooking is slightly different than Indian cooking, but it's kind of in the same family. But this was like white people. It was mostly white people. And I would just fucking eat goat curry. And I have to wonder whether they never complained about it. Maybe they were okay with it, but I'm in my funny Boondocks fantasy is a black man eating Pakistani food. These motherfuckers were either too scared or just woke enough not to complain about it.
Thinking up the hall, huh?
This is like the perfect Boondocks episode. Motherfucker, you white motherfucker. I'm a black man eating Pakistani goat curry. You're not gonna fucking say a word, are you? You're just gonna deal with the odor. Motherfucker, if you have a problem, go to human resources. Hey, Kim, I can do you one better than the fried goat. When I lived in Northern Virginia again, in Chantilly, Virginia, they opened up a halal butcher shop. So I used to go to this halal butcher shop and, I'd buy like half a goat. They would just have the carcasses hanging in the walk-in freezer. It used to freak my wife and my wife's family out because they're like a meat and potatoes family. Motherfucker, I'd be bringing home half a goat. And I would take it out. We had a screened-in porch and one of these flat plastic picnic tables. It's really good. You put butcher paper down on it. And I would fucking butcher half a goat in this fucking lily white neighborhood. And I'm like, hey, I am the DEI king. I'm in an interracial marriage in a lily white neighborhood, fucking butchering a goat on a screened-in porch, and I'm waiting for one of y'all motherfuckers to just say something about it so I can get on the news and tell y'all how racist white America is. It was gonna be a Boondocks episode, and I'm making a joke, folks. I'm living a Boondock cartoon fantasy. Oh yeah, I thought about it, dude. I have a vivid imagination. I have an. How do you think I make all these jokes? I fucking think about this shit days before. Like, what if this motherfucker says this stupid thing?
I used to do that. My grandma, she was a joker like that. I'm not as good.
What the hell do you mean? You could take the man out of Africa. Yeah, okay, Kim. I have a special joke for that one, but I'm not going to be offensive. There, Amy Cooper. You don't remember who Amy Cooper is, do you? She's the white woman who wanted to call the cops on Chris Cooper, the bird watcher. It's a Karen joke, basically. So anyway, no, I wasn't chopping goats. I had a butcher knife, ma'am. It was a professional butcher job. You know what? I have also butchered deer carcasses out on that same table in colder weather. Look, in the end, I am a guy who likes, butchering meat is fun. You get to use sharp knives and butcher paper, and you get to pack away some meat for the winter. Look, Kim, oddly enough, if I actually had it to do all over again, I was telling John or somebody the other day, I would have majored in biology, and I'd have done like wildlife biology or fucking been a park ranger or a fishing guide, and I would have been perfectly fine. Or perfectly happy, maybe not perfectly fine. So, there are the manly arts of butchering your kill and, or dressing out your fish, your catch. There is a manly art to that that's very satisfying. Like when I lived in Savannah last, which is almost 25 years ago, I'd be out fishing Monday through Thursday, sun up to sundown. And if I caught some fish, I mean, it was pretty cool to go over to your parents' house and go, hey, look what I caught. My father and I would dress the fish out, and every now and again, we'd take those fillets and toss them on a charcoal grill. And it is so cool being an adult, hey, daddy, mama, look at what I caught. Let's fillet it out and have dinner. Fuck. It was very, I don't know how to, it was very satisfying. Hey, you know what? You raised a son that can fucking catch a fish.
And I found how I'm better than you, Stanley. Right there in that story. I've caught enough fish to feed a church.
Oh, really? What? Yeah, what kind of fish?
Don't have the crappie. What is it? Crappie.
Oh yeah.
And
if you can get them on the bed. Yeah, if you can get crappie on the bed, you will feed. You'll do better than a couple fishes and loaves of bread. You'll fucking be able to feed a church. Where did you catch these, in Ohio?
Yeah, it was in Ohio. Yeah, they got one spot.
How big were they?
How big were the crappie? They were like The crappie, I would say 13, somewhere around 13 inches. They were big.
Damn.
Yeah, they were nice. Cause
Well,
like
let me put
the
it to
one,
you this way. I hope your church prayed for you. Crappie are a good eating fish. There are not many fish that just you fry them up and they are just fucking delicious. And the bones are thick enough you don't have to worry too much about the kids, or you can just scrape the meat off the bones. Yeah, yeah. Crappie's good stuff. And all those sunfish,
oh,
bluegill, that's good eating. Even if you don't like fishing, you should know how to catch them.
I don't feel enough.
You're breaking up a bit, Dave.
And I had
You're still you
there's
still
some kind going on. So those ladies, it seems like they're always game to make a fish play.
yeah. Well, with you catching them, I tell you right now, I literally can walk 15 minutes and I'm at a fishing hole that a couple of my neighbors own. Now it's a good 10-15 minute walk, but my son fishes like almost a few times a week. And you know what? How can you beat that, motherfucker? I literally live in a neighborhood with a bunch of trees and a 10-minute walk that my college age son, he still likes to fish. Motherfucker, it's an Andy Griffith life in a way.
I don't know what I was saying, but I got kicked out of here.
I didn't kick you out.
No,
As a matter of fact, you dipped
I hit the
out
button
mid conversation.
That's terrible. Yeah, but I cut enough and I gave it to the ladies of the church. They just had an idea to feed it to everybody. So went back and caught some more. Had a couple of
Now, were you a man? Did you make them clean the fish?
no, I got in there with them. Now they was pissing me off because if you don't know how to clean a fish, you'll end up wasting a lot of meat. And you let them cut it. They'll just cut the good parts off.
Well, they weren't filleting them, were they? I hope not.
Yeah. Their idea to
Oh no! You don't want to be filleting. They're sunfish. You just gut them. Get the guts out and fry them whole. Not whole, but you know what I mean. Take the heads off. Gut them. You can either do it belly, or you can actually, if you know what you're doing, you can do it the opposite way along the spine. But most people are just gonna, carefully gut it belly, and then take out the stuff that's attached to the spine, and then you just fry them whole. That way you don't waste meat.
right. Well, I'm pretty good at filleting. So I guess they thought I was going to.
Yeah, but you can waste a lot of meat on a sunfish. Those flatfish. You don't really want to fillet
I
them.
didn't have no sunfish. I didn't have no sunfish. These things don't get big enough.
Well, no, a crappie is a sunfish. Those dinner plate type fish, they're sunfish, the freshwater ones. There's a whole, like the red ears, the bluegills, the crappies, warmouths. It's a whole class of fish.
That's panfish.
I don't know that it's so much Kansas. It's I'm kind of like a. Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Panfish. Yep, I call them sunfish, panfish. Yeah, you know what I mean then.
Yeah, I probably got a bad connection here. I don't know, but it's kind of noisy.
No, and as a matter of fact, my earbuds are starting to fade out, so I gotta put one of them on charge at least. But uh, yeah, I mean, I think that's really nice that you donated the fish. I
I
tell
got
the
suckers,
story. I
man.
caught
I
a
was
whole
being a
cooler
nice
full.
guy.
Oh well, no,
You
no,
know
no.
how you
You're being a
stock up
good.
and you
You're
put it in
being a
your own
good
freezer?
Christian. Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
I gained some points for Jesus, but I lost my fish. You know, Well, I kind of felt that way. Honestly, at the end, and it was like, man, I could load this up in the freezer and just have fish whenever. 'Cause I like to eat fish like that. But anyway, it didn't go that way, and I was cool with it. I was okay. It was a labor of
Well,
love.
right. So my I have not gotten in there. Um and I just got the cookbook yesterday. If if roller skater, if you hear this after the live, come on the show tomorrow in the chat. I don't think you like coming up on panels, but I just want to say, you know what, this is like really honestly the nicest thing that anyone's done for me in a while, because I love to cook, and I'm one of these rare people who actually likes to cook from scratch. So this is way more, it's so much appreciated that it's hard for even me to put into words. So
You
and
ever
then
smoked a
the
brisket?
family photographs and stuff of the family, of her family, not roller skaters, but the author's family. So very, very homey. It's like I said, it's much appreciated.
You ever smoked a brisket, Stanley?
To who? Oh
You ever
fuck yeah.
Have you ever
A
messed
brisket?
one up
Yeah.
though?
Messed one up?
Yeah, like you dried it out. You didn't do it
I don't
right.
think it's
Something you screwed
possible to
up.
do. If you smoke a brisket, it's almost impossible. You have to work hard or be very neglectful. Now you can dry them out, but that's why you put them in foil and time them. I mean, you have to be careful of the time because brisket's lean, very lean. But you also have to know I've done briskets like I grew up in Savannah, so you'd have like corned beef and cabbage, so I've been eating brisket for like all my life. Now cooking or smoking a brisket is different. Braising a brisket versus smoking, they're kind of two different animals, but I actually like cooking. um it is fucking a cardinal sin to fuck up food. If you know how to, when you're first learning how to cook, you may mess up, but
Yeah.
I've literally and it's kind of shocking. I started cooking. I always knew how to cook like an egg or make grits or something like that as a kid, because sometimes I used to make breakfast for my brother and sister. But I started like seriously like taking home cooking seriously at about 25, because I moved to Norfolk, Virginia, my second duty station, and I literally knew no one. So, rather than, sit around on a Saturday getting blind drunk, I was like, well, I watched this cooking show. This recipe looks interesting. So I walked 10 minutes to the Giant, the Giant food store, and got what I needed, and came back. Now, I don't recommend your first serious dish be a whole leg of lamb for one person, but yes, I did that. And ate lamb for, some of it had to be frozen. But my point is, I've been cooking for fucking like 45 years. And it is so, I'm sorry, did I say 45 years? Uh for like Oh yeah, I guess it is 45 years. It is scary to think that I'm this old, but I've been doing it for that long. Home cook, not I'm no chef, but you don't fuck up food after doing it for 45 years. And if you do, you better either be very drunk or developing dementia as an excuse. I don't know. It's so funny, Angry Snowman. I don't like beef that much anymore. Smoked brisket would be an exception, but I've kind of, I grew up on beef. Like, my father used to get like half a cow and, put it in the freezer. So, I mean, there was always some form of beef. We probably eat beef like 4 times a week. It was, beef, a very beef intensive childhood. And my wife wasn't that into it. Other than hamburger, she wasn't really that much of a red meat person. And, occasionally once a week, twice a week. And I just kind of, you know, when you get married, sometimes you tend to kind of change. Um, so anyway, I am, we're down to 9 viewers. Apparently
Good.
everybody's over at John.
That's
John's.
good. This is like the family that sticks around, Yeah. Yeah. I don't like
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about a bunch of people. Like, some people are too highly opinionated. I don't really give a fuck about that.
Right.
But Stanley, that I honest to God did not eat steak for like 25 years of my life. Yeah, I remember being a kid, ordered a steak at the local Ponderosa, and I don't know if I heard somebody else say I want a rare steak, I must have said it that day. And they brought me out the steak. It was so bloody, and I
Mhm.
cut a piece and I bit into it, and that iron taste that I got from it, I could never get over that. I'd say a couple years ago, I got back into it, and I'm kicking myself in the ass. They so good.
Well,
Letting stuff just
it's
linger.
funny. It's funny that you bring that up. And Angry Snowman, that quarter cow and half a hog is a way better mix. You were eating good as a kid. Oh, you're doing it now. Um, it was just me and my son. So every now and again, I'd go to a butcher shop, but he's doing quarter cow, half a hog. That is economical. And if you can get it from a farmer or you can get it from a butcher shop, it is just so much better than what you get at the grocery store. It's like growing your own vegetables or baking your own bread. Once you start doing that shit, like every now and again, my son would ask for like Hawaiian rolls or something from the grocery store, and I'd get a little offended. It's like, you motherfucker, I make bread. You don't like my bread? And the other thing is your point about the steaks. I was very careful because I like my steaks medium rare, and I'll actually cook them like that at home. As a matter of fact, I will get like a London broil or something and grind it so I can make my hamburgers medium. I don't. One of the reasons I don't go to places like McDonald's is they're mandated to cook their meat, and I'm not going to call it beef. Their meat well done, and to me, a well done steak or a well done hamburger is just not tasty. It's just it's. I could eat it if I'm hungry, and like a McDonald's or a fast food burger tastes pretty good, but a medium, and I don't eat a medium rare, but a medium hamburger or at a place that grinds their own meat so you can get your hamburger cooked to order, it just loses something when you do it well done.
Oh, I
My
totally agree.
son, though, well, my son growing up, I was always like his steaks or his burgers were always well done because you run a risk. Even you run a risk not cooking meat too well done to temperature. So I was always careful until he got about to high school. Then I started like, hey, introducing him to like, hey, you don't necessarily want, especially beef and even pork these days. If it's like a pork roast, it can be a little pink in the center. So it doesn't have to be all the way well done like it was when I was a kid. It just tastes a little better if it's barely like pork. I want barely done. If you do pork and chicken breasts, especially, you can get them just so they're white, not gray, just white. Um, and if you have to cook it with a thermometer, then do it with a thermometer because that thermometer, you'll get it right every time. Once you get to cooking for a while, you don't need a
Yeah,
thermometer necessarily.
I never did the pork like a pink center pork. I don't think I could.
It's something I started maybe in the past like 10 years. Because I would go to restaurants and every now and again, depending on the restaurant, you'll get a pork chop, like a thick cut pork chop, like a 2 or 3 rib. Like I started taking pork chops, like a double ribbed pork chop, and you can butterfly it. Because I'll make homemade salsa in like salsa verde or actually, well, salsa verde or it's pico de gallo, and you stuff your thick pork chop with it. It's fucking just out of this world delicious. Um,
And a pork
but anyway,
sounds catchy.
well,
But that might
it's a rib. It's basically it's basically you can get a pork chop that's either like the equivalent of a ribeye, like a pork ribeye, with that bone. And that's how you want to do it. Like when I get a pork roast, and they'll put them on sale every now and again at Publix. I will. A lot of times they will want to sell those roasts, those pork roasts, boneless. I will call in special order and tell them I want it bone in because if you get a bone in, you can cut your own pork chops, like the traditional pork chop. You can do single rib or you can do double rib. Leaving the bone in, just it's so much more what you want to do with it. You if you want to do a boneless, you can actually, strip the meat off the bones. But I like mine bone in. It cooks better with the bone. It roasts better with the bone. And if you want double thick to butterfly them, you can do that too. You've got me talking, butchering, and cooking.
well, these are. I haven't had to cook in so long. My wife, she does all the cooking, but if I could critique her cooking, she cooks it the style the way she likes it. Sometimes I have to give her like, hey, I like my steak medium. Don't cook mine till the soul comes out. I don't mind if it's walking around a little bit. She likes her steak well done. Which I think that's weird. That's like, all right, I'll buy you a sirloin. You're not getting the ribeye.
Well, some people like them well done. Like my father-in-law, as a matter of fact, he likes hockey pucks. It's like, dude, I used to tell him because every now and again I would cook, for the family and, the in-laws would come over and I would make my wife cook it because it is a sin to fucking cook a fucking steak. Well done is one thing, but this motherfucker wants it beyond well done. Like he wants hockey puck. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
No.
You're his daughter. You cook it for him.
And then the other thing that you have to do when you cook a steak, you have to let it get to room temperature.
I don't. It depends. I actually like if I'm gonna cook a steak, not all the way well done. I prefer it cold. Um, I'll take it right out of the refrigerator.
So you like
Because
the
you
outside
can
kind of
sear it
crisp up.
exactly. If
Okay.
it's cold, you can like just rip it hot on the outside, but the center is still cool. So now again, if you want to get it perfect, have a meat thermometer. But cooking steaks cold is better for me. Now you can reverse sear it, where you do it in the oven and then you don't do it all the way. You pull it out and then sear it last. I don't. I've maybe done it once or twice just to see if I could do it, But then I don't know. Steak's so expensive these days. I'll get it maybe once a week, and to be honest, I'll only get like the T-bones, these expensive cuts if my son is home to treat him. For myself, yeah, I don't, I've had enough T-bones in my life. Porterhouses are motherfuckers. But I'm just not going to
I'm on a
spend that
carnivore
kind of
diet,
money
so
just on myself.
I'm on a carnivore diet. I probably take 3 times a week now.
No, I could, you know what? I could never do a carnivore diet. Dude, I have two stalks of romaine hearts. Um, I have to have both. I can't. I could never. I would be bored with a carnivore diet. I like meat, but not that much.
All day, every day. Like yesterday was I took turkey burger and put in like the fajita veggies and you mix it together, season the hell out of it. Just cook them up like real thick meatballs, with the water in it,
Well,
in the pan, simmer it, and then when the
is
water,
turkey meat?
yeah, yeah.
Like turkey burgers? I've literally never made a turkey burger. I think if it's not a Thanksgiving turkey or like sliced turkey for a sandwich, I'm not like ground turkey. I think is disgusting.
It's
Um,
inexpensive. Now you do have to season it a little bit
oh, I
extra.
can. Well, you got a family, so you kind of
No,
have
no,
to.
no,
But
no. They
like,
don't do that. That's for me. I do my own cooking. They
ugh,
cook for the family.
dude, you know what? I used to do that with my wife too. Like I used to commute to work, so sometimes I would get home after she and my son had eaten, and if I didn't want what she had, I'd go
Yeah.
down because I had a propane burner, that I put out on the back patio, and you know, I I don't want what you have for dinner. I'll take it to work for leftover lunch tomorrow, but tonight I want, and you know, my wife once paid me a compliment. She's like, "Well, he likes liver, but he never cooks it inside." Because I knew she wouldn't like the smell. Frankly, I don't like the smell.
I
That
tried liver.
high
I
temperature.
can't.
Oh, I love it. Not so
Oh,
much beef liver, but like calves liver or chicken livers. Even pork livers are pretty good.
do you guys have the KFC down there that sells chicken gizzards?
I'm pretty sure they do. I haven't been to a KFC. KFC is degraded to a point to where
Yeah.
I'm not fucking going there.
When I was younger, that was the craze. We used to
I'm
go
pretty
down.
sure they still do.
Well, we used to go down in Georgia. My father's side of the family in Georgia,
Mhm.
catered to cows, that area, and we used to stop in Texarkana. They used to have a KFC buffet,
Mhm.
and they used to have like chicken gizzards and all the other stuff on the buffet. It was, I don't know how we
Oh,
found this, but it
really?
was like it became a tradition that we stopped every time we went down there.
Interesting. Hey, Angry Snowman, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law's wife, my wife's brother, his wife, um, she does bacon wrapped chicken livers that she fries, like deep fries. It doesn't take long to fry. Oh my god, bacon! Like she'll take like apple smoked bacon, and wrap them, toothpick it into the chicken liver, and then just fry it. Oh my god, that shit is like cholesterol heaven, because liver's high in cholesterol. Um, it's a lot of work, and she used to do it for like Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays when there was family coming over. But if you've ever had, if you've if you shit, cook them yourself. Do like just some sort of smoked bacon wrapped chicken livers and fry them outdoors so it doesn't stink up the house. Dude, you better not tell. Save a couple for your son, save a couple for your wife, and eat the rest yourself, because you will want to. Those it is like I don't even, there's some combinations that you just can't explain why they taste so good. Um I went to a Persian restaurant. I was going to say Iranian, a Persian restaurant for the first time years ago, Fairfax, Virginia. And they had fucking jasmine rice and plain old fava beans. And I'm sure the fava beans had, some sort of herb, seasoning on it. Motherfucking butter beans and goddamn rice. That shit was so good. I make it every now and again. And, I'll put like chicken or something on the side. I could eat a whole dinner of fava beans, which are just basically giant green butter beans, and rice. It's fucking ridiculous. The taste of the rice, and jasmine rice is even better with the fava bean. I don't understand how it works.
When's the last time
Peanut
you
butter and
made it?
jelly. Probably 2 or 3 months ago.
You haven't made it.
Oh, I've made it. It's like in my rotation. Thing is that, I cook a lot different than when my son was here. He's here now, but, generally when he's not here, I have to be very careful about waste and stuff like that. And there's some things I'm just not going to cook for just me.
Right. I know my grandma, she has a diet that it's not a diet, but the way she eats, like she has to have meat every day, like bacon, and she cooks enough in the morning. She'll snack on it all day long. She's got that southern diet.
Well, it's kind of funny, but beans there's a protein craving that you get when you eat meat. Now I'm older, so I'm not a kid. I'm not growing and building muscle and brains and stuff like that. But I do find that if you eat like I made pinto beans not last night but the night before. I made pinto beans, green peas. So basically I had to soak the beans overnight, and then I've got a one pot. So you put it in there, you do I do like a 5-minute pressure cook to soften the beans. I tossed in the onion, the garlic. I used garden peas, like frozen green giant garden peas that I put in at the end, because I like those. I like the peas to be not mushy but a little crunch. They have to have a little bite. Beans are weird, like dried beans. They are a good source of protein. And you can actually eat a pot of pinto beans and not crave meat. To me, it's kind of a protein thing, and it can be substituted. Beans have this weird meaty quality to them. If you don't overcook them. Yeah, it's hey, Angry Snowman. First time I ever had it was fava beans, the green version. Butter beans in the South, at least, can be like speckled beans, kind of brown speckled beans. These were like actual fava beans, which is like a giant butter bean, green and starchy, but doesn't have to be. I'd never had that green butter bean, giant fava bean. I'd never had that combination. I had butter beans and rice, but it was usually mixed with okra and tomatoes. This was just the beans and the rice, and I was stunned. It was just fucking like I shouldn't have ordered meat. I could have just eaten, that combination. All right. Well, you know what? I have rambled on. We are at 6:15. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new, and the Stanley Cross channel if you're new, or if you're not. I did drop a video clip. I guess it was day before yesterday. No, it's last night. Just a clip of a Stanley versus the World I did, I think, Monday night. But it was basically, the topic was black fatigue is a race grift. So I know there are a bunch of people in this space who take black fatigue as a serious phenomenon. In my opinion, it's just another of many race grifts. What's her name? Shiloh making $250,000 off of a racial slur. What is that but a race grift? So, people who think it was like something serious, I'm here to tell you, you have fooled yourself. Much like MAGA will make America great again. It's all a grift. Grifty, grifty, grift. Either the left's doing it or the right's doing it, but someone's always going to make money. I was hoping you would push back. You're disappointing me, Dave. Oh, well, some of us have to work. Dave has to work to support his wonderful family. I'm at the end of my arc, bending towards something, justice or something. And I get to lust after eccentric women on the internet who are not OnlyFans people. I got to watch the rest of this, and then I will end the show. So we're at 4 minutes, 14 seconds. We got 6 more minutes, and then I will give up this Stanley versus the World travesty.
Sought out now. People are tired of this dystopia of immorality. A lot of countries are going back to orthodoxy, traditional things. You can look on TikTok and all the trad wives. We love Nara Smith, and what's the other lady from South Africa?
Girlfriend of the week.
She just everything is from farm to table.
Yeah, I know.
amazingness. And we love it. We love the traditional stuff, even though people do rag on Nara and everything. But I love.
You know who her voice reminds me of? Do you remember Jean Kirkpatrick? She was secretary. She was UN. I think she might have been even Secretary of State. She was a mentor of Condoleezza Rice. She was Secretary of State and I think UN Secretary under Reagan. She was technically a Democrat. But see, back in the day when there were like Sam Nunn, Gene Kirkpatrick, conservative Democrats, that used to be a thing back in the 80s. Her voice is kind of weirdly deep.
But that's not
And
gonna
she has I don't know. I could see if she lowered it to a husky whisper. I could see where it would be like that's the most female thing I've heard in a while.
So I see what you do. You watch them, and I think you find reasons not to, or you're not trying to find them. But as they talk,
You know what? She drifted into my algorithm, and look, it would be creepy. Now that I'm not above saying, "Holy shit, I just saw your video and I think you're cute. Are you attached?" What I would have to do is be upfront. Like, I like the video. We can talk about some stuff, but I also want to be upfront that you are attractive and, this is just, an attraction thing.
you got to write
Look.
this down. You got a paper. Do you stream with pencil and paper? Like just in case
No. I went. Are you kidding? I wing it. I don't watch these videos before I show them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Actually, that's
I don't read the newspaper. Now, sometimes I do. Dude, if the headline looks, interesting, I'll just put it on. I might read it, might scan through it, but the videos, I almost on purpose don't do that. And I get burned every now and again.
This is your morning routine. Like you get up, you get the newspaper and your coffee.
No, I generally
turn it to the digital format of that.
No, it's almost the opposite. Like it's 11:41. I might take a nap between like 2:00 and dinner time, which will be around 6. It depending, because if it's a dinner, I actually, like I crock potted, so I don't have to be awake for that. If it's something I have to actively do, I might take a nap from 2 to 6, get up at 6, make the dinner, get back to bed around 9, and then sleep till 1 or 2 or 3. And if you've noticed, I've been pushing these shows later. Like this morning, it's shit. I started out doing these shows at like 2 in the morning, and then over time, I'm down to 5 o'clock for 2 reasons. I just got tired of talking to 2 people. It seems to be a little bit better at 5. There's more of a audience. I don't need like droves of people, but I want to be, kind of maximized, because I am doing news. I'm just, dude, I'm just simply not going. Black people need news. Everyone needs. I can do national news with my own slant, which, because I was raised a black man, I have my own take on it, but it's more, I just cannot see, and I watch Freezy's show, I watch Truism's show, I watch CT's show, not every day, but I've watched them enough to kind of know. I just find it so limiting. Like John's doing a show about Brian McKnight. Why?
Brian turned his back on his own kids.
Well, I don't give a fuck.
He has a Mexican, I think it's a Latina. Let's say a Latina.
Okay, but why is that important to the black community?
Because it pissed the sisterhood off. Like, they had everything to say about Brian McKnight turning his back on his own kids. Hold on one second. I got
right. And I don't think Brian McKnight is an important cultural icon. Even if he was, and he's not. I don't get it. Why is Brian McKnight worth a whole show? When there is a President Trump to talk about, who's much more important. So
Yeah, Trump, it's almost like every president does what they do what they're gonna do, and there's nothing you can do about it. But you could be entertained if you care. A lot of people don't care.
well,
The
I'm gonna
cultural,
well, I do care, and I'm gonna tell you, Brian McKnight is not black culture. I don't
it
even
is
think he's
kind of,
that.
it is, it is.
No, I'm afraid you and I, and see, this is why you and SKC and John, y'all think there's a culture to influence. I think there are people in the culture who are older who might think that what happens to Brian McKnight is important. I think you're fooling yourselves if you think that Brian McKnight is a black culture icon. Thomas Sowell is not a black cultural icon. Brian McKnight, not a black cultural icon. You would have a better argument if you want to talk Beyonce, and not even so much Jay-Z. Beyonce is a true phenomenon, but she's not just a black phenomenon. She is an American cultural icon. I just think y'all are taking the black community, if we must be called that, and you're shrinking it into the problem. You are creating your own arguments. If the black people are limited and don't know shit, well, motherfucker, that's because they're tuning into John Galt, and he's not doing news. He's talking about one fuck up.
It's not even that. It's not a fuck up.
Okay, you get my point. When you act like Brian McKnight is some huge cultural icon in the black community, you are fucking taking the black community and you're treating them like a white boy. Be Brave is less narrow in his assessment of the black community than John Galt is. John Galt is a bigger problem to the black community than Be Brave is.
I totally understand what you're saying, but the but's not eliminating what you're saying either. But when you're trying to put on a show, you take something that's in the tabloid that's split 50-50 on opinion, and you can lean one way or the other. You can say, and this is why. This Brian McKnight situation, because he does have older black children that he gave everything he had to.
Who gives a fuck? Why are y'all treating black people like we only read Hollywood trade magazines?
It's the weaning off the tit. Like, when do you
Okay, motherfucker, you guys are part of the problem. John Galt is the culture he is criticizing. The motherfucker lives in the ghetto and does shows about Diddy and fucking Brian McKnight. He is not to be taken seriously. He is not treating his audience like they have much more potential than fucking toxic blackness and talking about fucking singers or black quarterbacks. The motherfucker is not taking his supposed black community seriously. Motherfucker, we do more than listen to Brian McKnight. We have more cares than what a rich motherfucker is doing to his kids.
That's true. That is true.
And pretending that there is a black community that fucking gives a shit about Brian McKnight is really just y'all are fucking racists. You don't think black people are capable of understanding more subtlety than what a fuck up is doing to his black kids? It's really disappointing.
I don't know. You had me up to that point.
You know what? I wasn't trying to keep you.
I know, but
I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, I am a free black man. I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm gonna say what I say. I'm gonna express my thoughts, and I think that if John Galt, the substance of his thought over the past 2 months has been Carmelo, fucking Shiloh, fucking Brian McKnight, and Diddy. That's literally been in some street interviews. That's been the substance of his shows. Motherfucker, as Beef and Brock said, my show is warm milk, but motherfucker, it is actual news that you need to know to vote for the next president about. I think that's infinitely more important than Brian McKnight.
See, Stanley, you got to separate yourself by making a statement like, I do news that you can use.
Fuck that. I think I honestly, I will honestly, I respect black people. I respect black people. I think black people can stay awake through a fucking Washington Post news story.
Oh man, you know what? I want to think that.
And look at. He's agreeing it's fucking boring, but you know what? Damn it! I know it's boring, but it's not disappointing. You don't expect better from me. I honestly think this is important stuff. That's why I do it.
Better than P&D conversations, family. I give you that for sure.
What's a P&D?
Relationship talk, like people with no relationship talking about relationships. This seems with black YouTube, people migrate to that. They don't really get any substance out of anything that they're consuming. There's actually some substance. Whether you just play the video and people understand
Confused
what's
at your at that point of view. What is Brian McKnight about? What is the Brian McKnight story other than talking about a relationship?
See, Stanley, when you ask questions, I don't like to answer them. I'm not even gonna lie to you. For this reason, you really don't care about the answer. You want me to get started so you can.
Oh no! I do. No, I care about the answer if you could possibly give one. You're literally talking about Brian McKnight and his family. How is that not about a relationship?
It's the relationship between kids. It's the dynamic that will all eventually come to that cross.
Well, motherfucker, he had to have a female interested in being impregnated, and I assume it wasn't a test tube.
But it's not the same how to get women, how to keep a woman. Should we do this for women? Stupid ass conversation like that. Black women, it's more about I raised my kids. I did everything I'm supposed to do. These kids use and don't want to get up off their ass to do their own thing, be adults or active citizens in society. When is enough? When can I say I did everything I can? You guys just need to go ahead.
Okay, you know what? I don't care enough to ask those questions.
No, that's an internal
if a
argument.
dude,
it's complex.
It's what?
It's layers. It's not just that. It's that now that I've decided to cut you off, and I moved on in a relationship with a woman who just so happens to be black and not black.
Okay, you don't. Once you have kids with a woman, you can you can't move on totally. That woman is always going to be a part of your life.
We're talking about 30 and 20, 28. They're older children.
Okay, dude, you know what? And I am not the best person because
I want to know how you feel.
Let me
That's why I
put it
want
to
lay
you
it out.
this way. Let me do an indirect here. My sister has 3 kids, and she's a year 16 months younger than I am. She is still married to her husband. All 3 of her kids are in college. Okay. That's the kind of relationship I'm judging Brian McKnight against. My brother has the only divorce in my family. Literally, I'm 60 years old. He's the only divorce that I know of. However, he is kind of stable in his second relationship. Um, you never lose if the kids are still in your life. You're always going to have to deal with the divorced mate. You can't move on.
Not forever. There is a cutoff.
Well, once the kids are out of the house, I guess it's possible to do a more of a severance. But I'm telling you right now, this myth that you can move on after a divorce, I'm just not sure you can. Now, I'm running it through the Stanley lens, and I tend to be a little clingy. We bond for life in my family. However, my point, and I'm belaboring it. I'm
No,
just
it's
saying that
fine. It's fine.
I want to treat all people, but black people in particular, because people like Angry Snowman, I absolutely adore. They are such good people, but in this John Galt space, I tend to be a little bit more focused on black people, especially because this John Galt and CT and Be Brave space are just so blatantly anti-black. It's like I grew up in the deep South, and I think this is the most anti-black experience I've ever had. And the funny thing is, these are all black men who own their spaces, except for Be Brave.
Do you
So
see any houses a justification for where these opinions or these points of view come
no,
from?
I see zero. I literally
Zero.
see. Let me make sure I heard your question. You're asking me if I don't see justification?
For some of it.
No, I see zero. Not one little bit.
So what?
Literally. I literally think there is zero reason to be anti-black.
No. That's not the question. Do you see a justified reason at all?
No, I do not see a justification. I see 0% to support justification.
Do you see bad behaviors and patterns?
I see patterns, but I do not see a pattern that you could just pin the tail on the black donkey. The patterns are very localized geographically, and now, sure, if you live in a culture, there are going to be trends. There are going to be things that catch on. There's going to be aberrant behavior that escapes localized geography. But no, I see zero, because there are white people who have the same toxicities. Black culture in America, in the United States, did not spring up in a vacuum. That's what y'all motherfuckers don't see. Africans were taken to America, and the progeny, the quote natural increase, grew up not in Africa but in American culture. And trying to separate the two is literally racist. If you are saying that black culture, which began. Black American culture literally grew up in America. If you're saying it's different from American culture, then motherfucker, you are a stone cold racist. And I will stand by it. And you know what, motherfucker? You could drop me in the middle of a college lecture and I'm going to be right. It does not even pass the critical thinking test. If American culture was the Petri dish and what was grown in that Petri dish was Black culture, well, guess what? It is a product of American culture. It is not separate. It got its nutrition. It got its agar. It is literally a substrate level connection. And saying like Be Brave does or John Galt or whoever that Black culture is different than American culture, y'all are fucking morons. Literally, I have zero respect for that incongruent thinking. Y'all literally don't know how to think.
I got a question for you. I gotta know. Okay, do you think that there is such thing as black specific issues?
Black specific issues?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, then doesn't that contradict what you?
It doesn't. It does not. No. No. You're gonna ask the question, motherfucker. You're gonna ask the question, and I'm going to tell you, no, it is not contradictory. If you live in a segregated neighborhood, which the inner city tends to be, it is literally all Black people generating their own problems. But if you step outside of that ghetto, where is that ghetto? It's in fucking America. It is still an American problem. It may be a localized Black issue because there are no white people there, but the ghetto culture is still in America. Why do you, and I'm not talking about you specifically, it does not surprise me that a Be Brave has no clue. It's very kindergarten level. He, from his vantage point, Black is not white. The ghetto is not his little fucking dog patch of a neighborhood. And the dog patch part is a Lil Abner joke. You may not be old enough to remember Lil Abner, the newspaper cartoon, but Be Brave will. Just tell him he lives in Dog Patch and call him Lil Abner, and he'll get what you mean. It was fucking Dog Patch, Arkansas, I think it was. It's fucking like a whole cartoon, news strip, comic strip built around redneck culture. So, you know, that motherfucker can't see past Dog Patch, his immediate neighborhood, is not surprising. Only the Black people, and it's scary that there are adults who fucking get in there and think he's actually making a point. I just call it sheer ignorance. Y'all are not digging deep.
Okay, so the last question here now. I just got one more. I'm done. I'm done with that. It's just line of question. If there are Black specific issues.
Let me put this other earbud in. If there are Black people, what?
Black specific issues. Can you name one? No.
I think disrespect or lack of valuing education, which is a traditional problem in the Black community. If you want to call it Black community, because for people like you, I have to qualify. But when you talk about inner city schools not being as good as, say, suburban schools, it's because of the tax base. The disrespect for education and people who sound educated is literally a traditional problem. And it's not just in the black culture, the black subculture. American culture doesn't value education unless you're rich. Now, if you're rich, and educated, that changes the picture. If you're poor and educated, they will literally just kind of like, you're putting on airs, you're being highfalutin. I have made the comment that, and I kid you not, I have had more whites like a Be Brave tell me that I'm acting white or they're blacker than me than I ever have the blacks that I grew up with. And I kid you not. You will hear Be Brave talk about, well, Stanley, he doesn't understand black culture. Well, motherfucker, I am black culture. I'm a part of it. You just don't understand that not all black culture is on Martin Luther King Boulevard. And it's not my problem if you are as stupid as John Galt or Be Brave to think all black culture has an address on Martin Luther King Boulevard. Y'all are dumb. Or y'all are fucking being disingenuous. I've yet to figure that part out.
That was nice. That was nice. I've never had a white person tell me that I'm acting white.
Oh, dude, I grew up in the deep. Shit, I've had it happen literally on John Galt's channel.
That's great. It's always been. And see, that's what I wanted you to be specific.
Fuck, I had someone. Who the fuck was it? I had someone in the chat overnight tell me that. I can't remember who it was, but you know what? I think it was Mike from Boston. Or if it wasn't Mike, forgive me, Mike, if it wasn't you, but it was some white person in the chat that that hangs out with us. So I mean, he's not, he can make jokes like that, and I'm just fine. But it was ironic that dude, I'm sorry, but so what? I went to school with white people.
I did too. I think I was talking to you when I told you I was in the 6th grade when I found out that.
Right.
A swim class or something. First time I ever realized. I didn't think I was any different.
Well, my point is that for the folks like Be Brave who think that black culture is separate from white culture, you're just sheer ignorant, and either you don't know, but I suspect if you admit the truth, it's going to blow up your racist argument. And maybe you can explain to me, how can you make the argument that there are uniquely black American problems when the culture literally got started within American culture? How are we unique with problems?
I could have sworn that's what I asked you.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. I gave you the answer. I don't think.
I don't think.
I think the only way you can even justify that kind of premise is if you go to the inner city where there aren't a lot of white people. So blacks are kind of generating their own narrative. But if you step back and you look at it from a historical perspective, you can't separate black problems from white problems. The black American problems literally started on American soil. How can they not be?
So when somebody says that, that's what you tell them.
Okay, I think my first instinct is to call them ignorant of American history. And my second instinct would be you have no idea how to start from a base premise and think your way, either proving it or not proving it. That you can literally say that black culture is separate from white culture in America or separate from American culture in America. It's obvious that you're either a pure racist or ignorant. There really is no third alternative.
You know where I heard that from?
Where?
The pros.
The who?
Pro-black say that. Pro-black say that we have black.
Okay, well, they're wrong too. Motherfucker, you don't. Dude, I've told you. Well, no. The anti-black blacks are wrong. Look, and maybe you weren't here. I don't go on Sean Bracey's show. I will go into the chat and sometimes enjoy the show. I don't go up on their panels because I will fucking piss as many of them off. As a matter of fact, I would be willing to say I will piss fewer people off on the John Galt crowd or in the John Galt crowd than I would in the Sean Bracey crowd. Because they're fucked up as well and they get butt hurt more.
Oh, believe it or not, the Sharon Bracey crowd is the majority. Like how you can go to Ock
I think there's Q Butter. Ock Nation is a fucking no. Ock Nation is a fucking what am I gonna call it? I can never remember this word. Ock Nation is a toxicity on its own. It's not even close. I think CT's show, and I understand it's chaotic, as in chaotic truth. So I think some of it is just how the show is. I don't go on CT's panels anymore because I just got tired of arguing with non-dumb motherfuckers. I'd much rather do it on a smaller panel. Sean Bracey, while not as toxic, is and I like Sean's show. I like Sean Bracey, but I don't agree with everything he says. And I think some of the bullshit, some of that red pill bullshit happens on his panel too. Dumb motherfuckers. I mean, seriously. And I get frustrated that people honestly do not know shit. I mean, literally, these 90% of the people on a Sean Bracey panel will be ignorant, just base ignorant.
Yeah, I think Sharon Bracey is more dangerous than John Galt.
Well, then you and I will definitely disagree.
Have you ever watched the whole show? I know you see the ignorance up there.
You know what? I think there's more ignorance on a John Galt panel. And the reason I think that John Galt is more dangerous is because Be Brave will get up there and fucking just spew some racist shit. I've never heard fucking Sean Bracey invite one of the instigators of Charlottesville to his panel twice.
But you also won't see Sharon.
John Galt motherfucking embraces white supremacists. Sean Bracey, nowhere near. Sean Bracey may be ignorant, but he's not a white supremacist. And John Galt, I'm gonna say it, John Galt is a white supremacist.
That's fine. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Okay, well then how can he be less dangerous? Motherfucker, Sean Bracey's not involved. Sean Bracey's not fucking recreating Jews Will Not Replace Us and a tiki torch on his panel.
I get it, but
Motherfucker, you don't have to just get it. You have to embrace it. John Galt is literally more dangerous to the black community than Sean Bracey would ever imagine to be. This bullshit that Sean Bracey is more dangerous, dude, that's just, that is so ideologically driven because you appreciate John Galt more. I'm telling
that's
you.
not what I'm saying.
I'm not. Well, motherfucker, then I'll put words in your mouth because you don't have enough. You don't have enough balls to say what you actually mean. You like the white supremacy.
The green light. No, I want the green light to say. I think I studied the ways of Stanley. I know when to say something.
Oh wait, CKJ3 wants you to explain a theory.
Okay.
Dude.
Well, this is why. This is why I said that. John is willing to allow those with the opposite opinion to come up and say
Oh, okay.
Crazy will not,
Mhm.
and they'll put it in a way that is more of a pandering.
Well, let me
And
fucking
balance
cut you off right there. Nope, you're done. You have explained it. You don't need to add the window dressing on top of the mannequin.
Okay, well,
Okay, if you are dumb enough to think, just like a fucking white supremacist white boy, that all opinions need to be expressed, then you are definitely not me. I don't think toxic racist behaviors deserve the same equal time on a stage than more objective non-racist opinions do. I'm making a motherfucking value. No, motherfucker, don't do that. Okay, John Galt has no values, is essentially what you're saying. Fucking bad shit is as good as good shit. So he is valueless. He has no morals. Racist is as good, much like Trump. They're good guys on both sides. I'm not that motherfucker. I think that there are bad ideas, there are bad questions, and I relish blowing the motherfuckers up. If you come to me and ask me a stupid question, I'm going to be honest enough not to allow it because everyone gets to ask a question. I'm going to do you the honor of telling you you're stupid and do better. Motherfucker, you could have used some time in a military service. Motherfucker, there are times when there is no room for stupidity. You must be successful. And you know what? I'm not one saying civilians should be like, military folks, but motherfucker, race in America can be a life or death proposition. And the cavalier, I'm going to embrace white supremacy as equal to not white supremacy. Y'all are fucking playing with fire.
I gave you a scenario.
Motherfucker, you don't give me, dude. You're acting like see, this is the thing. You're acting like you had a good point. I'm telling you right now, Dave, it's not a good point. It is a racist point. If you are willing, and you gave John his props, you are willing to listen to a white supremacist give you his idea of the bad stuff about black culture in America, I don't think that's a good thing. That John thinks it's a good thing is great. That you think it's a good thing is great. That is your value judgment. But don't you fucking disrespect me by telling me or implying that I should be giving equal time. Racists are bad. Racists are morons. I think John Galt is a racist. I think you are a racist. I think SKC is a racist. And you know what? That doesn't mean you're evil. It means you're misguided.
No, this is a gray area where
No, motherfucker. Do I sound like I'm in a gray area?
no.
This is literally black and I literally am talking race in America, which is black and white.
Yes,
Literally.
You also determine that both sides have an issue.
Okay, what does that mean? It means both sides have issues. I still think you're a racist.
Both sides have issues, and you're boiling down.
Both sides have neither side understands race in America. And who was it? It was SKC bringing up the Field Sisters. Motherfucker, I thought I almost laughed him off the panel. Motherfucker, the Field Sisters have some good points. Those two women are basically a cuter version and an older, more erudite version of SKC and John Galt. I don't think they're 100% right.
CKJ3, you think Linwood is a good representation of the opposing arguments of what John said? I think Linwood comes in from a whole different angle.
Oh, Linwood's got his own problems. Now, Linwood is a black radical or a wannabe black radical. They have some huge problems. They are racist on occasion as well. There are versions of Linwood that are black supremacists. If you're talking Neely Fuller and Francis Cress Welsing fuckers, they were black supremacists. Fuck it. Latino for Trump, motherfucker. A well-educated man can be wrong. And I acknowledge that SKC's well-educated. And that's pretty much it. He has his ideas. I give him props that he can give you a roadmap to his thinking, which is very valuable in a discussion. Doesn't mean he's
that's
right.
What I'm practicing. I swear to God, when I talk to you, that's what I'm practicing.
Oh well, that's okay. I generally understand, dude. You're selling yourself short. You need to be you.
No,
I can follow your argument.
I look at that as a skill. I don't look at it as like, oh, I want to be like him.
It's not. It's a skill, but dude, at your age, it's look. It's a skill you hone. It's a skill you develop, but a logical, critical thinking argument has to be educated into you. And honest, dude, my fucking son does not fuck with me. He learned very early. Motherfucker, if I ask you a question, I generally, especially if you're a child, dude, I know the answer. I'm just checking to see if you are either gonna know the answer or lie to me. Because kids will fucking lie to you. Now, there are times, about 10% of the time, it will be an honest question. But those are times when I'll tell him, and I do it on this show, it's an honest question. I'm going to tell you I don't know the answer. But, dude, when I ask you if you're a racist, I already know that I think you are or are not. But it's so much easier having a substantive conversation with someone who can tell you why they think this. It's so much fucking easier. And it's more substantive. We can compare notes. We need more SKCs in this anti-black space.
Absolutely. I need more Stanley crosses too.
I'm too volatile. Oh, wait, hold it. That's the other reason I don't fucking go on a Sean Bracey show. John will blow up that panel motherfucker, I will blow up that panel too because I think they don't know shit. And it's sad when in your own camp you'll just go, y'all don't know shit. I'm not going up. I don't go up on those panels because I will just be disruptive. Because, motherfucker, if I'm willing to call you a racist, motherfucker, imagine someone. My God. You missed me and Coach Ferg going at it on T's panel. It was spectacular. I basically called him an ignorant motherfucker.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you missed that. Oh, dude, that's why I don't go up to T's panel too much. And they, T and Mo Love are so nice to me. That's why I don't go up on their panel because I know I'm going to be disrupted. And you know what? Because if someone makes a stupid point, I'm going to have to call it stupid. And I love T and I love Mo Love. I want them to keep loving me, so I don't go up on their panel. They're nice women, and I just don't, they don't deserve, how I'm going to treat Coach Berg.
Well, can you answer this one question though, real quick? If I'm racist, what kind of racist am I? If.
Wait, hold it. You think that I fucking? Oh wait, hold it. Are you giving me that be brave bullshit?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, be brave ranks racist or something. There's like first order or be brave had some weird idea that some racists are better than others. There are racists who aren't nonviolent. There are racists who are friendly racists who don't necessarily know that they're being racist. They're ignorant racists. Maybe that's the better term. But no, they're a racist is a racist. And I think a racist is fundamentally ignorant. So
yeah,
I don't do like a grade A beef. I don't rank racist like that.
So wait, am I anti-black or am I racist? Like racist against white?
No, I think you just don't like black people, and I cannot figure out why.
I don't like.
I don't know whether you know what.
That comes from my disdain for certain behaviors.
But I'm also gonna shit on myself. There is a kernel of truth when you say, well, Stanley, you have blind spots, because I'm gonna be honest, I have not had a whole lot of exposure to aberrant behavior. I literally grew up in a Bill Cosby neighborhood. I mean, I could fucking go down to my friend's house and go in the middle of a 99-degree day, and we'd fucking, you're too young to remember those old style football games, where you would put the pieces on and the little board would shake a little bit. So there's kind of a randomness to the movement of the football players. Motherfucker, we can go in there, and I never enjoyed the game that much, but dude, it's 99 degrees, and I would go into a friend's living room, and we're playing some board game, and it's cookies and lemonade from a black family. That's not my own. It was the norm. This was my whole summer, And then when it cooled off a little bit, we go out and play street football. I motherfucking grew up like this. Summertime. My across the street neighbor that I was talking to, the little girl started a business selling thrills. And I don't know what they're called. Basically, they're like the Dixie Cup popsicles. They make a little pocket money, and we'd go across the street and, get a couple thrills. We call them thrills. They were basically just giant popsicles. and they got fancy, and sometimes they put little crushed fruit in the popsicles. Motherfucker, you get a thrill, maybe after I mowed their lawn, because they were across the street neighbors, and fucking I've been mowing the lawn for like $13 or something, front and back. With a lawnmower. Oh, you're gonna love this. Like, when I, 12 or 13, I was like, well, maybe I'll cut lawns. My fucking father gave me his old lawnmower. He stripped it, he repainted it, we rebuilt the engine, sharpened the blade, and you know what he did? He went and got him a new fucking snapper lawnmower. It gave me his own lawnmower so I could go mow lawns. This was black people. It's how I grew up, motherfucker. I didn't have to buy a lawnmower. My father, he had not fucking rebuilt the old lawnmower, and he said, "Here, it's your lawnmower. Go fucking mow some lawns. Stop asking me for, money for candy."
Man, you keep talking. I'll tell you when I didn't do what you've done. That's the way I was raised as well. Cut grass.
Yeah. So how did you become so toxic?
Because nobody else did that. I knew the value of hard work. When others would make.
Okay, well, wait, hold it. What I'm asking is, how did you grow up thinking all black people are bad until proven good?
I never thought that.
I don't know, Dave. I hear you talk.
I condemn actions. I condemn behaviors. I don't assign them to a race.
Okay, you think you do? You think all black people act that way until they prove they don't. That's my point.
That's not true. I think you're saying that the behaviors that I condemn are assigned to
No,
black.
I think if you see a black person walking down the street, you're going to judge them on how they walk down the street.
No.
And I'll give you a good example. John Galt, when he first started talking about Carmelo Anthony. Now, Carmelo Anthony goes to a high school in Frisco, Texas, which, people who live there, here for the tea, Portia, basically say, hey, it's an upscale community. So John Galt goes on a show and he looked up the demographics of the high school that Carmelo went to, and it's mostly Asian. So John Galt comes up with the cockamamie theory that, well, they were barely hanging on. They were posers. They didn't really belong in that upscale neighborhood. They weren't as rich as the Asians or the whites. So Carmelo had a little bit of a chip on his shoulder because he would go to that high school and the Asians were richer and he didn't have some of the material stuff that the Asians did. So Carmelo's bitter and wants to go stabby. And I'm like, motherfucker, you have no fucking clue how rich or poor. You're just saying these black people don't belong in a high school with a mostly Asian demographic, so the black person automatically like fucking developed a chip. I'm like, where the fuck do you get this from? You're like John Galt, is what I'm saying. You laugh, but I'm serious.
How do you extract that from my interaction in the chat?
You know what? I've heard you extract shit from black women on a YouTube video. Why do you think all black women are You think all black women are masculine?
I never said that.
Dude, I've heard you. Okay. See, and this is the other thing that your mentor SKC does that all the time. Motherfucker.
What?
If you actually are good at the English language, it's called inference. It's called reading between the lines. You don't have to say it to mean it, bitch. Why don't black people know this? You know what I think? And this is actually more a truism than any of the bullshit you or John Galt spout. Black people can't fucking speak English, and sometimes it's on purpose. They want to sound down. Motherfucker, don't tell me about anachronisms or how to say Sucor because motherfucker, I knew more about English at 3 than y'all do now. Literally, and I'm not exaggerating.
I agree with you, but anachronism.
So my point, my larger point, don't get stuck on anachronism. That's just a callback. That's just a callback to an earlier joke. I'm just saying that I don't realize
right there at the moment.
Well, I'm not going to swear that I'm any better than y'all because I have my bias, but my bias is to not think all black people are fucked up. Y'all just assume black. Well, y'all think black people are automatically fucked up instead of
we just
not.
don't have the black bias, and it is
Don't have
disappointing that
the what?
I don't have a black bias.
Yeah, you do. You think all black people. You think all black people are fucked up until proven otherwise.
No,
Dude, I've literally, and maybe you're not as bad as John Galt or SKC, because I think SKC and John are very alike. I think truism is in that ilk. I think hood conservative. I'm gonna have to give it to you, Dave. You are a little bit more laid back, and you will kind of let the toxicity come to you before you judge it. Odd Nation, I think even Be Brave is less racist than saying Ock Nation. Believe that or not, I think Be Brave is less racist than John Galt. Now, not by much. I'm splitting hairs here.
Yeah.
But I think that, Be Brave is sometimes tongue in cheek. I literally think John Galt is incorrigible. I think Ock Nation, I think CT, incorrigible. Their heads are so far in that muck, you can't extract them. And I hope you understand that if they were on the panel, I would not be shy about calling them racists.
Oh, that's very clear. But I think that's how we got the slut rap. First, you had a woman who probably wasn't living that lifestyle. She made a few provocative songs, and then everything is
okay.
cool.
Why is it always the woman's fault? Why do you bring up a woman when I have not mentioned a female yet?
It's because it was something from earlier. Just recalling what you had addressed, and I didn't get a chance to respond to it.
Oh, okay.
But that's how we got to the point. It's that it started off as, maybe provocative, and then the real deals come along because it's an enabling process where it just can progressively gets worse and worse and worse. Now you got actual whores who used to sell it, singing it and doing it and living it. Leaked videos, you name it. And that's worse for society than a John Galt. You got women.
No, I think which society? You mean black society or society as a whole? Okay, well, my argument is not that John Galt is bad for all society. My argument is that if John Galt, his theory and your theory and SKC because SKC is famous for the term communita. Okay, I'm saying there is no communita and really hasn't been. If your joke is that the communita is this way or another, you are as ignorant as the people you criticize. Okay, I was watching a video earlier where they're talking about black people. This black woman asks, well, where are the black leaders? And I think my reaction is that um, there can be no one black leader. There can be localized community leaders, but if you want a national like Jesse Jackson, and even Barack Obama, he wasn't a black leader. He was very specific about there is no black America, white America. So he didn't consider himself a black leader. Not as senator or president, at least.
You said it was okay to vote for a black president.
Okay, motherfucker, I wasn't talking about voting.
I
Listen
know.
to what I
have a
said.
problem with.
What are you talking about?
I'm just throwing in
I
something you
said
said because I
there
got
are
triggered.
no black leaders. Stop looking for black leaders to lead a community that does not exist. There is no black community. There are black communities. There is no coast to coast. There is no Jesse Jackson or the Martin Luther King days. Even in those days, there was a Malcolm X and there were other black leaders too. There was never a black messiah. Even white people and black people, Americans in general, want to make Martin Luther King kind of a messianic figure. That's made up. Martin Luther King was just the most prominent. He might have been the most articulate. He was the one with the most access to the presidents, but he was not Moses.
I think the National Association of Black Journalists and the Black Caucus would disagree that it's black community. They would say it's just one. But I definitely agree with you.
Journalists are not leaders. They're journalists.
No, just the leaders of opinion, public opinion.
Okay, I'm kind of losing you here. The National Association of Black Journalists, it's not a leadership organization.
The public opinion.
So what?
They would say there's a black community, not community.
They would be wrong. Do you think just because a bunch of you know what? I don't think you're right on that. I don't think they would think there is one contiguous monolithic black community.
Matter of fact, that would be a great test to try that on a Sharon Bracey panel. You wouldn't even get to the real meat of the conversation.
Well, let me tell you something. When you go up and ask that question, make sure that I'm in the audience.
Oh, I thought you was going to do it.
Dude, I don't feel comfortable on that panel because, like I said, I'm just going to be as bad as John Galt, but in the opposite way. I don't think those people are generally smart or know things. And what they know, I'm not, you may know all the Diddy songs. You may know what's going on at the Diddy trial. I don't care. I have not followed it. I don't think it's important. Outside of, what is it? E Entertainment, E Hollywood, whatever it's called. Outside of the trade magazines, it's not important to black culture. It has an impact, but I think if Diddy went to jail tomorrow, OJ went to jail, it did not really affect one way or the other how white America viewed black America. White America it is set in stone that they think blacks are not of their equal. And, having a John Galt lament and keep asking why, it's a waste of time.
Argument here. Argument at all.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
I say I don't. No argument out of me. I think you're pretty good at summing things up. I agree with you.
I wish we could stop talking about Brian McKnight, I guess. Talk about some substantive shit. But I pretty much do what I think is important and what I kind of think people, because there are people, and you know what, I've actually had 2 or 3 people go, well, you know what, actually the hard news stuff is valuable to me, and I'm interested in the actual news. You may or may not like the sources. I try and do sources from both angles, but I think it's extremely important for folks to know what's going on domestically. So I'm gonna keep doing it. And John kind of ruffled my feathers when he was like, well, if you want a bigger audience, I would love a bigger audience, but I'm not going to pander to an audience that I think needs to be better informed.
And that's what I respect. Is that you stick to your principles. Even integrity is important too. I don't know
that it's integrity. I'm not an angel, but I am. If someone said, "Hey, I'll give you $100,000 to cover Diddy," I might.
That's different. I think we had that conversation. Talking about a bag versus financial gain or something like that. Yeah, I understand that. But at the rate and what you do, you don't have to sell yourself short just to bring an audience in. I think.
Well, here's the deal, and this is actually kind of the interesting thing about John and I. He thinks that he is doing some benefit by hanging out in the ghetto and showing ghetto behavior, and asking the questions he does. I just don't. He's much more of a cultural animal. And he's going to love this. He's much more of a pack animal. He needs to run with his pack. He needs to know what other people are thinking. I'm just like, you know what? I'm much more of a philosopher king. Just like, I want to know what you're thinking, but let me tell you what I think about what you're thinking. I think the best thing Black people can do if we want to pretend that we're a community is be informed, know what's going on, talk about some shit that actually affects you, like what Trump is doing or Governor Kemp is doing. I take Black people a lot more seriously. I do not think that if you want to sit around and talk about how bad Black women are, or about how bad Black men are, how Black culture, the bad schools, you need to know all of that, but it really needs to be peripheral to actually knowing shit. It's much more useful to know that Trump thinks the Black community is fucked up than what John Galt thinks. You know what? That's a John Galt question. I think John just doesn't want to. And in a way, I kind of get John. John wants to do what John wants to do. Okay. He doesn't want to conform any, like, I don't want to fucking be down. Like, if I'm going to go to DC, I want to hang out with the Obamas and hang out with their version of black. I will go. I will have dinner with John Galt in the hood and be perfectly happy, but I will also know that I'm not stuck there. Motherfucker, I will go to the deepest, darkest soul food restaurant. I'll catch a fucking bus from, Martin Luther King Boulevard to wherever and feel perfectly comfortable. Dude, I can hang out in the ghetto as long as I know I don't have to reside there.
Great place.
I want the option to leave.
And that doesn't mean that you're highfalutin. It means that you have a quality of life that you like.
Well, no, I'm highfalutin, but I told you I dated a girl in the ghetto and fucking, you know what? Well, in the hood, Yamacraw does not exist anymore in Savannah, so I can mention it freely, but look up fucking Yamacraw in Savannah. You'll get an idea. Fuck, why don't I do it? Because I hadn't thought about it. But no, she had 5 kids, tubes tied. She was pretty young. She was either my age or maybe a little bit older. But you know what? I met her on Bull Street in Savannah. It was the club in Savannah's odd because the best club night is on Sunday night, believe it or not. And you know what? I was dressed in a motherfucking pair of khakis and a fucking yellow Lacoste shirt at a fucking club, at a fucking black club. She was dressed in like an Atlanta Falcons jersey in some cutoff shorts. It's the hood chick get up because she was kind of a tomboy. But you know what?
With the booty hanging out?
No, this was before those days. No, even in the club, no, it wasn't. Believe it or not, this is like back in like 1996.
Last year, I was there. Yep.
It hadn't gotten to the way it is now. There, believe it or not, there wasn't a whole lot of even short dresses. Now, this is Savannah on a Sunday night. The sister club or there were 2 clubs, one for the young people, one for the old people. In the old people club, like the 60-year-old crowd, no, there was a dress code. You had to fucking like have a jacket. I mean, it was a dress code. The younger club didn't have a dress club, but nobody back then, it wasn't booty shorts and shit. Anyway, I was only there because I had friends who were like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Come down, hang out. So I met her through friends. It wasn't like a pickup or anything. So, we got to talking. And that night I called her late and we fucking talked. And I knew who she was. It was a mutual fascination. I guess I was bougie and she was hood. And, she was fucking fine. And I was okay. And, we just wanted to see how each other ticked. And we fucked a lot. And you know what? I liked her kids. I used to cook for all 5 of the kids. It was a summer fling. And
Stanley?
Hmm?
You was cooking in your underwear?
No. It wasn't dude, I was cooking in her house. I wasn't gonna be in the underwear. However, we knew it wasn't permanent, and sometimes those are the best relationships. We knew it was going to end, but we had a good time. And I'm gonna be blunt. She could fuck. I mean, she could fuck. She was inventive. She
Not
had
to
some
say that
shit.
she was expecting money, but you help pitch in a little bit.
Well, you know what? Compared to today, or at least what I think today is, it was pretty traditional. It wasn't like, there wasn't hardware involved.
Right.
And you know what? I don't regret it. I had a good time. If I had to go back in the day, I would do it again. Fuck, we used to go down to River Street, which is kind of ritzy. Fuck, she knew how to dress. I mean, dude, we went to this place in River Street in Savannah's kind of, it's like touristy. So, if you go into a pool place down right on River Street, it's not ghetto. This is like where the tourists hang out. So, I remember being down there and she wore a sundress and, she was actually really attractive. You could tell she was hood, but she was like, it was all her hair. It was short haircut. Look, my sister met her and thought she was cute. Now, and my sister's like my mother. My sister is my mother light. That she met my sister was a big deal, and that was kind of by accident. But anyway, my point is that I'm down there now. Here is a girl in a sundress smoking a fucking Black and Mild. How now? This woman is in a cute sundress, fucking playing pool, smoking she was in sandals, fucking sandals, and with manicured feet, playing pool in a sundress, fucking smoking a Black and Mild. Dude, that is a woman after my heart, motherfucker. I might look dainty, but let me blow some smoke in your face. Oh, who could not love a woman like that? I can fuck like the best woman but motherfucker, I can shoot some pool too and blow some smoke in your face. Dude, I love eccentric women like that. So the bottom line is, look, I like eccentric women. If you are interesting and decent looking, fuck, hey, I'm down with it. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up,
we got an anti-black invasion going on right now. What's up, John?
Yeah, I feel outnumbered.
I thought CKJ3 was a bit. I was like, what, man? CKJ3, like, he really doesn't know me very well. Like, I paid for.
No, I think he's at work probably.
I mean, I've had Philippe up here. Philippe is very successful. What the hell did I meet him other than here in DC? I've talked about other people that I've known here in DC. My lovely lady Lisa lives here in DC. My business partner, she lives here in DC. Well, she lives in Maryland. Lovely lady Lisa, she lives in Maryland. My other business partners of Virginia.
Lisa lived in Virginia.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, Virginia. One of my other business partners,
which is much more ritzy than fucking Maryland. Maryland's the hood.
No, Montgomery County is fucking nice, bro. But there's the
man compared to Fark here, motherfucker. You can't ride horses in PG County.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what's crazy? Though? You know what's crazy? That you may not notice. I think maybe 40% of Maryland is undeveloped.
That's out on the eastern shore, though, right?
I think. I'm not sure where.
Because I had the backside. Because I used to have a girlfriend up in Hartsdale, New York, and rather than doing 64 to 95, I would take the Bridge Tunnel, the Eastern Shore route through Virginia, Eastern Shore of Maryland. And then hit Delaware. I go through Wilmington and then hit 95 right after that. So I used to see like the countryside of Maryland, and it's beautiful. I'm guessing that's where the undeveloped part is.
Now there's a big preservation. I want to say I don't know the number, so I want to say 40%, but I could be wrong off that. Like, let's just say a large number, percentage-wise, can be developed for preservation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why Maryland's so classic, bro.
You know what? If I think about it and get the gumption, I'll go and look it up. I'm guessing it's Eastern Shore, though. That Calvert County.
It's Montgomery
I don't
County,
know
too.
about Henry. I probably went through it. But Calvert County, I think it's Calvert where Frederick Douglass was born. They've got a whole memorial. Maryland is beautiful. It's just not my style. But
Nah, Virginia's more your style.
yeah, you know what? There's a show that's coming up called "I Found My Inner Flannel." Dude, I fucking love the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yeah,
So-
no, I think that you know, and I've said it here before, Montgomery County is able to live out their liberal ideals. You know what I'm saying? Where they can, you know, carve off a large part of the county and say no development. The hell with the prices of the housing. It'll go up, it don't matter. These people are very wealthy. People like where Bob grew up in Potomac, they don't want a bunch of development. So they just make it a preserve, where they don't have, where they can get around all these development type lawsuits and shit. It's
Well,
very
you want to call them liberal ideals? I just call them ideals.
okay, fair enough.
And if you really want to live your liberal ideals, if we must call them that, dude, there's got to be. Now, I've been down to, is it St. Mary's, Maryland? I've been deep sea, not deep, but striper fishing out in the Chesapeake.
Yeah,
there's some nice places. Maybe it is Calvert County. I don't know Maryland that well. I just know that I've been there a few times. But to me, a place like Montgomery County, that's fucking urban. That's suburbia to me is not like liberal. So anyway, I see John is gone. See Portia's here. So Dave, let's see what's in the chat here. Aunt T. Was she over on your shore?
We called a business owner early on the stream. You Dick and Dave, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we got a business owner earlier, man, on the stream. You guys might would have found the conversation very interesting. A black woman, Harris supply store owner, very interesting. Yeah.
Wait, hold it. That's not the same one you called.
Another
you
one. Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Tequila.
Where?
Tequila. This one was in Mississippi, of all places.
Oh, wait. No, Tequila. You've talked to her before, right?
This is another woman though.
Oh, I was thinking of Tequila. Okay, I got you.
We talked to her. You might have found this interesting, Stanley, about the tariffs on weed that mostly comes from China.
Yeah. India. A lot of that hair comes from Asia.
So she said she's been able to swallow the 10% tariff without passing it on to her customers. I'm sure she could. She also said
Really?
that
What's her strategy? She was probably overcharging in the first place, right?
Overcharging. That's what I asked her. I figured that would be kind of the angle you came from. But no, I think she's at, she probably has decent enough margins to where she can.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She was charging in the first place.
Well, she had some buffer built in. How about that? And so, she said she had to move around a couple of things that didn't affect quality.
Where the fuck did I see that?
But she said the hardest thing for her was COVID. That was the hardest thing because they shut down all. And this is in Mississippi. I was surprised. They shut down all beauty salons. She had to go basically cut out part of her business. They're doing hair portion. And so she just had to sell hair. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm saying 10 years in business, man. She's made it well.
So she couldn't do it at home.
People may, there's going to be the people that don't want to come in your home as well, and you may not want people in your home and things like that.
Well, and the reason I asked that question, you will not believe this, but for years, my mother used to go. There was a lady who owned a beauty store or beauty shop with the chair and the dryers and everything out of her home right down the street, like on the street I grew up on. So I mean, my mother would drive down there, which it was within walking distance. But
she also talked about
she was running it out of the home. Like this woman didn't have a storefront, but the front side of her house had like a row of dryers. That traditional beauty shop.
Yeah. Listen, one of my houses had a beauty salon in the garage. You've seen the garage.
Really?
Yeah, they had a full-on beauty salon in the garage. But I think she has a retail portion of her store, so she probably doesn't have space in her home to keep, supply all this stuff. So her store is probably like her warehouse at the same time. But she talked about chargebacks. It's a very interesting conversation, man. If you're interested in business, some of the
chargebacks on hair? How does that work?
Yeah, that's what she
does it turn gray or what?
Talking about rebates? Is that what that is?
People.
No, a chargeback.
Yeah, you buy something, then you call your credit card company and say, "Hey, I didn't get this. I didn't approve this. Right? I didn't authorize this." And so she said it cost her $15 or $25, one or two, per chargeback, no matter the cost of the chargeback. So clearly, some of them you're not going to fight. If it's $50, well, you may fight that. But if it's 40, you're only going to get $15 out of the deal, $25, whatever. And so she said one lady hit her for a $1,300 chargeback, and you're going to fight that one. Anyway, very interesting. And then you end up losing your merchant accounts and stuff like that. So it's very interesting. The struggles that, a young lady, she seemed fairly young. I think she had 2 children. Yeah, 2 children. Yeah. 10 years in business. Mississippi, no less. Yeah. Jackson State graduate.
Walmart level.
Jackson State graduate. What do you say? Walmart.
Well, Walmart and Disney, the big companies do chargebacks. So that's why I was surprised.
A big enough company can be their own bank. You know what I'm saying? Or bully the bank around, where their per transaction chargeback is low. Fee, right? Where she paying $15.25, they're probably paying $7. So
if she's doing like but she sounds fairly successful.
Well, her customers are doing chargebacks on her.
Okay.
Right.
I got it.
So she has to challenge those chargebacks. It would be the same way someone would super chat and then say, "Hey," they go and say, "Hey, YouTube, hey, credit card company, I didn't send that super chat." Then you got to fight them to get the money. And that fight, that application training, whatever the process, it costs the business owner. So she talked about that. It's very interesting. For those of you interested in business stuff like that, she gave you some background information.
Daniel Nixon, I agree with you. Bring back those business owner interviews because they actually can be interesting.
Well, we had the owner of at the street interview. That was an interesting one too. You kind of had to dig into that one. Yeah, but that would have been good with Master Kim and that guy.
Well, see, I tend to, I think Master Kim is more a distraction than, but that's just me.
The business owner at the place where we did the live stream, if you really listen to what he was saying, and this is what I talk about here, like the landlord really pushed him around. You understand? He had this was his first foray into the bar business. If you interview interest, you go back and take a listen. I was hearing the cues that the landlord basically pushed him around. From the time he had to start paying rent to the time he was able to open, you're talking about 10 months. I think he said 10 months. So that's a long time. He probably didn't have as good of a negotiation on the rent in the front end. That pretty much determines everything. And that's why you had to have $23 drinks. And then he's looking around now. He's like, damn, I could be somewhere else cheaper, but I just spent, probably $150,000 building this place out because the place was really nice. So anyway, that was a pretty good interview if you know what you were looking for in that one.
Sorry, I was responding to something that Sweet Aunt T said. Why can't there be? I'm sure she meant there be TikTok challenges to help the community, and I'm trying to figure out what community and what would the help be from TikTok, because I love stupid questions like that. I've been waiting on that stupid question all day.
Oh, Stanley, I also played this interview, man. I started off leading off telling you about it.
Put it up. I have now. I want you to look at this woman though. I just discovered her channel. She is cute as I think she is gorgeous, but she is a little eccentric, so I'm gonna have to explore her. But or explore her videos. But it's rare, she even looks kind of age appropriate. So this will be my own version of TikTok.
You're kind of cute. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take you over your screen. Go ahead.
No, that's all right.
Oh, so let me pull up. So this was a conversation I had this morning, and you were talking about you playing that video of Anton Daniels.
Right.
And you were saying how, hey, do what the hell you need to do. I can't remember exactly what you were saying, but you got to just do whatever instead of complaining, right? I think that's what you were saying.
Exactly.
Right. And
no, I'm just saying, you say I'm liberal, but motherfucker, stop complaining. We know what the obstacles are.
Yeah. So this video isn't the best. I'm in the back of an Uber, but listen to this lady's conversation here. Virginia is so much better.
It's a lot of programs.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's like, well, my kids are well behaved.
Okay.
Okay, I never have any.
Nice looking woman too, I will say.
With,
you think behavioral is a problem in PG?
Yeah.
Really?
There's a lot of bad kids.
A lot of bad kids. Yeah. Isn't it like it's like used to be a little rich county or something, huh? A very rich, affluent county, PG County.
Yeah.
Not so much.
I went to school in PG County.
Oh, did you?
It was not. It was a lot of like kids fighting and not. They didn't have any program.
Really?
Anything like that. Yeah.
But you said, well, where in Virginia do you see?
Oh, Virginia now. I am in Loudoun County.
Oh wow, you way out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice motherfucker, Loudoun County. Oh, it's as a matter of fact, it is the one of the it. See, and this is the weird thing. Loudoun County puts Prince George's or Montgomery. They're Maryland. Loudon is real.
Yeah, there's real wealth out there.
Fucking Leesburg is there. I used to, dude. I know where all that is.
And so this lady moved all the way to Loudoun County. You know what I'm saying? Took us tax money out of Maryland, the whole damn state.
Well, how the hell? I mean, where does she live in Loudon? Because I mean, you can live up like in the hills in Loudon and have like estates and shit.
Yeah, I don't know. She seemed like a fairly attractive woman. And
other than Uber, does she do anything other than that? It looks like she has a tattoo, so that instantly renders her unattractive.
Yeah, but she's an attractive woman, I would say.
Dude, put your hair down and I'll consider it.
Yeah, boy,
so what does she do besides Uber?
I didn't get a chance to ask her. Yeah, so but it's kind of the thing around this county. Man, I think like PG County is like the armpit, man. Like it's always been that way. When I first got here, a lady told me, she said, if you want to get a better job, I was working a temp job. She's like, you need to move out of PG County. I'm like, what? And she like, yeah, and she lived in PG County, but she was an older woman. She, pretty much, at the tail end of her career, she was like, as a young man, I'm just want to give you some advice. You need to move out of PG County. I was like, wow. Yeah, she felt that poorly of her own county,
Well, I don't know where to go from here. I am way over schedule here, but I have some beer left. I actually need to order groceries. So
Walmart, right?
you know what? I've been ordering from Publix lately. But yeah, I guess I'll have to go back to Walmart at some
Do
point.
they bring it? They bring it to your door. They deliver it to you.
Oh, it's better than that. They don't even knock. The instructions are if I don't answer the door, just leave them on the porch.
And you tip, right? You do tip.
The tip kind of comes out of the price you pay. That's
Oh, you
kind
one
of
of them. Nah, you gotta leave a tip on top of that.
you know what? I live in a small town.
Oh,
Publix to here,
come on.
from the local Publix to here is like a 15-minute drive. And I usually don't order like 80 bags. I'm not gonna fucking pay you a huge tip just to
Hey,
leave
Stanley.
like three grocery bags on my porch.
Hey, Stanley,
Come on,
Dick
Johnny.
Dave.
Explain that's why you so
Hey,
damn cheap.
hey, let me ask you guys a question before, while I got someone up on the panel here. Any suggestions on street interviews today? I was thinking about Nat's part. Give me like a category of what you want to see in DC, and I'll see if I can make it happen there. What do you think, Dick Dave?
You know what? I want you to go down to what is it down on the Potomac, and like there's a boat basin down there.
On the southwest side, southeast side?
I'm thinking, is it Adams Morgan? Somewhere down. I don't remember DC that well. I don't know it that well. So I'm just going to not say anything, but there is a Potomac. What is it?
Well, what category of crowd would you like to see? Like what genre, I guess I should say.
Go talk to the young political folks. There's a whole class of young folks that are like Senate, Congress, congressional staffers.
I could go there. Yeah, Capitol Hill. Yeah, what's it? Pennsylvania Avenue. You know what it is? Pennsylvania Avenue, right by the Supreme Court and all that shit over there by the Capitol. Yeah, I could do that.
Either that or camp out outside the NPR office.
I'd have to have a tape, some chairs and shit. That would be cool though. NPR kitchen.
Pretend you're doing an NPR show. Just tell them you are doing a black show. It's a test run for a new NPR show.
Herman makes a good point. The people in politics never want to talk politics though, so that may be a moot point going over there in Capitol Hill.
Herman's actually right about that. Well, you don't have to talk to him about politics.
Well, I mean, that'll be the most interesting thing to ask them because that's what they want.
To you.
Well, I think for the audience, not for me, for the audience. I see these people every day.
Oh, well, what audience? This audience? This audience doesn't know fucking politics.
Well, but yeah, you don't have to know it. You may say, "Hey, I work for AOC," right? Oh, what's it like working for AOC? So there would be some interest like that. So, and you might see that.
Well, I'll be polite, but I think I've said it a few times because this is still Stanley versus the world. Y'all don't fucking know politics. Y'all want to talk all around the fucking talking points. You do not know politics. Not a one of you in the audience currently.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, politics and interest in politics. Politics is politics.
I think politicians have like a Q rating, as they say, and so
Okay, well, if you're talking about Q ratings, you don't know politics. Politics is the sausage. Politics is the sausage. The audience standpoint. Right. That's my point. The audience.
I'm just talking from audience, right? I'm just talking from a street interview. I'm not. But you know, that's
maybe you're using the wrong term because
they don't have to be very political.
The audience does not know politics. Is my point. What they think is politics is not actual politics.
Gotcha. So, but you know, the figures, and you know, someone, let's say, worked for a politician, that might be interesting to the audience.
Hey, look at this dumb. He always, dude. Project Veritas, really? That's politics.
No. But anyway, so the interviews could be interesting. But again, we won't be able to delve too deeply in what they're working on. They're not going to tell you what they think about politics. They're not going to tell you that. Whereas in other parts of the town, you know, people might be a little bit more expressive about their beliefs and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, how about go interview tourists? You should go down to the African American Museum.
Yeah, I just need a table. The only thing is, I want to do it. It ain't funny to me. I want to do it. The only thing is, I need a table. You know what I mean? And so, I was thinking that if I do it, I just catch an Uber down there, haul all the shit, and then catch an Uber back. And I think that would be more interesting.
And I don't know. You know, oddly enough, this would be
2 chairs at a table. We could definitely do it.
This is actually why I wish I was there. You and I, fucking figure out how to set up somewhere near the African American Museum.
I'm gonna set up out front. Nigga, I'm gonna set up out front, that motherfucker. Yeah, look, it seems like I get a table, man.
But you know what? Who's gonna make more enemies, me or you? Because motherfucker, I'm gonna go hard. Motherfucker, you came to this museum.
No, I wouldn't do that. I
you actually learned it.
Is that what you would ask, or you talking about what you think I would say?
Oh, I would go hard.
Well, you would. I don't believe that.
Fuck yeah. You don't, dude. Have you heard me roast people on their lack of knowledge about history?
It's
like, motherfucker, you came to this museum to read a poster and you didn't prepare.
I tell you what. If you want to do it like that, if we get someone to sponsor a table, I'll bring the headphones and you be on the panel. You be on the panel. You talk to them then. Well, if you're gonna roast them, I'll let you do it.
You know what? God damn it, I might just host it, dude. And I don't want to talk to white people going to the museum.
Imagine Stanley in the street interview going,
like, you bring your ass to this museum. Your parents didn't teach you about this shit. Oh, you know what? I guarantee you. You let me think about this, because I will go hard on these motherfuckers.
All you gotta do is get on the panel. Bring an extra set of headphones so they can hear your question.
No.
Well, I gotta get on the panel. We do it on StreamYard, so you can be on the panel. They'll have headphones. I'll have headphones. So
Don, let us plan this. Because
we need a foldable, portable table. Anybody want to sponsor that African American stream? We're going to do it as soon as we get us a table here. Anyone want to sponsor the table here? We would definitely.
You know what? I'm going to do this show overnight. I'm going to start soliciting for that table and the other accoutrement. No, I have a fire lit. Motherfucker, if you're going to go to the African American Museum in the conditions that Trump has presented, what do you know?
Have you ever seen it before?
I never have. I haven't been to DC since. I kind of have an idea of the building, but no, I've never been to it.
Let me pull up then, because I'm going to show you where I'll post up at. I've been before. Let me share it to you. This is it right here. This is the back of it. It looks like.
Yep.
Let me see if this is. Let me see if I can get the front. Here's your front right here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that.
So I just post up like right here.
Would they let you though?
Yeah. Shit is a public space. Anybody can post it.
Yeah, but you know, public nuisance.
No. It's public space. Anybody can. I mean, there are people out here filming this shit all the time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Let me answer this though. I would have, Broke Genius says, I would have hated to be at a command where Stanley was stationed. He probably would. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, the enlisted, like the enlisted guys that work for me loved me. I
Hey,
have
where we going
stories.
tonight, guys? Where we going tonight? I was thinking about Nats Park baseball game. What
Oh,
do you guys
really?
think? Yeah, baseball game. Now you're doing live stream from over there. We go there. Oh, hey, Broke James, man. No, man, you know, man, I know how to interview people, man. You know, I just, you know, most of the people would be tourists, so probably away from, or probably come here. Most people could probably be on tour groups and shit like that.
Well, if you're rich enough to afford a Nats ticket,
I'm not gonna-
you'll be pretty chill.
I'm not going to go to the game. I'm just going to go down there and, oh, you're talking about the audience. I mean, you know, that's what the team takeover.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of commerce going on out there. You know, a lot of bars. You know, not everybody's going to the game. Most people just.
You know what? I have not seen. I told you I had tickets to the last Nationals game in RFK, and my parents came up, so I was going to ditch my parents for the Nationals game, and they were only going to be in town for a day, and my wife talked me out of it. Like, you know, the last game they were commemorative tickets.
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
I want to show you what I'm thinking about live streaming from, man. Get your opinion, Stanley. Think about
I
like
don't have
right
an
here.
opinion, but I'm actually more interested to see the commerce because I really haven't seen that part.
Yo, this shit's crazy around here, bro.
Mhm.
Damn, if I could get a map up.
Well, is it crazy? Is it productive? I mean,
No, you know, I mean, like, yo, there's so many like federal government agencies and.
oh, okay. You know what? I was always under the impression that there would be like housing. You know, like
It's housing. You know what I'm saying? It's everything down there. You know, it's a community that they basically built up out of what used to be, you know, industrial space.
yeah, warehouses and stuff.
Yeah. So they've turned this shit all the way around, bro. All the way around. Yeah, I can never get the maps on this motherfucker. But anyway, so I was thinking about doing that tonight.
Well, second part, Broke Genius. The officers were more fearful of me than the enlisted. I had no mercy. Especially the junior, you know, officers junior to me. Now, you know, what you see on the panel now, I'm actually a little bit more tame than I was back then.
So I was thinking about like right here, Stanley. Let's see if I can walk. How the fuck do you walk around? Close all this. Like right here. It doesn't look like there's still a lot of construction, I think. Yeah. But right here, let's think about doing it. What do you think, Dick and Dave? There's a lot of bars. Where is it? What street am I on? Whatever street is on there. Must be right here. A lot of bars and shit. Right? You see how this like outdoor seating?
The only problem is you would be like under the shelter.
Yeah.
But you're not going to literally be on a street corner, are you?
No, I'm gonna be like right here, and people will be walking up and down the street, and I'll just solicit them. Hey, come over and interview.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Here's another spot right here. Right here. Right here. Right. You see all this shit, right? Tap 99. That shit's really crowded. So I can sit right here. Or right here and get, you know, all the audience right here. You know what I mean? Walking up and down the street. So there's gonna be so many people headed to the game right here. You know what I mean? And so we get all of those people right there. That'd be pretty slick right there. Yeah, that's some great foot traffic, bro. Great fucking foot traffic right there. It's right across the street from the stadium. Yeah, we're doing street interviews tonight. I promised to do it yesterday. That's what my thought. You guys, Deacon Dave, feel free to chime in. You think I should go somewhere else? It's Deacon Dave step on. What do you think about that, Sam? Audience?
Well, Deacon Dave actually has a job.
Mm.
So, I get you and I just kind of get the kibitz, but no, it sounds like I would actually like that kind of crowd because it's going to be a little bit more.
More your audience, then.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. I would just say a little bit more, less involved in politics and more involved in, hey, it's a baseball game or it's a bar. We're here to have a good time. So
You ever heard of,
you make no, you go ahead.
You ever heard of this place right here? I talked to this guy. He's saying, "Yo, you can come do it here." They have an outdoor patio. This is right
Oh, really? Is
Yeah.
it a book? A Sankofa?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
in
that's a bar. No, the ones I've heard of are more bookshops. There's a
Mhm.
Sankofa.
Video, books, and cafe.
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, I've heard of
This
it.
is directly across from Howard University here.
Oh, motherfucker, you better do one there. That would be fascinating.
So look, they have
Because you're gonna get a crowd that is
Mhm.
more black radical.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, maybe tomorrow. Look, becoming a disruptive visionary, educator, and author. Dr. LaShawn
Let's see. How much do you have to pay to get in there?
No, they say I can sit on the patio.
Oh, motherfucker, do it.
Maybe you got to pay to go to the
I
event.
want to hear, and I want to be on the panel. Dude. You do know that I'm not the Sankofa crowd. I
I
respect.
don't even know what Sankofa is about. So, you tell me.
Oh, it is more Africa centric, more Pan African than you or I are.
Oh, okay.
They're not a Stanley Cross constitutionalist crowd.
Oh, okay.
They will, if you say, hey, should we burn it down? You're gonna get more burn it down.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Well,
let me
damn it. They are kind of not. I'm not saying they're black radicals. They are just more inclined. They're more a black version of progressive, and they're not DSA progressives.
You know what's interesting? When I call them, I'm pretty sure it's African owned. I'm not sure if it is or not. I can't be for certain. But
well, they're Pan Africans, so it's the same.
Oh, they're right. Okay.
Black America is, dude. There are Americans who are born and raised in America, like traditional, I'll call them legacy Black Americans who think we are Africans. Dude, where do you didn't know the Stokely Carmichaels?
Yeah, I know the name more than. So was he a Black Panther?
He was actually the head of the Southern what is it? SLCC, SCLC. He wasn't directly a Black Panther, but he was a Black radical. He took over from John Lewis.
Oh, really?
I mean, he was. Oh, yeah. They were kind of, and I don't know that history very well. He was a radical. He was never a Black Panther that I'm aware of.
Did I ever tell you this? I went to the.
I don't know the history well.
Years ago, man, I went to the Black Panther exhibit in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Snick. Broke Genius is right. Snick.
Yeah, Snick was John Lewis. Yeah, man. Let me call this tap room. Let me just make sure they have internet, man, before I show up down. Internet, bro.
Thanks for calling Tap 99, DC's only fully self-pour tap house. If you are calling to make a reservation or have any questions, please inquire through our Get in Touch portal on our website. If you're calling to place an order, we are also available on Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub. If you are calling about a payment issue or need to speak to a manager, please leave a message with your name, number, and reason for calling, and a manager will respond as soon as they are available. Thank you, and have a great day.
Damn. I'm sure they have Wi-Fi, man. What do you think? They got Wi-Fi in this motherfucker. Don't you think so?
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Let me does Tap 99 have Wi-Fi? Okay, they got it. Free Wi-Fi. Shit, we in the house then, fellas. Self-pour your own drinks. John's on my trash. Fall out in this motherfucker. Nigga, I can pour my own drinks. What? You ever been to a spot like that, Stanley?
No.
Well, you can put. Yeah, I've been to
Dude,
one.
the last, and you will laugh at this. The last black club I can remember being in, Bull Street in Savannah.
Oh, it's in the black club right here, man.
It's like, Bull Street. You know, that section of interesting black clubs in Savannah. That part of Bull Street. Very interesting, almost historic. There was two clubs owned by the same people. One was older, like an after church. I know they had to have had them in Alabama. Like Sunday night could be the biggest party night.
Yeah.
They had two clubs. One had a dress code for like the older crowd, like you were gonna wear like a suit and tie, and then there was one for the younger people. So.
Yeah, this is more of a yuppie-ish. I would say more of a yuppie-ish.
They didn't have those when I was in Savannah.
You can kind of see the food, kind of elevated sports food. Would you say that's fair? Yeah, kind of elevated.
Especially if they got curly fries.
So you kind of see the audience here. Damn, the guy's got a big ass fucking mask on.
See, John, that's funny. That doesn't look like a place I'd want to hang out.
Really? Well, you know, it's right by the stadium, right? So so you see all this outdoor seating, and during the game, like there will be floods of people who've parked, say, in Southeast across South Capitol Street, and all of them will be walking in this direction to the stadium. So we should get a lot of foot traffic. You know, people probably just jumping up on camera. Hey, how you doing? So yeah, we can definitely do that this evening. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll have to tune in. I'm a hole in the wall kind of bar guy, and I don't think those clubs even exist anymore. But when I was growing up, and I am 60, so I am kind of like I don't know, if it's too bright and the food is too good and there are too many just fucking like cheerleader type women there. I'm sports bars are sports bars. If you can bring your family to it, I don't really do those types of bars these days. Of course, I have not been to a fucking bar or anything like that. Literally. Let's see. My son is 19, probably 20 to 25 years. It's just never been my shtick. Once I got married and had a family, you could do a hoot nanny on the mountain. You didn't need a bar. It was all on your front porch or at a barbecue at, your friends or family's house. So let's see, what else do we have here? Let's see, video. Actually, I have not seen let's go to John Galt. Let's see. The last John Galt. Urban. We can look at one of those lives. Why is this being so difficult? Airbnb follies. Let's go back and find one of those lives. You know what? I've never seen this one. Or actually, maybe I have. Uh-oh. You know what? This is interesting. Let's see. John is here. Let us do this. I'm still not that good at StreamYard operations. Well, let's see what we got here. Will Trump help escape New York? New Orleans fugitive? Huh. Oh, fuck. Barry was on fucking. God damn it, woman. Why did that not pop up?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Before we get started on this morning's briefing, let me preface by saying yes, we're going to be tackling one of the subjects that a lot of black folks just don't handle very well, entertainment. Now, if you're one of those people who obsesses about hip-hop, particularly who's beefing with whom, then this video's not for you. Even though I'm going to be dealing with a situation regarding 50 Cent and Diddy, with Trump in there for a threesome, I suppose.
No, I actually haven't. Richard, I was supposed to go to Savannah this week and wasn't able to make it because of a commitment my son had. He has decided to take college courses this summer, and he had to go in for a test. So whilst I'm unhappy, the fishing will happen. As a matter of fact, hopefully I'll be able to do the Wilmington River in Savannah. I will be able to do reservoirs up in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and kind of the local panfish fishing hole, which for some reason or another, my son's been there and he hasn't caught anything. So I'm gonna have to go down there and look, Richard, at my age, I've caught fish. No, hey, Richard, he wanted to take them. All of a sudden, he's got it in his head to apparently graduate early. So I'm like, well, slow down there, kid. But hey, you know what? What am I gonna do? He's being ambitious. It is very dangerous to go, you shouldn't be ambitious. So, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. As a father, I want his ass to slow down and stop and do some fishing and smell a rose or two. And he's doing software engineering, so he will have to take the some of the engineering math, but software engineering is not electrical engineering. But the problem is Georgia Tech's gonna fucking give you the basics. No, Richard, you don't want your kids to burn out. Look, and I hate to kind of fucking stop this, but look, I have burned out being ambitious, not to a degree that, was kind of it. The one thing you're going to learn, even as a Richard or a Stanley son, is you can be too ambitious. You will burn your fucking self out, and the later you do it, because let's be honest, we're fucking workaholics. Work, especially if you're young, for a Richard or a Trevor, is you are your work. And I learned eventually that you better motherfucking, at some point in time, you work to live versus you live to work. And it's a young man's game. That's why people become admirals in direct war, because they get too old to fight the war. It's easier to manage young men. This is what you should do, rather than go out with your old ass and do it yourself. It's a very dangerous game. Ambition can boomerang. That's the thing that some of these anti-black blacks don't understand. You know what, Dolomite? He's at home, so he had to go in for a test, so he's here. There's jelly beans in the jar. There's a fishing pond up the road. But you get where I'm going with this. Do not burn out before. And my son told me, because I was fucking fussing at him. He made B's in 1A. I'm like, well, what are you doing? Surely more A's would be good. I've never heard my son tell me school is hard. I've never fucking heard that from him. He had to fucking study for the B's. I'm like, oh shit.
Man, I just had to help the guy snake a toilet, Stanley. Like the basic understanding that people don't have. He was trying, not the toilet, I'm sorry, he was trying to snake his sink, plunge his sink. And he said, man,
I'm not sure I know how to do it. You plunge it like with a plunger.
Well, you can, yeah, that's what I told him to do. But the thing is, you got to
You're not going to fuck up the pipes with a plunger.
Nah, it's probably
snaking it is a different story.
Say that again.
Snaking it, if you don't know what you're doing, you will fuck up stuff. Plunging it is just pressure, water pressure.
Yeah. And so when you understand pressure, if you plunge it, there's that overflow, right?
Right.
And so that you have to seal it, the pressure, the air. And so he was plunging, and you're like, your shit ain't working. I'm like, you got to seal the overflow.
No, wait, hold it. He did, motherfucker. That's how. Seriously, again, water does not compress. Therefore, the air on top of it, it will be okay. Come on now.
These things, yeah.
Well, no, seriously, as a kid, you know, like you know how kids can be like 16-year-olds will eat like all this shit and clog up a toilet.
Yeah.
So, my son has done that a couple times. I'm like, motherfucker, I didn't say motherfucker, but I'm not going in there and doing it. Here's a plunger. Here's how to do it. And this is how air pressure works. You start doing that shit as a kid. So when you're an adult, you know how to do it. To me, that's a basic skill. Plunging a toilet is a basic skill.
Well, I'm sorry, it's a sink. The toilet
Plunging
clearly
a sink.
it seals,
Basic
right?
skill.
The toilet kind of seals, but the sink doesn't. Yeah. So, he was halfway there. At least he had a plunger.
Well, I see what you're saying, but you've seen those plungers. There's a plunger with a little smaller thing on the bottom of it to make a better seal. So it's kind of fits into the smaller part of a toilet.
Yeah.
It should work in a sink.
Yeah. That's what I told him. And so, the thing is, Stanley, when margins are so slim, you know what I mean? You talk about the butter girl.
Mm-hmm.
This is $300 plumber call. They don't come up with less than $300 around here. $300, right? But by the fact that he was able to do something to take him about 5 minutes himself, save him $300. That $300 can go to something a little bit more productive, than repairing something that a tenant clogged up. So it's kind of like that ability to be able to call someone other than a plumber, right? That network.
Right. Okay. Well, you know what? I've called my father.
There you go. Somebody, right?
Right. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you a story. Years ago, I was living in upstate South Carolina, and my car, I bought it as an ensign, so it was getting long in the tooth. And one day I'm going to work, and the fucking shit. I think there was even snow on the ground. It just cut off. It was like, I don't know how to describe it, but everything went out. The power steering went out, and luckily I was able to horse it over to the side of the road. Well, it was a power control module, which is basically the computer of the car. And I motherfucking had to walk to work. It was like 2 or 3 miles, maybe 4, early in the morning. And you know what? So I get to work late, but it's not that big a deal. So I come in, and my boss was like, well, what the fuck happened to you? I'm like, well, the car quit. I had to walk to work. He was like, well, why the fuck didn't you call somebody? We could have come and picked you up. I'm like, you know what? I was just so pissed. Walking was good. Bottom line is, as it turned out, that power control module would have been like a couple $1,000. You know what? I called my father, and he was able to call it. My father's really good with this stuff. You know what he did? It was an older car. He had a friend who worked at a junkyard, like a car salvage yard. He's like, hey, he found the right model. They pulled a fucking like used power control module off a junk car. It cost shipping. My father shipped it to me for like $20. So $20 versus $2,000. I took it to a dealership because I, didn't know how to install it myself, and the dealership was pissed. So they charged me like $200 to pull the old one and put the new one in. They were not happy, but what choice do you have? You either take it or you don't. I paid $220 for a $2,000 part, and I traded the car in a couple years later for a new car. I had someone to call, so I get your point. My father knew what to do.
Yeah. It's very important. Yeah, very, very important as you go through life, to be able to save the 2,000 here, the 300 there, this shit adds up.
It's family. Family is important.
Just knowledge in some way, being passed down or sideways to you. Kind of the way I talk to Nice, man, he saved his, wits end. He didn't have to go to school, no night training and no YouTube classes. Just me passing on some information. May have been not work for him, but it's something he had never even considered before.
Well, I know my father. He was like, "You dumb motherfucker. I trained you and you don't know this shit." He just didn't say it. I'll help you out, weakling. No, I know. Beef and Brock. I know right where Fort Mill is. I used to work for Springs Industries. I know right where Fort Mill. Springs Industries had a mill, and I worked in the warehousing part. But no, you know where Lyman, South Carolina is? That's where I was working. I lived in Greer, South Carolina. So
did you hear go ahead.
No, if you know where Fort Mill is, because I sure as shit do. I've been there several times. Have stayed there doing a warehouse project. So fuck yeah, that's a beautiful part of the country, in my opinion.
Did you hear what happened in South Carolina? The big investigation. I think they arrested 80 people. They had Trendy Agua there. Fucking South Carolina.
No, I didn't hear about it. You got a link? Charleston. Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah, Charleston County. I think that's Charleston, right? That was surprising. I mean, they had a big contingent of police. You can Google it. I don't think I have it up. A big contingent of police, and they were like 80 people, children, drugs, cocaine. I think they was cocaine. Offensive, one of them drugs. I don't know. But yeah, I was like, Charleston? Yeah, you just struck me as odd. Like, why Charleston?
Well, that's not that surprising. I mean, it's a harbor.
Yeah, there is that.
And 95 is not that far. You can go up 95 and take the back roads to Charleston, or you can go all the way up to 26, which is a little bit more conspicuous because there's more chances you'll get caught. But that 95 corridor for drugs, it's famous.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Charleston. I've only been to Charleston once. It was a very nice city.
Dude, now I'm surprised it wasn't Savannah. Savannah might be more obvious because it's right on 95 and it's got a port.
I wouldn't be surprised there are things going on in Savannah too. But yeah, Charleston's very nice.
Oh, I know there, dude. You'd be crazy.
Yeah, I think any port is going to bring in like criminal activity. You know what I mean? That's just my thoughts. That was very, very, very interesting. Charleston, I mean, they had a big contingent of police. Like they were like, "Yo, we're not allowing this shit to happen."
And by the way, Rock Hill is North Carolina. Fort Mill is South Carolina, but just barely. So, dude, I Fort Mill, downtown Fort Mill. That is a cute little town. So, if you Beef and Brock, if you live in that part of the country, you are a lucky man. Upstate South Carolina is just fucking like on Sundays. Now, this is back in the day. On Sundays, I would have to drive from Greer up to Tryon because South Carolina didn't sell beer. So if I wanted beer on a Sunday, I'd have to do that little 40-mile trek from Greer on the back roads up to Tryon to the IGA, by the way, to get beer.
Hey, Stanley, Man, I talked about so much on stream, that kind of dovetails what I talk about here a lot. I went to one of the properties today, doing my morning cleanups and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a bag of food. I'm like, okay, damn, somebody's up early ordering food, right? The shit is there from last night, bro. Right? Overnight, from
Really?
like 11 o'clock last night to 7 o'clock in the morning. Maybe they ordered and went to sleep, or
But no,
changed
I've
it.
done that.
Yeah. And so many people order so much food, man. So it's just kind of amazing to see that at 11 o'clock in the morning, two
Well,
hamburgers.
let me ask you a question. Do people actually use your kitchens a lot?
To the extent that it's usable, we try to minimize it by,
Right. Because I mean, it's so funny, and the reason I'm even thinking about it is I like Indian food, and I've never if I wanted curry chicken, for instance, I would never cook it at my grandmother's old house because it's not my house. We use it, kind of as a family thing. I cook it in my house, but not down there. And I don't know. I could imagine staying at one of your properties and there's a kitchen. I might just go down there and make like curry chicken, but you have to be very careful because if you're not Indian or you like, curried stuff, it could be almost offensive. So
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complain about that
has
shit.
anyone ever had a fight like shit? This motherfucker's cooking like some stinky shit, and I'm pissed off.
Primarily it's going to be Indians and Africans, by and large.
Well, I mean, you can cook fish as an American, especially if it's not fresh fish. It can. It raises.
Fish these days, and not my demographic.
Wait, hold it. They don't fry fish in your demographic.
Well, yeah, they do, but I don't have a lot of places to fry. We definitely, steer people away from frying, so we don't leave out any pans that you can fry. And
Right.
Are
there rules for your kitchen?
Man, and shit, since as much as I can enforce them, I can't enforce these rules, man. People do anything. But yeah, they're frying. It is not that big of a thing these days. Most people don't want to fry. They won't fry shit. They just don't want to fry it. You know what I mean?
I will. But I'm old.
Yeah, there you
go. That's curious though.
That delivery, bro, is making this living off of young people who have more or less lost the skill to do what you like cooking and shit. Like we're going to see a generation of people who may never cooked before.
John, you know what? My son actually can cook, and this motherfucker, it's like, let me tell you what I made a couple of days ago. And it won't seem fancy, but it was made in a one pot. So I had dried pinto beans, soak them overnight. You put them in that crock pot and you pressure cook them for like 5 minutes. I had a boneless pork loin roast. You dry marinate it in the refrigerator overnight. Upshot is it is a crock pot meal, and it is actually really good. You know me, I tend to get elaborate, with my cooking and technique and stuff. This motherfucker ordered a pizza.
It's a young generation.
I'm like, dude, there is fiber. There are frozen peas, so the peas are actually still green.
The young generation is sounding.
Why the fuck, like, dude? I've been talking to him. Like, you know how to cook. Don't be afraid. You got a kitchen. As long as you clean up, and that's the motherfucker's problem. If you cook, you have to clean up. It's a lot easier if you get it in a pizza box. And he's being lazy, which is totally annoying. You are sacrificing your health to a fucking you don't want to clean up.
You know, I think, he's so young, you know what I'm saying? Because I went through that phase. I
do that. Dude,
it doesn't matter. You just hope they catch up to it and be able to utilize the skills that they already have once they, get a little bit more mature. Once he gets about 20 something, he'll be cooking a little more.
Well, you got young kids. It's a two-pronged problem. Number one, he doesn't motherfucking have to pay for this shit.
And there you go.
You know what? Pizza for him. Hey, I got money to do it. When you have to start paying for that shit yourself, you realize that making that pizza from scratch at home is cheaper. However, the other thing I'm trying to emphasize is I have a foot injury on the top of my left foot from 8th grade playing basketball. We used to play basketball in like hard shoes, like dress shoes. It was a Catholic school. And if you forgot to bring your sneakers, you were literally going to play in your like dress shoes. That's, believe it or not, back in the day, we didn't wear sneakers to school. We wore dress shoes. And if you remembered to bring your sneakers, you would dress for recess, and then you would redress to go back to class. Motherfucker stepped on the top of my foot on the with his heel of dress shoes, and it cost. I don't even talk to my father about it. I had to go to a podiatrist, and we were fucking wrapping the foot. It was kind of expensive. And I still have that problem. Every now and again, that injury acts up. I got it in 8th grade. So my point is, motherfucker, there are things you do even at 18 or 19 that will stick with you. You have to be, because we know more than we did, 52 years ago or years ago. We know that stuff will stick to you or stick with you, and I'm trying to fucking tell this kid, like, the pizza tastes good now. It's going to be a problem if you're not treating your body right now.
That is definitely the truth there, Stanley. Can't argue with that.
And you know what? The motherfucker wants to be 19. And dude, my life is not easy. You put this motherfucker in a school, and he honestly thinks he knows more than I do. Honestly. Like, what the fuck? Really?
It's a natural progression there, Stanley. Damn, I was supposed to show a room today.
Well, the natural progression is around about 30. You'll figure out that daddy was right. There will be an apology. I did it to my father. It's like I've been at sea for like 5 months straight, and I get back to the pier and I'm almost seasick because I'm on solid land. It's her God of Egypt. Let's call home. I haven't talked to y'all, and I miss y'all. And you know what? It'll come.
Yeah, indeed.
There is a joy being a parent. It's almost kind of, sometimes being a parent is a whole big production of I told you so. and I'm a guy who likes to say I told you so. So it'll come. It'll come.
Man, let me get out of this time. I got to get ready for these street interviews, and I got a guest checking in, so I need to run.
And you know what? I have been going on for almost 9 hours. I need to go too.
So the baseball stadium it is, Stanley audience. What do you guys think? Baseball.
Yeah. And I will be in the audience. I will actually be up.
And if we have anyone want to support the show, get us down at the African American Museum. We need chairs and 2 tables, foldable chairs and tables. Probably need some suggestions of what we should use. And we're gonna make it happen. We're gonna have Stanley in the audio. Are you gonna do it, Stanley? You gonna really interview people?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I? I'm interested.
You're gonna be
I'm interested in Black history. And I'm more interested in knowing what people know about it because it is American history. And I promise I'll behave. And I'm hoping that Portia is listening or will listen to help us fundraise for it. This could actually be interesting.
Yeah, we get all the museums, of interest or whatever places of interest. This will be our first time really going somewhere without power, so we're gonna see how that works out with this portable power pack that I have. So it should give us about 3 hours or so, which is perfect.
Right.
Probably about 5 to 6 o'clock. We'll be down there. Game starts at 6:45.
Well, as a matter of fact, it wouldn't be too presumptuous to ask for a backup power pack.
I think I'll be so far. Oh yeah, you mean for the audience? Oh yeah. That would be great, audience. If you want to provide a backup power pack, that would be great as well. Let us live stream a little bit longer. Give us a wider variety of places to go. That would be it's a good suggestion. That sounds. Well, let me get out of here, guys. Let me get ready for Airbnb guests, and then get down to the Nat Stadium here. Should be interesting.
Well, folks, that is the great John Galt, who is actually giving us some stuff to do and missions to accomplish. You know what? It would be incredible to talk to random Americans in general about, outside who have the gumption to go to the Black American History Museum. And yeah, I have questions. And sure, John does. So, Richard and folks, let's make this happen. This is actually a doable mission. Let's see if we can do some basics, and me, Portia, and John, and HB, we'll get together and figure out what the basic needs are. But honestly, this is doable. This can be interesting. And so support your hosts. We can actually put our heads together and come up with some interesting ideas. So support your hosts. John Galt, he is in the crawl. Portia, let's make sure John Galt has what he needs to get to the Smithsonian, the Black American history part of it, African American history part of it. And let's go. This is a goal. This is something that should be done. There will be 1,000 questions I'll have. So see, Stanley versus the world is not all about Stanley. So it's just, it's just called Stanley versus the world. But every now and again, you gotta let the world be more interesting than you are, because you knew it was more interesting in the first place. So, Richard, thank you very much. And everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out, in all honesty. Subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel for future projects, which all of a sudden are bubbling up. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. There is a recent video posted, and I actually have one that's kind of brewing in my mind. Black bourgeoisie versus neoliberalism, which is kind of an interesting, more technical way of talking about Blacks in the American culture. And let's see. There would be a moment of truth, but I think John Galt has provided our moment of truth. I am getting tired. Roller skater Texas girl, I will give you a thank you for this wonderful cookbook. There will be shows about me failing at Indian cooking. I want to say goodbye to my girlfriend. She doesn't know she is yet, and it might be a running joke. But I think she is cute and eccentric, which is the perfect ingredient for me being interested in you. Oh, it doesn't matter that the phone died, Deacon Dave. You are a friend of this show. You're always here in spirit. Phone died, but you know what? Your soul brother, Ness, did not die. Thomas' soul will always have your soul. Take that for what it's worth. And we will explore this young lady. And I'm going to have to kind of, her name is Jennifer Eason Washington. She is worth me exploring. And let's find out about her without being creepy, by the way. Let's not be creepy. I promise I won't be. So y'all have a good day. I actually had a really good time today. So take it easy. John Galt will be doing street interviews tonight. I will tune in and we go from there.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. I should go.